The Great Revival of the 18th Century by Edwin Paxton Hood. This is the 1882 version, which has been revised in 2024. This audiobook was produced by scrollreader.com, reprinting old classics and producing free audiobooks. Preface by the author, written in March 1882. If any reader feels that the author's enthusiasm for his subject has led him to overstate the influence of the Methodist movement, while underestimating other significant factors in the Great Awakening of the last century, it should be noted that this volume does not aim to provide a complete history, but rather a focused account of the Great Revival. Specifically, the author's vivid descriptions primarily concern the movement as it swept through London and the major mining regions of England. In these areas, the preaching of great leaders like Whitefield, the Wesleys, and their fellow laborers achieved its most notable triumphs. Furthermore, Methodism has continued to play a vital and glorious role in advancing the cause of Christ in these regions. However, this focus should not be taken to imply that other organizations, dissenting societies, or churches were insignificant in promoting the Great Revival, whether in Scotland, Ireland, the American colonies, or various parts of England. A brief concluding chapter has been added to highlight aspects of the revival in the American colonies, particularly the labors of Edwards, Whitefield, the Tennants, and their associates. The study of the remarkable religious awakenings of the 18th century is invaluable, and the holy enthusiasm and extraordinary zeal of those great leaders in their relentless pursuit of souls could inspire workers of this century to achieve astonishing victories for the glory of the Son of God. Chapter 1. Darkness Before Dawn. It cannot be emphasized enough that whenever the Bible has confronted the conscience of a corrupt society, it has consistently demonstrated its claim as the great power of God. Throughout history, it has proved this, time and again. When first introduced to the Roman Empire amidst the decaying corruptions of ancient civilization, its truths transformed lives. In Florence, its power shone through the impassioned sermons of Savonarola in St. Mark's. Similarly, it reverberated throughout the German Empire when Martin Luther proclaimed its truths with his thunderous voice. This same principle is evident in nations like Spain and France, where the great evangelical truths of the New Testament were introduced but ultimately rejected. The consequences of their rejection, marked by the martyrdom of the first believers, continue to this day. Of the two nations, the one whose rejection was most arrogant and cruel has suffered the greater losses as a result of its renunciation. England, in contrast, has experienced three great evangelical revivals. The first was during the Reformation, a movement whose seeds were present in England even before the waves of the German Reformation reached its shores. It inspired even a monarch, a proud Tudor, to take up the pen in theological dispute against the miner's son from the Harz Mountains, Martin Luther. The English Reformation brought profound changes in thought and faith, produced martyrs who ascended to glory in defense of its doctrines, and gave rise to great writers and preachers whose works are cherished to this day. The second revival came during the period of Puritanism, centered around the great civil wars. This era, driven by faith in evangelical truths that elevate and ennoble human nature, stirred the heart of the nation to its depths. It produced some of the most remarkable minds in history, men and women whose unwavering belief enabled them to endure trials as seeing Him who is invisible. Whether through sword, pen, pulpit, or counsel, they served with extraordinary strength and purpose. Lord Macaulay's eloquent description of the English Puritan in his essay on Milton captures the grandeur of these individuals, shaped and fortified by their evangelical convictions. But the purpose here is to gather some key facts and impressions and briefly recount the influences of the third great evangelical revival of the 18th century. It is no exaggeration to claim that this revival deserves as much historical recognition as either of the preceding ones. While its story may lack some of the dramatic elements that stir human passions, there were no stakes or scaffolds, although tales of persecution are not absent, and while it did not involve the use of physical weapons, its warfare was profoundly spiritual. Its doctrine, like the dew, descended gently, yet its impact was profound. Indeed, from this revival emerged the intricate and holy network of piety and benevolence that we see actively at work today. All impartial historians of the period recognize this remarkable religious awakening as one of the foremost phenomena of the time. Earl Stanhope, a measured and thoughtful historian, remarked that although this movement was despised at its commencement and appeared less immediately significant than wars or political upheavals, it has endured long after the memory of those events has faded. As he noted, thousands, though it would be more accurate to say millions, who have never heard of Fontenoy or Walpole continue to honor the teachings and name of John Wesley. Likewise, Mr. Lecky, an equally able and impartial historian, observed that England's splendid victories by land and sea must yield in real importance to this religious revolution. He further emphasized that this revival profoundly influenced the spirit of the established Church of England, reshaped the moral forces of the nation, and even impacted its political trajectory. To appreciate the achievements of this revival, we must first attempt to understand the kind of world and society into which it emerged. One writer aptly described the era, "Never has a century risen on Christian England so void of soul and faith as that which opened with Queen Anne and reached its misty noon under the Second George, a dewless night followed by a dewless dawn. There was no freshness in the past and no promise in the future. The Puritans were buried, the Methodists were not born." Indeed, the 18th century was marked by pervasive corruption and moral decay. Yet, amid this darkness, intellectual and spiritual forces simultaneously arose. Believing, as we do, in the providence that orchestrated their rise, we may say these movements were not merely coincidental, but divinely coordinated. Together they initiated a regeneration that surpasses all previous social transformations recorded in history. Much of what we enjoy today stems from seeds planted during that time. Even institutions like the printing press or the gospel, long established, were replanted in ways that enabled them to flourish with renewed vigor. Our attention is drawn to a fascinating moment in history. In 1757, John Wesley, then around 50 years old and still with nearly 40 years of ministry ahead, arrived in Glasgow during his travels and preaching. While there, he visited the university, viewing its library and artwork. Yet, had he possessed the prophetic vision of a Hebrew seer, he might have looked beyond the quadrangle to a humble lodging up a spiral staircase, marked by a sign indicating it housed a mathematical instrument maker to the university. In those modest rooms lived a young workman, subsisting on meager fare and grappling with burdensome thoughts. This man was destined to initiate one of the greatest commercial and material revolutions the world has ever known. Through him, the prophecy of Nahum seems remarkably fulfilled. The chariots shall rage in the streets. They shall jostle one against another in the broad ways. They shall seem like torches. They shall run like the lightnings. That young man was James Watt, the inventor of the steam engine. A few years later, Watt introduced his transformative invention to Birmingham, and the world has never been the same. As Ralph Waldo Emerson observed, by that invention, one man can do the work of 250 men. Today, in Manchester and its surrounding areas alone, there are approximately 60,000 boilers, generating a combined power equivalent to 1 million horses. This reference is far from misplaced. The 18th century was the seed time for the abundant harvest we now reap. During that period, profound religious ideas took shape, achieving both substance and structure. It is essential to recognize how, when God releases a new idea, He also provides the means for its dissemination. For instance, The early Christian faith was not entrusted to the old Latin races, the self-centered and aesthetic Greeks, or the tradition-bound Hebrews. Instead, as the scriptures say, God hissed for a new race and entrusted the New Testament to the Teutonic people, who have since become its principal stewards and interpreters. In reflecting on the spiritual and material transformations of that era, it is evident how these forces influenced one another. Together they brought about changes that have indeed made all things new. Contrasting society before and after the Great Revival reveals a profound transformation. It is undeniable that the revival brought about a general decency and decorum in manners, a tenderness and benevolence in sentiment, a revived interest in religious practices, and a deep conviction of spiritual life. Additionally, it cultivated a purity and nobility in literary taste previously absent. These changes must be credited to the spiritual forces of this great movement. Steam engines, printing presses, or industrial advancements alone, without such spiritual direction, are incapable of raising the moral character or refining the behavior of humanity. When confronted by the ignorance, crime, irreligion, and corruption of our own day, it is tempting to despair over society's prospects. Yet, a retrospective view of early 18th century England offers perspective. At the start of George III's reign, the population was just over 5 million, and by the early 19th century, it had grown to nearly 11 million. However, even with today's densely crowded population, the proportion of dangerous, impoverished, and criminal elements is significantly smaller, both relatively and in absolute terms. 18th century England was a small country, sparsely populated, and filled with troubling conditions. National distress was constant, marked by mobs and riots. The criminal justice system was extraordinarily harsh. Blackstone recorded that 160 offences, some trivial, were punishable by death. Unsurprisingly, crime flourished. In 1738 alone, 52 criminals were hanged at Tyburn, and in that year and the one before, 12,000 people were convicted for smuggling gin and selling it without a license. Amusements of the time reflected a cruel spirit, fostering a brutal culture. Bear baiting, bull baiting, prize fighting, and cockfighting were common pastimes. On Shrove Tuesday, public streets were unsafe as the barbaric practice of cock-throwing took place. A harmless rooster was tied to a stake and pelted with sticks until it died. This grim tradition, a cruel pun on the Latin word gallus, cock, expressed national disdain for the French. Despite material wealth, life lacked what we now consider basic comfort. Life and liberty were cheap, and society was marked by a blend of deism, atheism, and wild licentiousness that brutalized every class. The Church of England, by its own admission, had largely neglected its duties, and the nonconformists had often grown cold in devotion and rigid in theology. Together, these failures surrendered society to profligacy, recklessness, and despair. Spiritually, society was dead. The literature of the era, with few exceptions, was degraded, serving no higher purpose and often steeped in immorality. Old plays from the period, some written even by women, astonish modern readers with their vulgarity and the enthusiastic applause they once received. Crime overwhelmed the country. Prisons were overflowing, yet the countryside teemed with highwaymen and cities were infested with burglars. In remote regions like Cornwall, Yorkshire, Northumberland, and Staffordshire, manners were so wild and savage they defied description. This was a society devoid of the educational, philanthropic, and benevolent activities we now take for granted. Sunday schools were non-existent, and day schools were rare, except for the occasional grammar school established through an old endowment. Religion, too, was largely dormant. Solitary chapels might be found in out-of-the-way places, hidden in back alleys of towns or at lonely crossroads in the countryside, remnants of past intolerance. But in truth, Religious life was effectively dead, lingering in a state of trance. The religious leaders of the period were, in many cases, a reflection of the spiritual decay of the time. It could rightly be said of them, in the words of the prophet, "The pastors are become brutish, and have not sought the Lord." An illustrative account is found in the life of Thomas Lord Lyttelton, a man of singular character but questionable virtue. In a letter from 1775, he vividly describes a country clergyman, a friend known as Parson Adams, who seems to embody the average parson of that era: coarse, profane, jocular, and irreligious. On one Saturday evening, Parson Adams informed Lyttelton, his host, that he planned to send his flocks to grass the following Sabbath, meaning he would not attend church. Lyttelton later suggested that Adams could join the company in attending a nearby parish's service. Adams declined, claiming it would be adding insult to injury to attend another church when he himself was neglecting his own. He adhered strictly to this peculiar sense of propriety, and they spent the Sabbath in a manner contrary, as Lyttelton noted, both to law and to gospel. To understand the state of the Church of England, as represented by its clergy during the reign of George III, one must turn to its own records. The later years of the King's reign, particularly as documented in the life of Dr. Blomfield, Bishop of London, a learned, active, and amiable man, offer a candid view. Blomfield's memory preserved a wealth of anecdotes that shed light on the clergy's failings, stories which do little to elevate their reputation. Intoxication was a notable vice among the clergy. On one occasion, the bishop reproved a Chester clergyman for drunkenness. The clergyman defended himself, saying, "But my lord, I never was drunk on duty." The bishop replied sharply, "And pray, sir, when is a clergyman not on duty?" Chastened, the man admitted, "True, my lord, I never thought of that." In another instance, the bishop visited a poor man's cottage in the Lake District and inquired whether the local clergyman ever visited. The man replied that the clergyman visited frequently. Pleased, the bishop commended this pastoral care, only to discover that the visits were motivated by the abundance of foxes on the hills behind the house, which offered hunting opportunities rather than spiritual oversight. Examples of laxity abounded. The chaplain and son-in-law of Bishop North conducted ordination exams in a tent on a cricket field while participating in a game. Another chaplain, serving Bishop Douglas, examined candidates while shaving. Bishop Watson, meanwhile, presided over his diocese for 34 years, without ever residing in it. These anecdotes illustrate not only the neglect, but also the triviality with which many clergy approached their sacred duties, underscoring the desperate need for the spiritual awakening that the great revival would eventually bring. The preachers of the time often left much to be desired in terms of spiritual edification. Bishop Blomfield recounted an incident from his youth in Bury St. Edmunds, where the Marquis of Bristol had donated scarlet cloaks to several impoverished elderly women. They wore these cloaks to church the following Sunday, creating a striking scene in their bright attire. The clergyman used the occasion to craft his sermon around the donation, dramatically announcing his text with a wave toward the women. Even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. This same clergyman demonstrated similar ingenuity on another occasion, when a distribution of potatoes to the poor inspired his sermon. The bishop described him as a corpulent man with a pompous demeanor who would sway side to side while delivering his sermons. On this occasion, he selected Exodus 16:15 as his text, and when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, "It is manna." He proceeded to caution the recipients of the potatoes against gluttony and the sin of taking more than their fair share, using the Israelites as an example. The triviality of such sermons contrasts sharply with the reaction to genuine evangelistic efforts. When Mr. Shirley, a devout minister and ally of the Countess of Huntingdon, began his evangelical work, a curate took his complaint to the Archbishop. The curate, clearly scandalized, declared, "Your Grace, I have something of great importance to communicate. It will astonish you." Intrigued, the Archbishop asked what it could be. The curate, with a face full of horror, announced, "Mr. Shirley actually wears white stockings." The Archbishop, feigning astonishment, replied, "Very unclerical indeed." Drawing closer to the curate with an air of confidentiality, he asked, "Now tell me, I ask this with peculiar feelings of interest, does Mr. Shirley wear them over his boots?" The curate, taken aback, responded, "Why, no, Your Grace, I cannot say he does." "Well then," said the Archbishop, "the first time you hear of Mr. Shirley wearing them over his boots, be so good as to warn me, and I shall know how to deal with him." This story humorously highlights the absurdity of focusing on trivial matters, such as attire, in the face of significant spiritual efforts. To be fair, there were undoubtedly rural clergy who fulfilled their duties admirably, embodying not only the virtues celebrated in Goldsmith's charming portrayal of a country parson, but also the faithfulness of true ministers of the New Testament. However, such cases appear to have been exceptions, and the average state of the clergy left much to be desired. This mediocrity was starkly illustrated by the vehement opposition to the early stirrings of the Great Revival. A striking example is the Reverend Dr. Thomas Church, Vicar of Battersea, who delivered a well-known sermon on the state of charity schools. In his sermon, he lamented the widespread wickedness of the time, observing, "Our streets are grievously infested. Every day we see the most dreadful confusions, daring villainies, dangers and mischiefs, arising from the want of sentiments of piety." He went on to advocate remedies to address these societal ills, declaring, "For our own sakes and our posterity's, everything should be encouraged, which will contribute to suppressing these evils, and keep the poor from stealing, lying, drunkenness, cruelty, or taking God's name in vain. While we feel our disease, 'tis madness to set aside any remedy which has power to check its fury." Yet, with startling inconsistency, he turned to denounce John Wesley and the Methodists, saying, "We cannot but regard you as our most dangerous enemies." This contradiction epitomized the resistance faced by those bringing genuine revival and reform to a spiritually stagnant society. When the Great Revival emerged, the Church of England responded with widespread opposition, positioning itself firmly against the movement. The Church at the time possessed few great minds, as the towering intellects of Butler and Berkeley belonged to the preceding generation. Among the bishops, Warburton stood out as the most active intellect, but it is regrettable that he resorted to scurrilous and unjust attacks on John Wesley, behavior unworthy of his position and intellectual abilities, though perhaps consistent with his quarrelsome temperament. Whether examining the Church or society at large during this period, one is struck by a pervasive disregard for fundamental principles of religion, honor, and decorum. Bishop Butler himself lamented the state of religious thought in his advertisement to the Analogy of Religion, observing that many educated individuals had come to assume, almost without question, that Christianity was fictitious and no longer worth serious consideration. He wrote his monumental work to defend the rationality of Christianity, even against the backdrop of widespread deism, which had infiltrated both church and society. Addison, too, noted the spiritual decline of the era, stating that England exhibited less appearance of religion than any other neighboring Protestant or Catholic nation. Similarly, Montesquieu, after visiting England, declared, perhaps with some French exaggeration, that there was no religion in England, and that the very mention of the subject in conversation provoked nothing but laughter. Such was the state of England when, by the providence of God, voices began to cry out in the wilderness. From the early years of the 18th century, these voices rang with increasing clarity and power, reaching from the heart of the kingdom to its most remote corners. They echoed along the coasts, where Cornish wreckers plied their dark and criminal trade, and across highways and hedgerows rife with rudeness, violence, theft, and cruelty. Gradually, these cries awakened a new spirit in the English people. What followed was not a vision, but a reality that mirrored the prophet's experience in the Valley of Dry Bones. The once lifeless and corrupted masses were revived, clothed with spiritual vitality, and transformed into an exceeding great army. This army no longer stood on the side of decay and death, but was instead ready, with songs of praise, godly speech, and consistent living, to take its place on the side of the Lord. Chapter 2. First Streaks of Dawn. To understand the circumstances leading to the Great Revival, we must examine the forces at work even before its great apostles emerged. Previously, we outlined the darkness that overshadowed society at the time, a silhouette of moral and spiritual decay. Yet, amidst this gloom, there were glimmers of light, much like the touches of gold sometimes added to silhouette portraits to suggest the features within. One such glimmer, often overlooked, is the remarkable influx of French Protestants into England at the close of the 17th century. This invasion, brought about by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes by the blind bigotry of Louis XIV, unleashed a wave of persecution upon the Huguenots, forcing them to flee their homeland. What was a tragedy for France became an incalculable blessing for England. As Dr. Smiles notes in his Huguenots, many illustrious exiles, renowned for their learning, science, character, and rank, sought refuge on English shores. The folly of the French king resulted in the expulsion of many of his nation's greatest minds, including captains of industry who brought with them their skills and innovations. These refugees established new industries across various sectors, laying the foundation for manufacturing advancements in England. In addition, numerous Protestant clergy settled here, forming French churches that became pillars of the community. The legacy of these exiles endures. Their descendants have risen to prominence in English society, occupying positions in the peerage, the judiciary, commerce, and even the bench of bishops. At the dawn of the 18th century, these Huguenot families had firmly established themselves in England. Many of these individuals had sacrificed comfort, domestic peace, wealth, and even fame to remain true to their consciences and their Saviour. The cruel persecution that drove them out of France also robbed that nation of its most valuable human elements, setting the stage for the French Revolution. Yet for England, these exiles brought a moral and spiritual strength that would later serve as a vital seasoning for society during its subsequent age of corruption. The children of these exiles were often raised in devout and disciplined households. For example, Sir Samuel Romilly, a descendant of an earlier wave of refugees, grew up under such influence. Dr. Watts's mother was the daughter of a French exile. Communities of these industrious and faithful families flourished in towns like Southampton, Norwich, and Canterbury, as well as in London, particularly in Spitalfields, which became a vibrant French colony. When the Great Revival began, these communities were well prepared to support its various movements. Some aligned with the Wesleyan ranks, while others, like the esteemed scholar and preacher William Romaine, himself a descendant of exiles, upheld the more Calvinistic faith, which reflected the original creed of the Huguenots. This assessment of the influence of that noble invasion on Britain's national well-being is supported by facts. It is fascinating to consider the religious vitality and usefulness sustained in various parts of the country before the revival, which must have played a role in nurturing it when it arose. While we rightly honor the extraordinary individuals of the movement, especially John Wesley, whose remarkable life combined unparalleled length with enduring usefulness, ceasing only at his death when his personal influence could no longer animate the immense organization he had built. Yet it is difficult to view any single mind as the sole seed or source of the revival. The movement resembled a cyclone of spiritual power sweeping across the nation, or a network of unseen, carefully laid preparations by numerous individuals in various regions, which were suddenly ignited into a divine flame. Dr. Abel Stevens, in his engaging and insightful History of Methodism, attributes the movement entirely to Wesley and his church. Similarly, Mr. Tyerman, in his detailed biography of Wesley, places the credit squarely on his shoulders. However, such conclusions fail to align with the broader facts. Many people and forces were quietly at work, some even before Wesley's birth. His perceptive mind adeptly integrated these into his expansive mission, but many other influences continued to operate independently of his specific vision or structure for church life. Indeed, it seemed as though a steady spiritual wind was stirring across minds and nations. Remarkable evidence of this can be found at least 50 years before Methodism emerged as an established fact. One such instance is the Great Awakening in America, particularly in Massachusetts, and most notably in Northampton, a story indelibly associated with Jonathan Edwards. We have also mentioned the exodus of persecuted Protestants from France, but equally significant was the emigration of Protestants from Salzburg, Austria. Here, too, the madness of the Church of Rome drove out an immense body of devout and industrious citizens. These men and their families willingly endured the loss of their possessions rather than betray their faith. Such exiles were a priceless gift to any nation that received them. Thomas Carlyle has offered a powerful historical tribute to their memory, and Goethe drew inspiration from their story for one of his most beautiful poems. Philip Doddridge's remarkable life was nearly complete before the Methodist movement emerged, yet it seems that the full measure of honor due to him has not been adequately rendered. His life, though public and influential, was largely conducted in retreat in Northampton. While he was a preacher and pastor, these roles represented only a small portion of a life dedicated to service. Sadly, it was cut short in its prime by consumption. Doddridge's Academy for Training Young Ministers stands as an enduring model of what such an institution should strive to be. His lectures, both scholarly and comprehensive, remain notable for their depth and rigor. From his academy emerged individuals of profound influence, such as the saintly Risdon Darracott, the thoughtful and scholarly Hugh Farmer, Benjamin Fawcett, and Andrew Kippis. Doddridge's hymns were among the earliest, and remain among the sweetest, contributions to modern Christian worship. Their clear, elevated, and bird-like melodies, reminiscent of a thrush, provided a contrast to the loftier and more trumpet-like hymns of Isaac Watts. Together, these two streams of sacred song broke into an era when the church lacked music worthy of its purpose. Doddridge's hymns anticipated the time when the melodious praises of congregations would become one of the most beloved elements of Christian worship. Isaac Watts, significantly senior to Doddridge, lived much of his life in seclusion. Though he served as the pastor of a city church, he withdrew from public life and resided at Theobald's or Stoke Newington, where he devoted himself to an extraordinary array of sacred endeavors. His scholarly pursuits embraced every kind of learning, all consecrated to the service of the Christian ministry. He authored works that spanned catechisms for children, treatises on the development of mental character, philosophical essays tackling complex intellectual challenges, and comfortable words to console and inspire those in the twilight of life. Though many of these works are now seldom read, they served their generation well and prepared the way for the nation's eventual spiritual awakening. Watts was undoubtedly the first to teach the Protestant Christian Church in England to sing. His hymns and psalms, sounding forth long before John Wesley's rise, profoundly shaped English hymnody. Many were included in the first Methodist hymn book and became foundational to the revival's worship life. However, neither Watts nor Doddridge was suited to be a popular leader, given the nature of their physical and mental dispositions. Their focus was not on igniting immediate and widespread spiritual fervor, but on illustrating and expounding God's truth and adorning the doctrine of the Savior through their lives and works. They lacked what has been described as the instinct for souls, the ability to ignite transformative conviction in others. It is telling that both initially viewed the Great Revival with suspicion. Watts, in particular, cautioned his younger friend Doddridge against supporting the movement, especially the preaching of George Whitefield. Yet, as the revival unfolded, both men came to embrace it wholeheartedly. Watts, in his final days, extended a blessing to the revival when he received a visit from Whitefield. His last words on the matter revealed a heart that had come to rejoice in the movement's work and witness. To fully grasp what Methodism accomplished, it is essential to carefully consider the age immediately preceding its rise. Despite the dreadful condition of society at the time, the nation was not devoid of eminently holy men or sanctified Christian families and circles. If space permitted, it would be delightful to explore and depict the life within many such households. This would not be an exercise in imagination, but rather a portrayal grounded in authentic accounts. Many homes still retained the character of Puritan households, including several baronial halls. Additionally, we must not overlook the consistent and high-minded Christian communities of the Quakers, Friends, who were a significantly larger body then than they are today. Like the Shunammite woman in Scripture, they dwelt among their own people, maintaining their distinct way of life. The Moravians were also present in England, but these groups existed like small, scattered hamlets of spiritual vitality, preserving their traditions and practices in a largely conservative manner. Methodism, by contrast, infused religion with a new enthusiasm and a fervent instinct for reaching souls. Moreover, it brought with it an unparalleled capacity for organization, something previously unseen in the religious life of the nation. This combination of zeal and structure transformed the scattered efforts of spiritual renewal into a cohesive and powerful movement. When did the first light of the Great Revival begin to shine? One of the earliest signs of this spiritual awakening, like the soft glow of dawn spreading over the mountains before descending into the valleys, was the conversion of an extraordinary woman, Selina Shirley, the Countess of Huntingdon. She is often called the Mother of the Revival, and the words of the Hebrew song, "The inhabitants of the villages ceased. They ceased until I arose, a mother in Israel," seem fitting for her. She had an undeniable passion for saving souls and a deep desire to do good. Although she ordered the destruction of her private papers, leaving much of her early spiritual journey unknown, we do know she was close friends with both Isaac Watts and Philip Doddridge, especially Doddridge. She was also connected to Watts's friend, the Duchess of Somerset. These relationships reveal how her influence spread, much like the biblical story of Andrew finding Simon and then Philip and Nathaniel. Initially, the Countess focused her efforts on those within her social class. Later, after meeting George Whitefield, she broadened her outreach. Whitefield supported her gatherings, referring to Paul's words in Galatians about preaching privately to those of reputation. For some time, her ministry centered on her peers, aligning with her humble gratitude for the phrase in Scripture, "Not many noble," which she said she loved because of the inclusion of the letter M. From the start of her conversion, the Countess stood out as a leader. As a member of one of England's most distinguished families, she had access to high society, and her heart ached for the women around her, many of whom were deeply unhappy or bored with their lives. Among these women was Sarah, the Duchess of Marlborough, a close friend of the Countess. Sarah's letters reveal her struggles and her respect for Lady Huntingdon. In one letter, Sarah writes about hearing others, such as the Duchess of Ancaster and Lady Townshend, discuss a sermon by Whitefield. She regretted missing it, saying, "It might have done me some good, for good I desperately need. But where, among the corrupt children of Adam, am I to find it?" She continues, confiding her unhappiness, "Dear, good Lady Huntingdon, I have no peace in my family. I always feel better and more content after speaking with you. When I am alone, my thoughts and memories almost destroy me." She then mentions an upcoming social event, saying, "Tomorrow is Lady Frances Saunderson's grand party. Everyone will be there, and I must go. I despise that woman as much as I despise a doctor, but I must attend, if only to spite her. This is wicked, I know, but I confess my little faults to you, because I trust in your kindness and forgiveness. Perhaps my sinful heart will improve through you." She ends her letter with a sharp comment about "that crooked, perverse little man at Twickenham," referring to the poet Alexander Pope. Another notable figure was the Duchess of Buckingham, who attended one of Whitfield's sermons in Lady Huntingdon's drawing room. She was deeply offended by his message. In a letter to the Countess, she wrote, "The doctrines are most repulsive and full of impertinence. It is monstrous to hear that one's heart is as sinful as the common wretches that crawl the earth. This is highly offensive and insulting, and I cannot understand how your ladyship could enjoy sentiments so contrary to high rank and good manners." Lady Huntingdon often tried to bring together people of different temperaments and backgrounds in her gatherings, hoping to address the emptiness many felt. However, such attempts were not always successful. If the Duchess of Buckingham and the Duchess of Marlborough ever met, it is doubtful they would have gotten along. The Duchess of Marlborough was fiercely proud of being the wife and widow of the great Duke of Marlborough, while the Duchess of Buckingham took equal pride in being the illegitimate daughter of King James II. Their pride even clashed over funeral arrangements. When the Duchess of Buckingham's son died, she requested to borrow the grand funeral carriage that had carried the Duke of Marlborough's body. The Duchess of Marlborough refused, declaring that it had been used for her husband and would never be profaned by bearing another. These anecdotes reveal that the Great Revival had not yet become a widespread movement. Lady Huntingdon remained devoted to reaching those in her social class, though her success was limited. Yet her gatherings in South Audley Street during the final years of George II's reign brought together some of the most prominent names in English high society. This was also the age of Horace Walpole, the sharp-tongued critic of Methodism. Writing from Florence to his friend Sir Horace Mann, he mocked the movement. "If you plan to return to England, prepare yourself for Methodism. This sect is growing as quickly as any religious nonsense ever has." Lady Fanny Shirley has chosen to spend the remnants of her beauty in this cause, and Lyttelton seems ready to do the same with the scraps of his many worn-out rolls. The Methodists love to work on big sinners. They have a plentiful harvest. He even derided Lady Ferrars, calling her "General my Lady Dowager Ferrars." Despite the ridicule, Lady Huntingdon's gatherings continued to draw a remarkable array of individuals. Sometimes, however, these meetings led to conflict. On one occasion, Lady Rockingham, who showed some interest in spiritual matters, invited the Countess of Suffolk to attend. Lady Suffolk, a former mistress of George II, happened to hear a sermon from Whitfield. Unbeknownst to him, his words struck directly at her conscience, as though aimed at her personally. Though she endured the service in silence, her fury erupted afterward. She accused Lady Huntingdon of orchestrating a deliberate attack on her, loudly berating her hostess. Her relatives, including Lady Betty Germain and the Duchess of Ancaster, tried to calm her and insisted she apologize. Though she reluctantly did so, she never returned to the gatherings. What a fascinating and diverse assembly gathered at times in Lady Huntingdon's drawing room. Among them was the once handsome but now moody and sceptical Bolingbroke, hobbling in on his crutched stick. Chesterfield, polished yet detached, came repeatedly, as did wits and high society figures like Bub Doddington, later Lord Melcombe, and George Selwyn. The Duchess of Montague attended with her young daughter, and Lady Cardigan was often present, though her mother, the formidable Sarah of Marlborough, rarely was. Charles Townshend, a leading minister, appeared often, accompanied by Lord Lyttelton, whose essay on the conversion of St. Paul reflected his sympathy for the gathering's aims. Even William Pitt, the future Earl of Chatham, came, perhaps drawn by the eloquence, which in many ways mirrored his own. Such company ensured that the English nobility was well represented. These assemblies were an experiment by the Countess of Huntingdon, though likely not a complete success. After a few years, she shifted her focus to larger goals, such as evangelizing England and training young ministers. Yet some good surely came from these meetings. Though courtiers like Horace Walpole mocked Methodism, claiming it was growing as fast as any religious nonsense, the involvement of high-ranking individuals lent credibility to the movement. It shielded it from accusations of political motives and allowed the message of God's love to reach even skeptical aristocrats. From these grand gatherings, we leap suddenly to the humble kitchen of the vicarage at Epworth in Lincolnshire, a place where Methodism truly found its roots. Here, at the turn of the 18th century, Samuel Wesley lived and labored. Samuel was a remarkable man, scholar, preacher, poet, and pastor. His life was full of struggles, including debts, more from misfortune than imprudence, and stories of ghosts. He could not have foreseen that his son John would become a leading figure in a great spiritual movement. But it was Susanna Wesley, Samuel's wife, who played an even more pivotal role. A woman of profound faith, she combined the qualities of Mary and Martha, devotion and practical service. She managed a household full of remarkable children, two of whom, John and Charles, became legendary figures, while a third achieved great distinction. Susanna's heart extended to the entire parish, and in her husband's absence, she transformed their large kitchen into a place of worship. Inviting her neighbors, she preached and prayed with them, much to Samuel's initial dismay. Her wisdom, spirituality, and maternal care earned her the title Mother of Methodism, as later recognized by Isaac Taylor. He noted how her courage, submissiveness to authority, independence, and warm devotion shaped the character of her sons and their movement. Susanna's writings reflect her deep love for God. One of her meditations captures her heart. If to esteem and have the highest reverence for thee, if to constantly and sincerely acknowledge thee as the supreme and only desirable good, be to love thee, I do love thee. If to rejoice in thy essential majesty and glory, if to feel a vital joy spread through my heart at the thought that thou art God, that all things are in thy power, and that none is equal or superior to thee, be to love thee, I do love thee. If to despise and undervalue all the world contains compared to thee, if to desire thee, thy favor and thyself above all else, be to love thee, I do love thee. She lived this faith until the end, passing away with her final words to her children, as soon as I am released, sing a psalm of praise to God. From the refined circles of London to the humble rustic vicarage, and even the rough, bustling Bell Inn in Gloucester, events were quietly unfolding that would shape the future. John Wesley was born in 1703, followed by the Countess of Huntingdon in 1707. So close in years, yet worlds apart in the environments of their births. Later, in 1714, George Whitfield entered the world in even less promising surroundings, the old Bell Inn at Gloucester. These three names, Wesley, Huntingdon, and Whitfield, would stand among the leaders of a spiritual awakening that would stir the nation. As we will see in future chapters, many others were also being prepared for this great work. It is a pattern seen throughout history. Providence raises up individuals from different backgrounds, often unknown to each other, and shapes them for a shared purpose. Across the country, in families divided by class, taste, and circumstances, a new generation of workers was forming, destined to bring about a moral transformation in the land. Chapter 3. Oxford, New Lights and Old Lanterns. It is striking that one of the earliest sparks of the evangelical revival appeared in Oxford, a city rich with history and thought, whose spires and towers have stood witness to centuries of shifting beliefs. As Lord Bacon observed, the opinions and passions of young people often shape the mindset of the next generation. Oxford has long reflected this truth, acting as a barometer of change. Through either alignment with or opposition to new ideas, the university has often signaled the direction of cultural and spiritual currents. This pattern was evident in the Middle Ages, with the rise of scholastic philosophy, and continued through the Reformation and beyond. In more recent times, movements like the Tractarian push toward Rome and intellectual skepticism about Scripture emerged from Oxford. The university has been compared to the Grand Conservatory at Chatsworth, beautiful and full of richness, yet with an atmosphere that can feel stifling. But unlike a mere museum of the past, Oxford possesses a living mind, alert to the shifting winds of thought, much like creatures that sense a storm before it arrives. Many are familiar with the term Oxford Methodists, but not all may know its origins. It referred to a group of young students who, in an age of moral decay and religious indifference, banded together to encourage one another to live holy lives. They gathered in each other's rooms to study Scripture, pray, and support one another in their faith. Though they came from different parts of the country and later pursued separate paths, the spiritual vitality of those days at Oxford left a lasting imprint on their lives and work. Some members of this group are less remembered now, but others are renowned. John and Charles Wesley, George Whitefield, and James Hervey. There was also John Gambold, Benjamin Ingham, who later married into the family of the Countess of Huntingdon, and Morgan of Christ Church, whose influence was especially inspiring. Morgan, delicate in health but fervent in spirit, visited prisoners and prayed with the poor in nearby cottages, leaving behind a legacy of kindness and devotion, before passing away young. Their shared effort became known, somewhat mockingly, as the Holy Club by others in Oxford. Yet this humble circle of friends would help ignite a spiritual movement that touched not only England but the world. Around the same time that Voltaire predicted the downfall of Christianity within a generation, the seeds of its revival were quietly being planted in Oxford. Voltaire once boasted, "It took 12 men to establish Christianity. It would only take one, myself, to overthrow it." Yet, while the teachings of the apostles continue to shape the world, Voltaire's wit and influence have largely faded. His prediction was proven wrong, thanks in part to the efforts of a humble and overlooked group, the Holy Club of Oxford. These young men, though uncertain and searching in their early faith, found through their struggles the foundation for a life-changing ministry to others. This group was also called Methodists. The term Methodists has a complex and somewhat ambiguous history, as neither its precise etymology nor the circumstances of its initial appropriation have been definitively or satisfactorily established. Some sources suggest it originated as a reference to a quack physician mentioned in Juvenal's writings, while others trace it to a passage in Chrysostom's works, which states, "To be a Methodist is to be beguiled." This phrase was notably used in a pamphlet against George Whitefield. Like many terms, its original meaning and introduction into the English language remain difficult to pinpoint. What is certain is that the term predates the era to which this discussion primarily pertains, appearing as far back as the time of the Puritans. For instance, Spencer, the librarian of Sion College under Cromwell, referenced it in his writings. "Where are now our Anabaptists and plain Packstaff Methodists, who esteem all flowers of rhetoric in sermons no better than stinking weeds?" A curious anecdote from this British Quarterly illustrates the term's use in ecclesiastical polemics. In a parish church in Huntingdonshire, a clergyman, known for both his questionable character and fervent intolerance, delivered a sermon on Ephesians 4:14, whereby they lie in wait to deceive. Declaring his knowledge of Greek, he confidently informed his congregation, "The text says, they lie in wait to make you Methodists. The word used here is Methodian, and this is what Paul really meant. A Methodist means a deceiver, one who deludes, cheats, and beguiles. The preacher's next attempt at scholarship fell short when he linked this interpretation to another text. We are not ignorant of his devices, mistakenly asserting that device was synonymous with method, and therefore referred to Methodists. He concluded, "You may be ignorant because you do not know Greek, but we are not ignorant of his devices, that is, his methods, his deceivers, his Methodists." Such instances of shallow wit and flawed reasoning may well have contributed to the term's early usage. John Wesley's spiritual journey was long and complex, marked by struggles and contrasting influences. Raised at Epworth, he inherited a high church commitment to ritualism from his father and a mystical bent inspired by the writings of William Law. Yet the fellowship of the Holy Club helped him begin to find his way. Wesley later recalled traveling miles at Epworth to seek advice from a serious man. This mentor told him, "Sir, you wish to serve God and go to heaven. Remember, you cannot serve him alone. You must find companions or make them. The Bible knows nothing of solitary religion." This guidance shaped Wesley's life and ministry. Although mysticism often focuses on individual experience, the Oxford group adopted a communal approach, living by strict self-discipline and ascetic rules to counteract the moral decay around them. Their fellowship was almost monastic in its commitment to holiness. John Wesley first arrived at Oxford in 1720, later returning home to assist his father. His father's joy was complete when Wesley became a Fellow of Lincoln College, a significant milestone in the journey of the man who would become a leader in the Methodist revival. In 1733, George Whitefield arrived at Oxford at the age of 19. Like many in the Holy Club, he came from modest means and relied on assistance to continue his studies. He was not as poor as Samuel Johnson, who had recently left Pembroke College and whose tattered shoes once inspired a benefactor to leave a new pair outside his room, an act Johnson indignantly rejected by kicking them down the hallway. Whitefield, however, was not hindered by such pride. His humility and readiness to accept help would become vital qualities for his future ministry. When Whitefield arrived at Oxford, he fell under the influence of mysticism, much like John Wesley. However, his inspiration came from the Imitation of Christ by Thomas à Kempis. This work plunged him into despair, setting before him an impossible standard of salvation by works. Whitefield practiced extreme austerity, withdrew from the world, and sought righteousness through his own efforts. Yet this inward-focused struggle brought neither peace nor rest, for his calling required him to reach outward, stirring the hearts of others. Even in his misery, Whitefield's compassionate heart could not ignore the suffering around him. One story from this time reveals his deep empathy. While walking along the river in a state of spiritual distress, he encountered a poor woman in visible anguish. She confessed that her husband was in the Oxford jail, her children were starving, and she had fled home, overwhelmed by despair, contemplating suicide by drowning herself. Whitefield immediately helped her, arranging to meet her later that evening at the prison to visit her husband. There, he ministered to them both, providing material assistance and sharing the message of salvation. Years later, he wrote, "They are both now living, and I trust will be my joy and crown of rejoicing in the day of the Lord Jesus." Such moments changed Whitefield's life, redirecting him from inward despair to outward service. Helping others gave him purpose and spiritual renewal, proving a key truth. True joy in faith comes from being a vessel for God's goodness to others. Faith grows and thrives when it is lived out in acts of compassion and service. It was around this time that Charles Wesley encountered George Whitefield, wandering the college corridors in a state of deep misery. Struck by his appearance, Charles invited him to breakfast. This meeting left a lasting impression on both, as Charles later referenced it in his elegy for Whitefield. Not long after, Whitefield experienced a dramatic spiritual transformation, gaining a freedom of soul that propelled him almost immediately into his role as a preacher. and, in many ways, an apostle. His conversion was as sudden and illuminating as Luther's at Erfurt, and he began his great work years before the Wesleys. John Wesley, by contrast, took a longer and more complex path to clarity. His journey included a trip to America, where his high church leanings and entanglements with Moravian influences delayed his full understanding of grace. It was only after these experiences that he emerged into the light and began to share it with others. Among the other members of the Holy Club, one notable figure was James Hervey. Though his influence has since waned, he was once a beloved figure in Christian literature. Hervey eventually parted ways with the Wesleys on key theological points. While John Wesley admitted he was not fully converted until his 37th year, Hervey's similar declarations likely referred to a shift in understanding, a clearer grasp of spiritual truth. Hervey, frail in health and poetic in mind, lacked a certain warmth that might have made his works more universally appealing. His letters often resembled sermons, reflecting an intense but somewhat rigid soul. After settling in Northamptonshire, his doctor recommended fresh air and physical activity, which led to a pivotal conversation with a ploughman. Hervey asked the man, "What do you think is the hardest thing in religion?" The ploughman returned the question, to which Hervey replied, "To deny sinful self," and began elaborating on his point, heavily influenced by the imitation of Christ. The ploughman responded, "No, sir, the hardest thing in religion is to deny righteous self," and explained his perspective. At first, Hervey dismissed the ploughman's words as foolish, but the conversation lingered in his mind and eventually transformed his theology. His famous work, Theron and Aspasia, a richly descriptive 3-volume defense of the doctrines of imputed and imparted righteousness, owes its inspiration to that encounter. This theological divergence placed Hervey closer to Whitfield's Calvinism than to Wesley's Arminianism. Thus the term Methodism, like Christianity itself, could not be confined to one specific theological view. Within the Holy Club, the Wesleys represented Arminianism, emphasizing that grace is something we must seek and respond to, while Whitfield and later Hervey championed the Calvinist doctrine of irresistible grace, a grace that acts independently of human effort. Though sharply divided in their expressions, both sides agreed that all is of grace and all is of God. What united these men in the Great Revival was their unwavering conviction and proclamation that the grace of God hath appeared unto all men. In an age marked by indifference and deism, this message struck their hearers like a fresh revelation, reviving faith and transforming lives. An intriguing anecdote from this period reveals a surprising moment in the life of Lord Bolingbroke, whose sharp and skeptical intellect nearly wavered. Dr. Church, vicar of Battersea and prebendary of St. Paul's, a staunch opponent of the revival, visited his old friend Bolingbroke, only to find him engrossed in reading Calvin's Institutes. The peer asked the vicar, an avowed Christian minister, for his opinion of the work. Dr. Church dismissed it, saying, "Oh, we think nothing of such antiquated stuff. It is enough to preach the importance of morality and virtue. We have long given up all that talk about divine grace." Bolingbroke, known for his piercing gaze, fixed his eyes on the clergyman and replied, "Look here, doctor. You know I don't believe the Bible to be a divine revelation, but those who do can defend it only on the principle of the doctrine of divine grace. To be honest, there have been times when I have been almost persuaded to believe it on this basis. One argument weighs heavily with me. The belief in it continues to exist on earth, even when left in the hands of people like you, who claim to believe in it yet deny the only principle on which it can be defended." The aged statesman's words cut to the heart of the theological debate of his day and anticipated the skeptical challenges of the future. His question remains central. Is there supernatural grace? And has that grace appeared to humanity? For the Revivalists, this was the core of their faith, their unwavering message that the grace of God has indeed appeared, resonated with a world longing for hope. Even Bolingbroke, in his cynicism, wished it could be true. Hervey's new theological understanding transformed his preaching, making the little church at Weston Favell, near Northampton, a destination for spiritual seekers. Crowds often necessitated open-air services in the churchyard. Hervey's love for natural scenery and his devotion to the natural theology of the old school deeply influenced his sermons and writings. Critics now describe his literary style as overly ornate, favoring beauty over substance. One likened it to a child's preference for brightly colored sweets or tea served in a painted cup, charming but lacking depth. Despite this, Hervey's vivid imagination and richly conceived ideas gave his works a unique brilliance, even if they now seem excessively elaborate. His skill as a Latin scholar made his ornate style all the more surprising. Hervey lived a quiet, sickly life, never marrying, often tending to his simple meals and studying with his microscope. He was deeply beloved by the Countess of Huntingdon, and even more by Lady Fanny Shirley, whom Horace Walpole had once mocked. Among the Revivalists, Hervey was the writer, his works presenting the movement's theology in an appealing form, described as butter in a lordly dish. His life was brief, ending at 45. He died in his chair, his final words reflecting his faith. "Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy most comfortable salvation." Moments later he added, "The conflict is over, all is done," and with his last breath, "Precious salvation." Thus passed one of the most gentle and gifted figures of the Great Revival. John Gambold lived more as a contemplative mystic than as an active reformer. Though he initially served as a minister in the Church of England, he eventually joined the Moravian Church, drawn not by doctrinal or disciplinary disputes, but by a deeper spiritual affinity. He later became a Moravian bishop. His literary contributions, though largely forgotten, include reflective works like The Mystery of Life and his self-penned epitaph, "Ask not, who ended here his span." His name, reproach and praise was man. Did no great deeds adorn his course? No deed of his but showed him worse. One thing was great, which God supplied. He suffered human life and died. What points of knowledge did he gain? That life was sacred all, and vain. Sacred how high, and vain how low. He knew not here, but died to know. Gambold represents one of the quieter figures who emerged from Oxford during this time of spiritual awakening. Meanwhile, Oxford's relationship with the revival remained fraught. Though the Holy Club somehow avoided formal censure, a similar group faced expulsion in 1768 for meeting to pray, read the scriptures, and sing hymns. 7 students were summarily dismissed from the university. Their moral character was unimpeachable, and Dr. Dixon, the head of their hall, defended them, citing their exemplary conduct and piety. The charges against them were purely social and doctrinal. Several were the sons of tradesmen, and all were accused of holding methodistical tenets. Their practices were deemed incompatible with the Church of England's articles and interests. This harsh expulsion caused a significant stir. Bishop Horne of Norwich, though not a Methodist, denounced the measure in a pamphlet, and the witty Baptist minister McGowan satirized the incident in The Shaver. Despite the setback, the young men thrived. Some, like Thomas Jones, later the curate of Clifton and brother-in-law to Lady Austin, William Cowper's friend, entered the Church of England. Others received support from the Countess of Huntingdon, who arranged for them to complete their studies at her college in Trevecca and included them in her evangelical efforts. The episode highlights the resistance Oxford displayed toward the revival in 1768, as well as the broader persecution faced by its adherents throughout England. It aptly illustrates the tension captured in this chapter's title, New Lights and Old Lanterns. Chapter 4. Cast Out from the Church, Taking to the Fields. Field preaching, or preaching in the open air, was the defining feature that gave national distinctiveness to the revival and established it as a significant movement. The scale of the excitement it generated is almost unimaginable by today's standards. Immense waves of spiritual fervor swept across the country from one end to the other as these great revivalists began their ministry in the fields. This fervor continued unabated, surging through London and across the counties of England, from the west to the north, not merely for days, weeks, or months, but for years. It profoundly transformed the nation's religious life, rekindling spiritual fervor, reshaping morals, and remolding societal manners. Remarkably, all this was accomplished without the backing of substantial financial resources. No large sums were subscribed or guaranteed to sustain the work. The revival unfolded not only without conventional might or power, but also in direct opposition to the active hostility of established authority. Indeed, it is not an overstatement to suggest that this extraordinary movement likely could not have occurred if the churches, chapels, and grand cathedrals of the land had been made available to the preachers. It was in the open air, free from institutional constraints, that the revival found its unique power and widespread reach. Whitefield was, in many ways, the Luther of the revival, bold, impassioned, and unrelenting in breaking new ground. Wesley, by contrast, was its Calvin, methodical, cautious, and meticulous in organizing the work. Together, their complementary strengths ensured the movement's endurance. Recent claims, such as one in the Edinburgh Review stating that the church treated the Wesleys kindly, are contradicted by history. While Bishop Benson ordained Whitefield, he later regretted it, blaming him for the disruption caused by the evangelical movement. The Countess of Huntingdon, however, reassured the bishop, saying, "My lord, mark my words. When you are on your dying bed, that will be one of the few ordinations you will reflect upon with satisfaction." Remarkably, her words proved true. On his deathbed, Benson sent 10 guineas to Whitefield as a token of respect and asked for his prayers. Despite such moments of reconciliation, many church leaders showed outright hostility. Bishop Lavington of Exeter was particularly vehement, dedicating 2 volumes of scornful writing to opposing Methodism. He fiercely opposed Whitefield's influence in his diocese and targeted clergy who supported the movement. One striking example was Mr. Thompson, vicar of St. Jenny's, a previously immoral clergyman who experienced a dramatic conversion and opened his pulpit to Whitefield. Thompson's transformation enraged his fellow clergy, who ostracized him and reported him to Bishop Lavington. Summoned to explain his actions, Thompson stood firm. When the bishop threatened, "If you continue these practices, I will strip your gown from you," Thompson replied boldly, "I will save your lordship the trouble." He removed his gown, laid it at the bishop's feet, and declared, "My lord, I can preach without a gown." He then walked out, leaving the bishop astonished. This confrontation later softened the bishop's stance, leading him to a more moderate view of Methodism. However, such opposition was typical of the resistance faced by revivalists, highlighting the courage and conviction needed to carry the message forward. Southey, in his decidedly biased volumes, acknowledges that the condition of the clergy at the time was deplorable. It is unsurprising, then, that many clergymen closed their churches to the revivalist preachers. For example, the Reverend George White, vicar of Cone, took extreme measures to oppose the Methodists. When the preachers entered his area, he would summon his parishioners with the beat of a drum, issue proclamations at the market cross, and even organize mobs to defend the church against the perceived threat. One such proclamation, notable for its peculiar style, read as follows: "Notice is hereby given that if any man be mindful to enlist in His Majesty's service under the command of the Reverend Mr. George White, Commander-in-Chief, and John Bannister, Lieutenant General of His Majesty's forces for the defence of the Church of England, and the support of the manufactory in and about Cone, both which are now in danger, let him repair to the drumhead at the cross, where each man shall receive a pint of ale in advance, and all other proper encouragements. This incident is one of many examples of the hostility revivalists faced from the clergy of the time. However, in recounting such episodes, it is important to note that they do not represent the whole church. Many of its most honorable members have since made amends through their commendations of the revivalists. It should also be noted that nonconformist chapels, which often adhered to a cold and formal respectability in both service and theology, were no more inclined than Anglican churches to welcome men whose message burned like fire and whose words shattered resistance like a hammer on stone. George Whitefield, one of the era's leading revivalists, quickly realized the power of his calling. Shortly after his ordination, he was invited to preach occasionally at the Tower Chapel. Initially, he found only a small congregation of 20 to 30 hearers. After just a few services, the chapel was overflowing and remained so throughout his tenure there. During this time, Whitefield dedicated himself tirelessly to ministry, preaching to soldiers, prisoners, and young men, and holding services every Sunday morning before the regular worship schedule. Although still officially affiliated with Oxford, he declined a lucrative position in London, and instead turned his attention to Gloucester, Bristol, and Kingswood. It is impossible to trace every step of Whitefield's remarkable career, but key elements can be highlighted. He embarked on voyages to Georgia, enduring the hardships of 18th century travel to preach the gospel. However, his most significant contribution was as the first field preacher. Kingswood, near Bristol, became the starting point for this groundbreaking work. At the time, Kingswood was a rough mining region, often called the Black Country of the West, inhabited by some of society's most hardened individuals. When Whitefield mentioned his plan to preach to Native Americans in America, his friends suggested, "Why go abroad? Have we not Indians enough at home? If you wish to convert Indians, there are colliers enough in Kingswood." A savage race. In this case, taking to the fields was not merely a choice but a necessity, as there were no churches available to eject the preacher. Imagine the scene: a society steeped in heathenism, indoctrinated only in brutal sports. The rough, dark labor reflective of the rough, dark minds and the rough, dark souls. Surely he must have been a very brave man. Nor was he one at all of that order of apostles whose native roughness might naturally challenge roughness to civility. Instead, his courage lay in his unwavering resolve to confront such a setting with a message of hope and transformation. Whitefield was the epitome of a gentleman, with manners that were affectionate and amiable, qualities that made him seem an unlikely candidate to triumph over the hostility of unruly mobs. Yet his oratory was nothing short of extraordinary, a mystery in the history of eloquence. His voice, by all accounts, was remarkable. Its strength was immense but not harsh, resonating with the clarity of a bell and the rich modulations of an organ. This combination of power and sweetness allowed him to command crowds with an almost magical influence. Kingswood stands as one example among many places where the savages of society were subdued by the spell of his voice, a melody so captivating that it has earned Whitefield comparisons to Orpheus of ancient lore. Just as Orpheus's music was said to move trees, stones, and mountains, Whitefield's preaching softened the hearts of men once hardened and full of rage. Ironically, Whitefield may never have gone to Kingswood had he not been barred from preaching in the churches of Bristol. After delivering sermons in St. Mary Redcliffe and the parish church of SS, Philip and Jacob, he was summoned by the Chancellor of the diocese, who demanded to see his license to preach. Whitefield, an ordained minister of the Church of England, pointed out that such special licenses were obsolete. When the Chancellor pressed the issue, Whitefield countered by asking, "Why did you not ask for the license of the clergyman who preached for you last Thursday?" The Chancellor dismissed this question as irrelevant, and instead accused Whitefield of preaching false doctrine. Whitefield responded boldly, asserting that he preached only what he knew to be true and that he would continue to do so. Enraged, the Chancellor threatened to excommunicate him. Ultimately, the city churches were closed to Whitefield. Undeterred, he remarked, "If they were all open, they would not contain half the people who come to hear." So at 3 p.m, he went to the open fields of Kingswood. What followed at Kingswood in 1739 was nothing short of transformative. The colliers, their faces black with coal dust, wept openly as Whitefield preached. His audiences were described as being drenched in tears, and Whitefield himself was moved to weep alongside them. "How can I help weeping," he asked, "when you have not wept for yourselves?" His words broke their hearts, and their tears flowed freely. Thus began the great work at Kingswood, a movement that established the area as a stronghold of Methodism, a legacy that endures to this day. The Chancellor's opposition, though intended to suppress Whitefield's influence, ultimately served to advance his mission. When the church doors of Bristol were shut, Whitefield turned to the open air, where he reached far more people than any church could hold. Reflecting on this, one is reminded of the biblical truth: "Thou makest the wrath of man to praise thee." Indeed, what seemed a hindrance became a mighty triumph for the cause of Christ, as Whitefield's ministry flourished in ways that no human opposition could contain. Now imagine Whitefield, ready and prepared for the road, undeterred by the obstacles ahead. It was inevitable that the example set by the Chancellor of Bristol in opposing him would be widely emulated. The established ecclesiastical authorities, entrenched in their traditions, united in resistance. Yet, their efforts were utterly ineffective. Their rules and restrictions were no more effective against Whitefield than hedges would be at containing an eagle. Stripped of the option to remain within institutional confines, he had no choice but to follow his divine instinct for souls and take his ministry to the open air. The opposition extended beyond the clergy. Local officials, mayors, aldermen, and other petty authorities often issued prohibitions against his preaching. In Basingstoke, for instance, the mayor, John Abbott, a burly butcher, sought to inhibit him. The correspondence between the two is a revealing and humorous illustration of the hostility Whitefield frequently encountered. Though too lengthy to quote in full, the exchange highlights Abbott's coarse and insolent demeanor. In contrast, Whitefield maintained his characteristic sweetness and graciousness. Whether addressing abusive butchers or combative bishops such as Lavington, Whitefield never lost his temper or resorted to sarcasm. He did not indulge in personal attacks or cutting satire. Instead, his responses were calm, direct, and focused. He defended himself and his mission simply, never retracting or apologizing for his work, and always pressing forward with unyielding resolve. There is no comparable example of a preacher who was equally at home and equally impressive in such a wide variety of circles and settings. Whitefield's ability to command attention and inspire awe transcended social, cultural, and physical boundaries. The significance of the impact he made is underscored by the frequent mentions of his name in the correspondence of Horace Walpole, a man known for his cold-hearted cynicism and flippant mockery. While Walpole's allusions to Whitefield are often disgraceful, they nonetheless attest to the notice he commanded. Whether in the refined atmosphere of a drawing room surrounded by dukes, duchesses, prominent statesmen, and philosophers, in the orderly and devout worship of a parish church or an old tabernacle, or in the grandeur of the open air, nature's own vast cathedral, with 20 or 30,000 people gathered around him, Whitefield's presence was equally commanding. His unique ability to adapt to and captivate such dissimilar audiences remains unparalleled. From the moment George Whitefield stepped into Kingswood, his ministry unfolded with breathtaking intensity. Whether on mountain slopes, open heaths, or vast commons, the scenes were always remarkable. Thousands flocked to hear him, some arriving in carriages, others on horseback, and many on foot. The crowds filled the fields, perched in trees and hedges, all listening in hushed silence or moved to tears by his words. One unforgettable evening, as twilight deepened, Whitefield confessed, "Beneath the twilight, it was too much for me, and quite overcame me." But the most dramatic moment came on a stormy night, etched forever in the memory of those present. As he preached, lightning split the sky, illuminating the vast audience. Thunder rolled overhead, and flashes streaked along the ground from one horizon to the other. Far from being daunted, Whitefield's spirit soared. His voice rose above the storm as he proclaimed the warnings of God's wrath and the consolation of Christ's return. "Oh, my friends," he cried out, "the wrath of God, the wrath of God!" The crowd, shaken like leaves in a tempest, listened in awe. Then, as the storm raged, Whitefield's tone shifted to one of peace. He spoke of Christ, who bore and swept away God's wrath, and expressed his own yearning for the day of Christ's glorious appearing. "Oh," he exclaimed, "that my soul may be in a like flame when he shall come to call me." Can we truly comprehend the state of a soul that could burn with such seraphic ardor in the midst of such tumultuous scenes? In this way, through his field preaching, he paved the way everywhere for John Wesley. It has rightly been said, "Whitefield, not Wesley, is the central figure in the early rise of the Methodist movement." This first great stirring began in the winter of 1738–39. The two men were vastly different. For Whitefield, preaching was no easy task. It was not mere speaking. After a sermon, soaked with sweat, he would lie down utterly spent, sobbing, and appearing near death. In contrast, after one of Wesley's powerful sermons, which also stirred souls deeply, he would calmly mount his pony, ride to the next town, reading a book along the way or pausing to gather flowers from the hedgerows. Their temperaments were strikingly different. Every great movement needs two kinds of leaders, a Moses and an Aaron, an Elijah to prepare the way. Whitefield lived in the presence of deep truth, while Wesley saw that the work needed organization to last. As Wesley said, "I was convinced that preaching like an apostle, without gathering those awakened and training them in God's ways, is only giving birth to children for the destroyer." Whitefield preached like an apostle, touching hearts in peaceful countryside scenes. Yet, in rougher settings, such as fairs and wakes, infamous for immorality, he boldly confronted evil. Rough men often crumbled before him, as with the man who came to hurl stones, but ended up in tears, confessing, "I came to break your head, but you have broken my heart." The rough crowds of London were even fiercer than those of Kingswood. It is little wonder that men like Walpole, and even refined religious leaders, thought him mad for preaching in places like St. Bartholomew's Fair, Moorfields and Finsbury, amidst drummers, trumpeters, jesters, harlequins, and wild animals. To them, it seemed like preaching to a herd of swine. Historians like Sir James Stephen, Dr. Abel Stevens, and Isaac Taylor recount his triumphs with awe. One morning at 6 o'clock, he began preaching while being pelted with stones, dirt, and rotten eggs. "My soul was among lions," he said, yet his powerful voice prevailed as he tenderly addressed their sins and miseries. The crowd of 20 to 30,000 calmed like lambs. He returned later that afternoon, despite organized efforts to stop him. A man with a whip, a recruiting sergeant with drums, and others prepared to disrupt him. As Whitefield approached the outskirts of the crowd, he, ever adept at capturing the people's attention, called out, "Make way for the king's officer." The mob, caught off guard, parted, allowing the recruiting officer with his drum to find himself unexpectedly standing directly beneath Whitefield. From that point, the situation was easy for Whitefield to manage. The crowd roared like wild beasts, creating a scene of tremendous intensity. Incredibly, Whitefield persisted, preaching, praying, and singing until night fell. His efforts resulted in a decisive victory. The following day, he received no fewer than 1,000 notes from individuals, described as brands plucked from the burning, who shared their experiences of conviction and implored him to remember them in his prayers. This event in Moorfields became a foundation for the work of both Wesley's and Whitfield's followers in the area. Many have since tried to emulate such open-air preaching, but few have succeeded. Whitfield had the rare gifts needed to rival and surpass the entertainment of his day. It is no wonder some called him a fanatic. He might well have replied, "If we are out of our minds, it is for God, so that we may save some." What stands out most is that these bold acts were not the result of careful planning, but a response to circumstances, as if the Spirit of the Lord carried the leaders where they could never have planned to go. For an account of Whitfield's labors in America and the spread of the great revival there, the reader is referred to the supplemental chapter at the end of this volume. Chapter 5. The Revival Conservative. Lord Macaulay once remarked that John Wesley possessed a genius for government not inferior to that of Richelieu. This observation was proven true as soon as Wesley took an active role in the revival, and has been consistently affirmed in the history of the society he founded. It has been said that all institutions reflect the mind of their founder, and the longevity and structure of Methodism reveal the exceptional qualities of Wesley's leadership. While our previous chapter focused on Whitfield's unparalleled oratory, Wesley brought a structural and administrative genius to the movement. He too followed Whitfield's example, preaching in the open air, and his ministry produced extraordinary results. The contrast between the two men are often reflected in their actions. Whitfield overwhelmed audiences with his eloquence, while Wesley responded to opposition with sharp and fitting retorts. Despite his small stature, both his words and presence commanded respect. On one occasion, when faced with violent hecklers, Wesley turned and said sharply, "Be silent or begone." The crowd immediately complied. An encounter with Beau Nash in Bath highlights Wesley's calm, cutting wit. Nash, a notorious figure of idle and immoral behavior in high society, attempted to disrupt Wesley as he preached in the open air. With a crowd of wealthy and noble onlookers expecting to see Wesley humiliated, Nash demanded to know by what authority Wesley preached there. Wesley replied simply, "By the authority of Jesus Christ, conveyed to me by the present Archbishop of Canterbury, who laid his hands on me and said, 'Take thou authority to preach the gospel.'" Nash, undeterred, declared, "This is contrary to Act of Parliament. This is a conventicle." Wesley calmly corrected him. "The act you refer to applies to seditious meetings. Here is no sedition, no shadow of sedition. This meeting is not, therefore, contrary to the act." When Nash claimed Wesley frightened people out of their wits, Wesley asked, "Sir, did you ever hear me preach?" "No," Nash admitted. Wesley replied, "How then can you judge of what you have never heard?" Nash, relying on gossip, said, "By common report." Wesley then delivered the cutting blow. "Sir, is your name not Nash?" "It is," came the reply. Wesley, with his clear, piercing voice, said, "Sir, I dare not judge of you by common report." The crowd erupted, and Nash's humiliation deepened when an old woman publicly denounced his sins, forcing him to retreat. In another instance, when Wesley was threatened with physical assault, the attackers hesitated, unsure which man was their target. Wesley stood calmly, declared, "I am he," and the crowd fell silent, subdued by his boldness and dignity. While Whitfield embraced field preaching without much concern for its irregularity, Wesley took great care to defend the practice with powerful reasoning. It is surprising that preaching outdoors was considered so unconventional or needed justification, given that Jesus himself set the example, followed by the apostles, early church fathers, and reformers throughout history. A detailed history of field and street preaching would make a fascinating chapter in church history. Southey records one of Wesley's persuasive arguments in response to objections. Why preach in fields and streets? Are there not enough churches? Wesley replied, No, my friend, there are not, for us to preach in. You forget we are not allowed to preach there. Otherwise, we would gladly do so. To the claim, there are enough ministers without you, he countered. Ministers enough, and churches enough. For what? To reclaim all the sinners in the land. Yet one reason these sinners are never reclaimed is this. They never enter a church. Will you say, as some tender-hearted Christians have, then it is their own fault. Let them die and be damned. It may be their fault, but the Savior came after us, so we too must seek to save the lost. Wesley admitted the irregularity of his methods, but argued that those who forced him into this position had no right to condemn him for it. Will they throw a man into the dirt, he asked, and then beat him for being dirty? Clergymen who believe I preach the gospel should not complain. If they refuse me their pulpits, they are responsible for my preaching in the fields. This reasoning illustrates Wesley's sharp, practical mind, which led him to declare later, The world is my parish. The revival became increasingly conservative over time, shaped largely by the organizational genius of Wesley. Though the Countess of Huntingdon contributed significantly to this shift, the coherence and vitality of the movement owed much to Wesley's influence. A lasting example of this is the City Road Chapel, opened in 1776 near Bunhill Fields Burial Ground. The chapel replaced the Foundry, an important site in the early history of Methodism. Originally a government facility for casting cannon, the Foundry was a dilapidated ruin when Wesley purchased it in 1739. He transformed it into a place of worship. Over time, it became the center of London Methodism, seating 1,500 people. Where once weapons were forged, the Foundry became a temple of peace, housing band rooms, schoolrooms, and book rooms, the foundations of Methodist outreach and service. A writer in the British Quarterly has rightly observed that even the most romantic accounts of the saints in the Roman Catholic calendar do not present a more startling series of events than those found in the life and labors of Wesley. For instance, Roman Catholic stories claim that Blessed Raymond of Pegnafort spread his cloak upon the sea to transport himself across the water, sailing 160 miles in 6 hours and entering his convent through locked doors. Similarly, the devout and zealous Francis Xavier is said to have spent 3 entire days simultaneously in 2 different places, preaching all the while. Rome abounds in such remarkable accounts. Wesley, however, shines in a different light. Though he does not partake in such miraculous tales, Wesley appears almost ubiquitous, moving with a swiftness that brings to mind the flying angel with the everlasting gospel to preach. He excels both in his struggles against nature and in his battles with the wilder tempests stirred by human passions. For instance, we read of his traveling 280 miles on horseback in 6 days during the long, wintry hours, a remarkable feat for his time. When Wesley began his itinerant ministry, there were no turnpikes in the country. By the end of his career, however, Dr. Southey notes that Wesley had likely paid more for turnpikes than any other man in England, simply because no one else traveled as extensively. His journeys were far from idyllic summer excursions. He traversed the fens of Lincolnshire when they were flooded and the snow-covered fells of Northumberland in the dead of winter. Reflecting on one particularly grueling journey through dreadful weather, Wesley remarked, "Many a rough journey have I had before, but one like this I never had. Between wind and hail, and rain, and ice, and snow, and driving sleet, and piercing cold, but it is past. Those days will return no more, and are therefore as though they had never been. And pain, like pleasure, is a dream." One of Wesley's most memorable visits was to Epworth, the parish of his childhood and his father's ministry. When he arrived, the church was closed to him. Its minister, a drunkard indebted to the Wesley family, treated him with offensive hostility. When Wesley sought only to receive communion with the congregation, the minister refused, sending the message, "Tell Mr. Wesley I shall not give him the sacrament, for he is not fit." This rejection cut deeply. Wesley reflected, "It was fitting that he who repelled me from the table, where I had so often distributed the bread of life, should be one who owed everything to the tender care my father showed to him and his family." Despite this, Wesley stayed for 8 days, preaching each evening from his father's tomb in the churchyard, a striking image of the son, a prophet of his generation, preaching with pathos and power from the grave of his father. Reflecting on the experience, Wesley said, "I am well assured I did far more good to my old Lincolnshire parishioners by preaching 3 days on my father's tomb than I did by preaching 3 years in his pulpit." As Wesley traveled, unusual incidents occasionally occurred. One such event took place in York at the church on St. Saviour's Gate. The rector, Mr. Cordeaux, had frequently warned his congregation against hearing that vagabond Wesley preach. At the time, clergy in the Church of England commonly wore cassocks or gowns, much like French abbeys. Wesley, dressed in his clerical gown like a scholar in a university town, entered the church. Unaware of Wesley's identity, Mr. Cordeaux invited him to preach. Wesley, always prepared, accepted. His sermon, delivered with his characteristic fervor, deeply impressed the congregation. After the service, the church clerk approached the rector and asked if he knew who the preacher was. "No," replied Mr. Cordeaux. The clerk revealed, "Why, sir, it was that vagabond Wesley." Startled, the rector responded, "Ah, indeed. Well, never mind. We have had a good sermon." Such anecdotes, full of humor, poignancy, and adventure, are scattered throughout accounts of Wesley's travels. They await a skillful chronicle to bring them together into a vivid and engaging narrative. The brilliant passage in which Lord Macaulay vividly portrays the great English Puritans, as though with the brush of a Van Dyck, is well worth attention. Yet, even if the eminent essayist had undertaken the task, he might have lacked the necessary sympathies to create an effective portrait of the early Methodists. Their characters differed greatly from the Puritans, like the contrast between a portrait by Denner and one by Van Dyck or Velasquez. While Denner's work is homely yet remarkable, so too is the Methodist a subject of profound interest. The early Methodist was often a simple, perhaps unlearned individual, but he possessed the true light which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. Unlike the early Puritans or the ancient Huguenots, those children of the camp and the sword, nonconformist Templars and Crusaders, whose theology prepared them for battle, the Methodists' disposition was entirely different. The Puritans and Huguenots defied kings and scorned nobles as unsanctified men. In contrast, the Methodist, living in a more cheerful age, embodied a more joyful and humble piety. He was as loyal as he was lowly, one overlooked by the priests and Levites of his time. Yet he heard a voice that awakened him to his identity as a living, conscious, immortal soul, one for whom Christ had died. This new life gave him fresh purpose and dignity. True Christianity ennobles a man. It instills self-respect, unveils a higher purpose, and fosters a spirit of holy joy. It was within this mindset that Wesley found fertile ground for organization. Meetings and reciprocal fellowship became a necessity for the Methodist movement. As has been observed, every church requires a unifying symbol or sign for popular success. Just as St. Dominic gave the rosary to his order, John Wesley gave the ticket to his society. In those early days, chapels were scarce, and established churches refused entry to these unusual pilgrims journeying to the celestial city. Macaulay observed that if John Wesley had risen within the Church of Rome, it would likely have embraced him as the founder of a new order, His peculiarities would have been seen as tools to expand the Church's reach, and in time, he might have been honored with canonization. The English clergy as a whole recoiled from the Methodists, treating them as if they were a plague to be avoided at all costs. Yet something had to be done to prevent these new converts from drifting back into the world. Piety, like fine habits, must be cultivated and made habitual to remain secure, much like the fine twined linen of the tabernacle, with all its glory shielded by the rugged coverings of badger skins. John Wesley understood that the preservation of the newly converted would depend on frequent gatherings for singing, prayer, and mutual encouragement. Reciprocation became the lifeblood of Methodism. Converts gathered in each other's homes, in rustic and remote rooms, by the firesides of farmhouses or in secluded hamlets. These humble settings fostered a piety that, though often rugged, was infused with touching and beautiful instincts. From this foundation emerged what came to be known as band meetings, class meetings, love feasts, and the various means by which the Methodist Society thrived. It was like a wheel within a wheel, yet simple in its early days. Wesley's guidance was straightforward: look to the Lord, and faithfully attend all the means of grace appointed in the society. The essence of early Methodism is reflected in the words of a famous Methodist woman whose creed was summed up in 4 practical points: repentance towards God, faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, a penny a week, and a shilling a quarter. Wesley's own summary was even simpler: belief in the Lord Jesus Christ, and an earnest desire to flee from the wrath to come. These principles defined church fellowship. As faith became more outwardly expressed, the Methodist zeal for saving souls surged. This passion drove the early Methodists to call vast gatherings on heaths and moors. Occasionally, a country gentleman might open his hall to the preachers, though the more aristocratic element of Methodism often leaned Calvinist, aligning with the Countess of Huntingdon's movement, a kind of Free Church of England. Wesley's followers typically sought the seclusion of nature, or, in cities, preached in the streets, broad ways, and open fields. In some places, small rooms were constructed, which often became the seed for large Wesleyan societies. Central to all their meetings, whether in song or speech, was the sweetness and fullness of Christ. Their faith in God's love, shed abroad in their hearts, was profound, and their chief concern was for souls teetering on the edge of perdition. The early Methodists had little interest in abstract spiritual struggles or speculative despair. Their battle was direct, against the world, the flesh, and the devil. They genuinely believed in the devil as a real adversary, and Wesley dealt with sin as sin, and souls as souls. He and his preachers paid little heed to social proprieties in their tireless pursuit of the lost. Unpolished and undignified, their faces bore the marks of weariness, and their hands were heavy with toil, but they pressed on with fervent zeal. The strength of these men lay in their definite creed and their commitment to a structured church life. The early Methodist also possessed an intense instinct for prayer, practiced not out of philosophy but with simple faith that God heard them. Prayer was a passion for them, bringing both meaning and joy. We are not tasked with defending every aspect of this great movement, but with recounting its history and understanding how it flourished. God's work continues through diverse means, both ordinary and extraordinary, like rivers and rains, dews and lightnings, all working together to accomplish His purposes. A fascinating chapter, or even a full volume, could be compiled from the anecdotes surrounding the persecution faced by the early Methodists during the revival. In Cornwall, Edward Greenfield, a peaceful tanner with a wife and 7 children, was arrested under a warrant issued by Dr. Borlas, an esteemed antiquary but a staunch enemy of Methodism. When asked what offense Greenfield had committed, the response was telling: "The man is well enough, but the gentleman around here can't bear his impudence. He says he knows his sins are forgiven." Another well-known story tells of a wagon-load of Methodists being brought before a magistrate. When the court demanded to know their crime, silence fell until someone declared, "They pretend to be better than other people and pray from morning till night." Another voice added indignantly, "And they've converted my wife. Before she went among them, she had a tongue of her own, and now she's as quiet as a lamb." The magistrate, amused by this, concluded, "Take them all back and let them convert all the scolds in town." In Cornwall, there is a place uniquely dedicated to the memory of John Wesley, the Gwenap Pit. Located near Redruth, this wild and rugged region retains much of the untamed character it must have possessed over 100 years ago. Gwenap Pit is a natural amphitheater, carved into the hills and capable of holding approximately 30,000 people. Its sloping walls and unique acoustics make it an extraordinary site for projecting the human voice. Wesley first preached at Gwenap Pit in 1762. His initial visits to Cornwall were met with hostility. The unruly mobs of the area, then nicknamed West Barbary, roared and howled at him like wild beasts. However, by the later years of his ministry, he was welcomed with a reverence and affection befitting a sovereign. The streets were lined with onlookers, and windows were crowded with spectators, eager to catch a glimpse of him as he walked by. Cornwall became a significant territory within Wesley's unique ecclesiastical movement. When he first arrived, the region was marked by a savage irreligion and heathenism. Yet, through his labors, it was transformed into a stronghold of Methodism. In his journals, Wesley often recorded his visits to Gwenap Pit, which became an annual tradition. His first sermon there, as noted, was delivered in 1762. Remarkably, at the age of 86, he preached his final sermon at the same site in 1789. On those occasions, people would gather from all around the countryside to see and hear this venerable father of the faith. Gwenap Pit remains a symbol of the enduring impact of Wesley's ministry and the spiritual revival he helped ignite in the heart of Cornwall. The traditions of Methodism include few scenes more awe-inspiring than those at Gwenap Pit, Wesley's most renowned cathedral. This natural amphitheater, surrounded by wild moors, became a sacred gathering place for hushed and devout worshippers. Before Wesley's ministry, the immense population of the region might well have lamented, "No man cared for our souls." But now, they poured in to see him. Rugged miners from the hills, fishermen from the coast, and even men once engaged in the ruthless pursuits of wrecking and smuggling. These were people who had used God's name only in curses, who prayed only for shipwrecks to plunder, and who cruelly lured ships to destruction with false lights along the cliffs. Yet, a divine power had transformed them. With their families, they came to this wild glen to hear Wesley preach, filling his heart with joy. Gwenap Pit, a strange yet strikingly beautiful spot, was roofed by the open sky and surrounded by heath flowers, broom, chirping birds, and rugged rocks. It must have been an extraordinary sight and sound to witness 30,000 voices raised together, singing Wesley's hymns. Suffice that for the season past, hell's horrid language filled our tongues. We all thy words behind us cast, and loudly sang the drunkard's songs. But oh, the power of grace divine! In hymns we now our voices raise, loudly in strange hosannas join, while blasphemies are turned to praise. This was one of the great triumphs of the revival, a testament to the transformative power of grace and the enduring legacy of Wesley's work. Chapter 6. The Singers of the Revival. One of the most influential elements of the Great Revival was its introduction of the true power of sacred song to the people of England. A striking example comes from a man in northern England who, after attending a Methodist meeting with a newly converted friend, remarked, "Weel, I didna care sae much about the preaching, but man, yon balance were grand." His sentiment reflects the profound impact of congregational singing on the revival. The collective power of large groups, singing as one heart and voice, was essential to creating the transformative atmosphere that characterized the movement. Sacred song has always played a pivotal role in great national and religious movements. Humanity is innately drawn to music. Even those who cannot sing themselves are moved by its power. From the songs of the Roundheads and Cavaliers in political struggles, to the hymns of Ambrose in Milan, or Luther's Reformation ballads, song has shaped and sustained revolutions of both faith and society. Luther himself recognized this early. Inspired by a blind beggar singing of God's grace, he resolved to create simple, gospel-filled songs for the people to sing. These hymns spread like wildfire through cities, their memorable refrains, centered on words like Jesus, grace, and worthy is the Lamb, anchoring hearts to the gospel. Until the time of Isaac Watts and Philip Doddridge, England lacked popular sacred melodies, while the works of poets such as Sir Philip Sidney, John Milton, George Sandys, and George Herbert contained scattered examples of religious verse. These often lacked the ineffable quality that defines a hymn. Just as a person may be a great poet, yet lack the ability to write a good song, so too may a sacred poet fail to produce a true hymn. This elusive quality, the ability to distill profound human experience into lyrical expression, elevates theology and doctrine into something that soars, like the lark to heaven's gate. Isaac Watts is rightly credited as the creator of the English hymn. While some of his lines fail to meet the standards of refined taste, the adage holds true: the house that is building does not look like the house that is built. His work laid the foundation for subsequent hymn writers, who, though inspired by him, often wrote with a more meticulous regard for meter and sentiment. This refinement may have improved style in some instances, but occasionally at the cost of Watts's strength and depth. Even now, Watts's hymns, as a body of work, retain a remarkable majesty of thought and expression, arguably greater on average than those of any other English hymn writer. While individual hymns by others may match or surpass his finest compositions, his collection as a whole stands unparalleled. However, Watts's hymns were less suited to the fervor of great revivals or the expression of intense personal experiences than those of later writers, particularly the Wesleys. His hymns often lacked the communal and social elements that made others' compositions apt for experience meetings. Instead, Watts's finest works resemble the solitary notes of an angel's harp, transcendent and sublime but less grounded in shared human emotion. The Wesleys, by contrast, labeled many of their hymns as suitable for experience meetings, a characteristic Watts's hymns generally did not share, though they often excelled in evoking praise. Exceptions exist, of course, with one notable example being his hymn, "Give Me the Wings of Faith to Rise." This hymn is famously recalled in a letter from Doddridge to an elderly friend. Doddridge recounted preaching one summer evening in a plain village chapel in Northamptonshire, concluding the service with the singing of this hymn. Its lines capture the yearning for heaven and the triumph of faith, exemplifying Watts's ability to blend deep theology with lyrical beauty. The melody to which the hymn was sung may have been rough, but it was likely new to the congregation. As Doddridge watched, the people sang earnestly, moved to tears by the words. After the service, many of the older attendees, their hearts stirred, gathered around him, expressing a longing to see the face of the beloved Dr. Watts. Touched by their enthusiasm, Doddridge wrote to Watts about the incident, believing it would bring joy to his friend. In other parts of the country, people were also eager for sacred songs. When the Great Revival began, bringing together thousands who had long been accustomed to secular and often sinful singing, there arose a need for a new song of praise to match their transformed lives. As the psalmist says, those who had been lifted out of the horrible pit and miry clay now needed melodies to express their gratitude and faith. John Wesley, influenced by the Moravian singing, sought to meet this need. He translated and improved many of Count Zinzendorf's hymns and was the first to introduce the majestic lyrics of Paul Gerhardt into English hymnody. Some of the most enduring hymns in the Wesleyan collection are these translations. Wesley also drew heavily from Isaac Watts's works, incorporating them into his hymn books. His first collection, published in 1739, was a direct response to the revival's need for spiritual songs. Much like Luther, though perhaps without knowing Luther's anecdote of the blind beggar, Wesley and his collaborators spread the gospel through hymns and recurring gospel refrains. Early Methodism, like all powerful spiritual movements, was entirely free from elaborate rituals or artistic worship forms. Its expression was simple and deeply spiritual. Congregations resounded with hearty amens during sermons or prayers, followed by passionate, if not always melodious, singing. These songs often included new verses from the revival's own hymn writers, forming litanies and Te Deums that united the people in heartfelt worship. Wesley often used song as a tool to counter hostility. At Bengeworth in 1740, he faced an angry mob that proposed ducking him in the river. Undeterred, Wesley and his courageous companion, Thomas Maxfield, began singing. The mob carried him to the bridge at the end of the street, where they unexpectedly retreated. Seizing the moment, Wesley stood on the bridge, began singing, "Angel of God, whate'er betide, thy summons I obey," and then preached a powerful sermon to the remaining crowd. His text, "If God be for us, who can be against us?" The contributions of Watts and Wesley to hymnody are well known, but as the revival progressed, other remarkable hymn writers emerged. Among them, none is more notable than Thomas Olivers, the sturdy Welshman, as Southey describes him. Olivers was a striking example of the revival's transformative power. Before his conversion, he was a wandering reprobate, known for his idleness and dissipation. He had even composed mocking songs about Whitefield and performed them in taverns. However, upon hearing Whitefield preach on the text, "Is not this a brand plucked out of the fire?" his heart was utterly broken. Deeply remorseful for his ridicule of Whitefield, Olivers would follow him in the streets, silently reverent, and said he could barely resist kissing the marks of Whitefield's footsteps. With his life turned around, he later recalled, "I saw God in everything. The heavens, the earth, and all therein showed me something of him. Yea, even from a drop of water, a blade of grass, or a grain of sand, I received instruction." Though converted under Whitefield, Olivers came under Wesley's influence, who urged him to join his itinerant preachers. Wesley sent him to Cornwall in 1753, where his fiery and imaginative nature found fertile ground. Lacking even a horse, Olivers began his ministry on foot, carrying only his books and linen in a bag slung over his shoulders. Over the next 46 years, he made a bold and lasting confession of faith before many witnesses. Olivers became known for his theological rigor, acquiring a deep knowledge of languages, particularly Hebrew, and engaging as a leading controversialist during disputes within the revival. Wesley even appointed him editor and proofreader, though his struggles with punctuation led to his reassignment. Despite this, Wesley's affection for Olivers endured, and in 1799, Olivers was buried in Wesley's own tomb at the City Road Chapel. Though he wrote more prose than poetry, Olivers is immortalized by a single hymn of unparalleled majesty. While visiting a Jewish synagogue in London, he was captivated by a melody sung by Rabbi Dr. Leone. The tune so enchanted him that he returned home and wrote a hymn to fit the melody, "The God of Abraham Praise." This hymn, one of the grandest in Christian hymnody, transcends the contributions of even Byron and Scott's Hebrew melodies. Its opening lines are well known: "The God of Abraham praise, who reigns enthroned above, ancient of everlasting days, and God of love." Thomas Oliver's hymn, The God of Abraham Praise is best known by its first 4 verses, though it contains 12. James Montgomery praises it as a lyric of more majestic style, more elevated thought, or more glorious imagery than almost any in the English language. He likens it to a stately pile of architecture, severe and simple in design, growing more impressive with contemplation. Montgomery also highlights the unique harmony of its meter, a testament to Oliver's combined musical and poetic skill. A lingering question surrounds Oliver's authorship of "Lo, he comes with clouds descending." While often attributed to Charles Wesley, it seems likely that Wesley drew inspiration, and even the meter, from Oliver's hymn, "The Last Judgment." The hymn's original tune, Helmsley, composed by Oliver's himself, carried his name until more recent times. From Oliver's, it is natural to turn to his great theological opponent, Augustus Toplady. Like Oliver's, Toplady is immortalized by a hymn, "Rock of Ages, cleft for me." This hymn, widely regarded as the finest in the English language, is renowned for its depth of penitential devotion. Though some might debate whether any single hymn deserves such unmatched praise, Rock of Ages remains a spiritual cornerstone for countless believers. Its words have comforted multitudes, including the dying Prince Albert, for whom it was among the final lines spoken. Toplady, a scholarly clergyman and vicar of Broad Hembury in Devonshire, stood firmly on the Calvinist side of revival debates, often clashing with the fiery Arminian Thomas Olivers. Their disputes were far from civil, with Toplady's aristocratic sensibilities likely chafed by Oliver's rugged demeanor. Yet today, their hymns reside side by side in most hymnals. Toplady wrote many other hymns equal in poetic merit and emotional depth to Rock of Ages. His hymns are characterized by their pathos, vivid imagery, and a profound sense of human frailty paired with divine grace. Battling consumption for years, he passed away in 1778 at just 38 years old. Though he requested a quiet funeral without public attention, his burial at Tottenham Court Road Chapel drew thousands. His dear friend, Rowland Hill, defied Toplady's wishes by delivering an affectionate memorial address to the gathered crowd, a testament to the deep respect and love Toplady inspired. Toplady should be regarded as the chief singer of the revival after Charles Wesley, though of an entirely different order. His hymns are more meditative than social, often evoking the reflective qualities attributed to Watts. His Midnight Hymn is a work of uncommon sublimity, with verses suited less to congregational singing and more to quiet contemplation. It is especially fitting for evening family prayers, when the stillness of night settles over the home, and one prepares to entrust the soul to the silence of sleep. Thy ministering spirits descend, and watch while thy saints are asleep. By day and by night they attend, the heirs of salvation to keep. Bright seraphs dispatched from the throne fly swift to their stations assigned, and angels elect are sent down to guard the elect of mankind. Their worship no interval knows, their fervor is still on the wing, and while they protect my repose, they chant to the praise of my King. I, too, at the season ordained, their chorus forever shall join, and love and adore without end, their gracious Creator and mine. As noted earlier, the revival diverged into 2 distinct paths when Whitefield separated from Wesley. This division is relevant here because Toplady, intensely Calvinistic in his theology, reflected that creed fully in his hymns. Despite the doctrinal rigor, his compositions are marked by tenderness and the power to awaken dormant devotion. Hymns such as "Your harps, ye trembling saints," "Emptied of earth I fain would be," "When languor and disease invade," "Jesus, immutably the same," and "A debtor to mercy alone," display a balance of profound devotion, poetic beauty, and melodic grace. In a much humbler sphere than Toplady, yet sharing the same fervent faith and early death, was John Cennick. Despite his contributions to revival hymnody, he faced harsh criticism. In an article from the Christian Remembrancer on English hymnology, written with evident disdain for the hymn writers of the revival, Seneca is described as a low and violent person, with hymns deemed peculiarly offensive. The reviewer concedes minor exceptions for hymns like Children of the Heavenly King, but likely included Thou Dear Redeemer, Dying Lamb among the peculiarly offensive. Such dismissive assessments are unsurprising, considering the same article derides Newton's hymns, including the beloved How Sweet the Name of Jesus Sounds, as doggerel. The criticisms reflect the broader contempt held by many of the time toward revival hymnody, especially among those unsympathetic to its evangelical theology. The reviewer, for instance, questions whether any of Wesley's hymns belong in English hymnody at all, grudgingly admitting that Jesus, lover of my soul, in some small degree, approximates the model of a church hymn. Dismissing the Countess of Huntingdon's hymn book outright as containing raving profanity, such critiques reveal the disdain revival hymns faced among detractors, especially for their emphasis on direct faith in Christ, without reliance on priests or rituals. The joy of revival hymnody lay precisely in its simplicity and accessibility. Its songs expressed the same core message as its sermons: faith in Christ's immediate, personal presence with the soul. This directness of faith was both the strength of the hymns and the cause of their rejection by critics wedded to traditional church forms. The origins of some of the revival's most famous hymns remain uncertain. Edward Perronet is rightly credited with the majestic anthem, All Hail the Power of Jesus' Name, a hymn of universal acclaim. Another favorite, Beyond the Glittering Starry Globe, has a more mysterious authorship. Lord Selborne attributes it jointly to Fanch and Turner, though others mistakenly credit Oliver's. The Quarterly Review recounts a curious story about its composition. The hymn, it says, was written by two brothers in humble circumstances, one an itinerant preacher, the other a porter. The preacher, needing a letter delivered, asked his brother to take it. The porter refused, saying, I'm writing a hymn. Scoffing, the preacher said, You write a hymn? Nonsense. Deliver the letter and I'll finish the hymn. Upon returning, the porter found his brother stuck at the 8th verse. Give me the pen, he said, finishing with these triumphant lines. They brought his chariot from above to bear him to his throne, clapped their triumphant wings, and cried, The glorious work is done. The verse, however, is not the 8th as claimed, but the 22nd, part of a hymn that originally extended far beyond what is commonly quoted today. Its final verses vividly recall the angel's joyful service at Christ's ascension, tended his chariot up the sky, and bore him to his throne. Then swept your golden harps and cried, The glorious work is done. Whoever composed the hymn displayed a poet's imagination, a believer's deep pathos, and a powerful lyrical gift. The origins of many hymns from the revival are as fascinating as they are numerous. These hymns, beginning with the Wesleys and extending to Cowper and Newton, form the core of the era's sacred music. However, the revival singers were not limited to those whose work made its way into major hymn collections. Among the lesser-known contributors were James Grant, Joseph Griggs, and Miss Anne Steele. Steele, in particular, wrote a large number of hymns that achieved widespread acceptance across denominations, often resembling Doddridge's style. John Stocker is another name worth noting, but special attention belongs to Job Hupton, a Baptist minister from Beccles. Hupton authored a hymn that, though excluded from most hymnals, stands close in merit to Beyond the Glittering Starry Sky. It appeared only in our hymn book, edited by the author of this volume. Come, ye saints, and raise an anthem. Cleave the skies with shouts of praise. Sing to him who found a ransom, ancient of eternal days. Bring your harps and bring your odors. Sweep the string and pour the lay. View his works. Behold his wonders. Let hosannas crown the day. This hymn is too long for full quotation. Hupton, who ministered for 65 years, died in 1849 at the age of 88. The spirit of sacred song released across the country during the revival was unprecedented in the nation's experience. Boldly evangelical, these hymns avoided praise for church forms, holy days, or mariolatry. Instead, their focus was entirely on Christ, his saving work, man's state without him, and the joy of salvation. This was the essence of the revival's sacred music. Many have considered Jesus, Lover of My Soul, to be the most perfect hymn in the English language. While preferences vary with personal experience, this hymn encapsulates the heart of all the songs sung during the Great Revival. For the first time, Christian experience found music that addressed its every need. Watts, who pioneered the tradition, could scarcely have imagined the choirs and congregations his hymns would inspire. Isaac Taylor remarked of Charles Wesley that he has been drawing thousands in his wake and onward from earth to heaven. These hymns unified diverse gatherings. Wedding parties returned from church singing, "We kindly help each other, till all shall wear the starry crown." At funerals, glorious hymns abounded, with one particular favorite being, "There all the ship's company meet, who sailed with their Saviour beneath. With shoutings each other they greet, and triumph o'er sorrow and death. Few farewells occurred without the heartfelt strains of, Blessed be the dear uniting love, that will not let us part." Many services, whatever their occasion, were crowned with beloved hymns like, "Jesus, the name high over all, in hell or earth or sky," and the ever-popular, "Oh, for 1,000 tongues to sing, my great Redeemer's praise." By 1748, the hymns of the revival had become widely known. When a group of convicts, horse stealers, highway robbers, burglars, smugglers, and thieves was led to execution, the prison turnkey remarked that he had never seen such a transformation. The Methodists had been among them, and they had all surrendered to the power of the truth as it is in Jesus. As they marched to Tyburn, they sang together, "Lamb of God, whose bleeding love we now recall to mind, send the answer from above, and let us mercy find. Think on us who think of thee, and every struggling soul release. Oh, remember Calvary, and let us go in peace." The hymns also reached the bedside of the sick and dying. At Knowsley, the elderly Earl of Derby, grandfather of the current peer, was near death. His Methodist housekeeper, Mrs. Brass, often discussed religious matters with him and read him hymns. One day she read, "The Lord in the day of his anger did lay our sins on the Lamb, and he bore them away." The Earl paused and commented, "Stop, don't you think, Mrs. Brass, that ought to be, the Lord in the day of his mercy did lay." Though Mrs. Brass did not agree with his theological revision, it was clear his experience had passed through the meaning of the hymn. Another anecdote tells of an old blind woman listening to Peter McCowan preach. He quoted Watts's hymn, "The Lord pours eyesight on the blind. The Lord supports the fainting mind." The woman was so moved that she sought out McCowan afterward to ask if such verses truly existed. When he read the full hymn to her, "I'll praise my Maker while I've breath," her joy was complete. Stories like these abound, testifying to how these hymns inaugurated the rise of English hymnody. A writer has noted their unparalleled ability to meet the spirit in its most tender and plaintive moments and to lift it in inspired, prophetic ecstasy. These hymns brought solace and joy to miners in Cornwall, factory workers in Lancashire and Yorkshire, households, the dying, and even soldiers, sailors, slaves, and prisoners far from home. The hymns of the revival became a profound religious force, contradicting Cardinal Wiseman's later assertion that all Protestant devotion is dead. While the hymns of Denmark and Germany, many of which were translated during this period, deserve great admiration, it is no exaggeration to say that the hymnody of 18th century England stands as the most complete and powerful in the Church's history. Chapter 7. Lay Preaching and Lay Preachers. The revival owed much of its rapid and enduring success to the practice of lay preaching. This term, however, must be understood broadly, encompassing men who lacked the formal education and ordination of the revival's leaders, yet were equally devoted to the ministry. These were converted men, each shaped by his own temperament, but united by an ardent zeal for spreading the gospel. Despite strong prejudices against lay preaching, the practice has ancient roots. As Dr. Southey notes in his Life of Wesley, lay preachers have long been part of church history. Orders of preaching friars, hedge preachers, and disciples of Francis, Dominic, and Ignatius roamed medieval Europe, stirring religious fervor. Though lay preaching had little presence in the Reformation, the revival brought forth multitudes of such men, driven by necessity and a new spiritual impulse. A well-known anecdote captures the simplicity and authority of this calling. A town missionary preaching in a busy street was challenged by a Catholic priest, who demanded to know by what authority he preached. Holding up his New Testament, the missionary replied, "I find it written here, 'Let him that heareth say, Come.' I have heard, and I would say, Come." This sentiment epitomizes the spirit behind the rise of lay preaching in the revival. At first, lay preachers were men who led prayer meetings or offered humble exhortations. As the demand for frequent and reciprocal services grew, these simple beginnings gave rise to the more formal role of lay preaching. Initially, John Wesley sought to impose strict limits on these helpers. A staunch advocate of church order, Wesley viewed lay preaching with suspicion. The turning point came with Thomas Maxfield, the first lay preacher in Wesley's movement to defy these restrictions. While Wesley was in Bristol, Maxfield began preaching at the Foundry in Moorfields. News of this reached Wesley, who regarded it as a dangerous innovation. Upon his return to London, Wesley went directly to his mother, Susanna, who lived at the chapel house of the Foundry. When he voiced his dissatisfaction, Susanna, herself skeptical of lay preaching, surprised him. "Take care what you do respecting that young man," she advised, "for he is as surely called of God to preach as you are." At her urging, Wesley listened to Maxfield preach. Convinced of Maxfield's calling, he laid aside his prejudice, declaring, "It is the Lord, let him do what seemeth him good." The Countess of Huntingdon, initially sharing Wesley's prejudices against lay preaching, experienced a dramatic change of heart after hearing Thomas Maxfield. She wrote, "God has raised one from the stones to sit among the princes of the people. He is my astonishment. How is God's power shown in weakness?" Inspired by Maxfield's example, she dedicated herself to fostering a new order of lay preachers. A significant development soon followed. Early lay preachers avoided pulpits, instead speaking from within the congregation or a desk. Thomas Walsh was the first to break this custom. A man of profound humility and complete consecration, Walsh considered himself an ambassador for Christ. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the pulpit, disregarding tradition. His solemnity, commanding presence, and eloquence silenced objections, and his example opened the way for others to follow. This innovation gave rise to a remarkable band of men whose lives and work defy comparison with anything seen in later times. Local preachers became an integral part of the Methodist movement. At a time when printed literature had yet to achieve widespread influence, when authors, journalists, and popular books were scarce, these men traveled the country, stirring dormant minds with their unique gifts, holiness, humor, and vivid imagination. Wesley valued variety to sustain interest. He once remarked that remaining in one pulpit for a year would lull both himself and his congregation to sleep. He wrote, "We have found by long and constant experience that a frequent change of teachers is best. This preacher has one talent, that another. No one whom I ever knew has all the talents which are needful for beginning, continuing, and perfecting the work in a whole congregation. Nor can he find matter for preaching morning and evening, nor will the people come to hear him. Hence he grows cold, and so do the people. Whereas if he never stays more than a fortnight together in one place, he may find matter enough, and the people will gladly hear him. This reveals a straightforward style of service, and some of Wesley's preachers were indeed quite plain. Michael Fenwick, for example, is described by Wesley as just made to travel with me, an excellent groom, valet de chambre, nurse, and, upon occasion, a tolerable preacher. Fenwick once complained that, despite his constant travels with Wesley, his name was never mentioned in Wesley's published journals. Wesley obliged him in the next entry. I left Epworth with great satisfaction, and about 1 preached at Clayworth. I think none were unmoved but Michael Fenwick, who fell fast asleep under an adjoining hayrick. Joseph Bradford, a frequent companion of Wesley, exemplified the plain but devoted type of early Methodist preachers. His reverence for Wesley was profound, and he considered no task beneath him. However, one incident revealed his unyielding character. Wesley instructed him to deliver a packet of letters to the post, but Bradford, eager to hear Wesley preach, refused. Wesley insisted, and when Bradford stood firm, Wesley declared, "You and I must part." Bradford calmly replied, "Very good, sir." After the service, they retired to the same room for the night. The next morning, Wesley asked if Bradford had reconsidered. "Yes, sir," Bradford replied. "And must we part?" Wesley asked. "Please yourself, sir," Bradford answered. Wesley then asked, "Will you ask my pardon?" Bradford refused. "Then I will ask yours," Wesley said. These words melted Bradford, and he wept like a child. While preachers like Bradford were plain, they were never vessels of dishonor. Yet some men, like John Nelson, rose to remarkable greatness, standing almost alongside Whitefield and the Wesleys in significance. Nelson, a stonemason by trade, lived an extraordinary life filled with apostolic courage and resilience. His bearing was so dignified that even magistrates and gentlemen were often awed and abashed in his presence. He faced severe persecutions with cheerful, radiant composure and had an uncanny ability to disarm even the most hostile mobs. His efforts laid the foundations of thriving societies in Yorkshire towns like Leeds, Halifax, and Bradford. The stories of Nelson's ministry are as numerous as they are remarkable. At Nottingham, while preaching amidst a hostile crowd, squibs were thrown at him. Undeterred, he continued until a soldier pushed through the throng, tearfully begging Nelson's pardon. "I came here to mob you," the man confessed, "but I have been compelled to hear you. I believe you are a servant of the living God." Embracing Nelson, he wept and left, never to be seen again. An even more dramatic scene unfolded at Grimsby, where the local clergyman hired a drummer to stir up a mob to defend the rights of the church. The mob's ferocity was intense, but Nelson's commanding presence subdued even the wildest elements. The drummer, after beating his drum furiously for a time, suddenly stopped, discarded it, and stood listening as tears streamed down his face. John Nelson, a man of immense physical strength, honed by his trade as a stonemason, was no stranger to confrontation. Before his conversion, his strength and fearsome reputation commanded respect. Following his embrace of Methodism, however, his steadfast refusal to engage in violence became a torment to those who sought to silence him. When he was pressed into military service, a common tactic to suppress dissent, Nelson adopted the Quaker belief that Christians should not fight. His refusal to accept the king's money or to drill exasperated his officers, who marched him across the country without breaking his resolve. On one occasion, after rebuking an officer for profanity, Nelson was imprisoned and threatened with punishment. He later wrote, "It caused a sore temptation to arise in me, to think that a wicked, ignorant man should thus torment me, and I able to tie his head and heels together. I found an old man's bone in me, but the Lord lifted up the standard within. Else should I have wrung his neck and set my foot upon him. After 3 months, the Countess of Huntingdon secured his release. That very evening, Nelson preached in Newcastle, and many soldiers from his regiment wept as they bid him farewell. Nelson's troubles continued. He was arrested as a vagrant for having no visible means of support, despite his reputation as a skilled and industrious workman. When a gentleman offered £500 bail for his release, the offer was refused. As Nelson was paraded through the streets, crowds wept and prayed for him, to which he responded, "Fear not. God hath his way in the whirlwind and in the storm. Only pray that my faith fail not." It was in Bradford that they cast John Nelson into a filthy dungeon. The authorities refused to provide him with food, but the people, moved by compassion, thrust in food, water, and candles. Nelson shared these provisions with the other miserable prisoners confined in the same cage. All through the night, he sang hymns and spoke to them of eternal truths. The next day, he was marched off to York. News of his arrival stirred such a commotion that armed troops were ordered to guard him. Reflecting on the experience, he wrote, "Hell from beneath was moved to meet me at my coming." The windows lining the streets were filled with onlookers, some expressing sympathy, but most cheering and shouting as though a notorious political traitor had been apprehended. Yet, Nelson declared, "The Lord made my brow like brass, so that I could look upon all the people as grasshoppers and pass through the city as if there had been none in it but God and me." Such was John Nelson. These anecdotes are enough to reveal the kind of man he was. He has rightly been called the proto-martyr of Methodism. Yet a few brief stories cannot fully capture all that should be said of this remarkable and noble individual. His conversion ran deeper than in many cases, touching the profound roots of his soul. The questions posed by Methodism found him already grappling with the agonizing dilemmas that have tormented humanity throughout the ages until they encounter the truth as it is in Jesus. Nelson's life was free from overt immoralities. He enjoyed a humble, happy home, worked diligently, and earned good wages. Yet, as he walked through the fields, his heart was troubled. "Surely," he thought, "God never made man to be such a riddle to himself, and to leave him so." Then he heard John Wesley preach. "My heart," he later said, "beat like the pendulum of a clock, and I thought his whole discourse was aimed at me." That sermon changed his life. Nelson became a Methodist, and soon after a Methodist preacher. Among the noble names in the history of the Church of Christ, it is hard to imagine a name more worthy of honor in his own unique sphere than that of John Nelson. In contrast to Nelson's robust humanity was the deeply spiritual and ascetic Thomas Walsh. Born into a devout Roman Catholic family and intended for the priesthood, Walsh exhibited an intense and contemplative nature. Yet his strict faith brought him no peace. At the age of 18, he heard a Methodist preacher speak on the text, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." This encounter marked the turning point of his remarkable spiritual journey. Thomas Walsh's life was marked by such extraordinary godliness and devotion that even those outside his communion could not deny the work of God in him. Dr. Southey famously remarked that Walsh's life might almost convince a Catholic that saints were to be found in other communions as well as in the Church of Rome. This observation underscores the profound spiritual impact of Walsh, an Irishman whose commitment to God was matched by his remarkable intellect and scholarship. Walsh became a master of his native Irish, enabling him to preach to his people with clarity and passion, while also excelling in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. His knowledge of Hebrew was so extensive that his memory operated as an entire concordance of the Bible, allowing him to connect and recall Scripture with extraordinary precision. John Wesley spoke of him with high regard. "I do not remember ever to have known a man who, in so few years as he remained upon earth, was the instrument of converting so many sinners. Walsh's ministry had a tremendous impact, particularly among Roman Catholics, whose priests claimed that Walsh had died years earlier and that the man preaching in mountains, fields, and prisons was a devil in disguise. This rumor only attests to the extraordinary influence he wielded. Walsh's fervent faith burned intensely, but his body could not endure the strain. He labored between Ireland and London, leaving a trail of profound conversions. Yet, he died young, at only 27 years old. In his final days, he suffered deeply with doubts about his salvation. On his deathbed, after intense mental agony, he suddenly cried out, "He has come, he has come. My beloved is mine, and I am his forever." With this triumphant exclamation, he passed away. Walsh remains one of the most revered figures among the early Methodist lay preachers. Another notable figure was George Story, whose calm, reasonable demeanor provided a sharp contrast to the fiery intensity of Walsh or the rugged humor of John Nelson. Southey held particular affection for Story, appreciating his steady and reflective nature. Unlike many revival preachers, Story avoided what some might call enthusiasm, demonstrating instead that the revival's influence extended beyond uneducated or emotionally driven audiences. Story's conversion was sparked by an unusual source, his contemplation of Eugene Aram, the scholar who had recently been executed for murder in York. Admiring Aram's intellectual achievements, Story initially aspired to emulate him. But as he reflected on Aram's life, he asked himself, what did this man's learning profit him? It did not save him from theft, murder, or even the attempt to take his own life. This realization provoked a profound shift in Story's thinking. When the Methodists came to his village, he responded to their message, undergoing a spiritual transformation that Southey regarded as one of Methodism's most remarkable cases. As a preacher, Story excelled in calm, measured persuasion. His dispassionate manner disarmed opponents and won hearts, not through the exuberance of Nelson or the consuming zeal of Walsh, but by his steady and thoughtful approach. It would be incorrect to suggest that great lay preachers were found only under John Wesley's administration, though his systematic organization certainly shaped their itinerancy. Whitefield, in contrast, displayed no reservations about lay preaching and welcomed its usefulness. However, many lay preachers influenced by Whitefield or the Countess of Huntingdon soon became settled ministers rather than itinerants. Among these, Captain Jonathan Scott and Captain Toriel Joss stand out as two of the revival's most remarkable figures. Captain Jonathan Scott, a hero of the Battle of Minden and an officer in the Dragoons, experienced conversion through William Romaine, who, despite his own prejudices against lay preaching, encouraged Scott's public ministry. Fletcher of Madeley famously remarked, "His coat shames many a black one." Scott, from an ancient and wealthy family, brought a measure of social prestige to the movement, much to the delight of the Countess of Huntingdon. His preaching drew immense crowds. In Leeds, it was said the whole town turned out to hear him. For over 20 years, he was one of the leading preachers at the Tabernacle in Moorfields. Yet even Captain Scott's influence was eclipsed by that of Captain Toriel Joss. A seasoned sailor with a life reminiscent of John Newton's, Joss transitioned from the seas to the pulpit under Whitefield's urging. Whitefield once remarked of both Scott and Joss, "God, who sitteth upon the flood, can bring a shark from the ocean and a lion from the forest to show forth his praise." Joss left behind a prosperous maritime career and a promising inheritance to dedicate himself entirely to preaching. In London, his fame was second only to Whitefield's. He became Whitefield's close collaborator at the Tabernacle, serving first as associate pastor and later as its leader for 3 decades. His primary field was Tottenham Court Road Chapel, where his ministry earned him the affectionate title Whitefield's Archdeacon of Tottenham, bestowed by John Berridge. The names of other early lay preachers, Samson Staniforth, Alexander Mather, Christopher Hopper, John Hame and John Parson, are merely representative of a multitude. These men traveled tirelessly across England, enduring harsh conditions. Their journeys were far from leisurely. They often swam rivers, waded through deep snow, and slept beneath trees in forests when no shelter was available. Preachers carried spades to carve paths for their horses through snowdrifts, and they faced dangers from highwaymen, though they rarely had possessions worth stealing. Rogers, in Lives of the Early Preachers, recounts one such encounter. A preacher on horseback was waylaid by 3 robbers, one seizing the bridle, another pressing a pistol to his head, and a third attempting to pull him from the saddle. Calmly, the preacher asked, "Have you prayed this morning?" This unsettled them somewhat, yet they persisted in their plundering. One even drew a knife, preparing to rip open the saddlebag. The preacher explained that his saddlebags contained only books and tracts, and that he had just 2pence halfpenny in his pocket, which he handed over. "All I have of value is my coat," he said. "I am a servant of God, on his errand to preach. But let me kneel and pray with you. It will do you more good than anything I can give." One of the robbers declared, "I will have nothing to do with anything we can get from this man." They had already taken the preacher's watch, but decided to return it. Then, they picked up his saddlebag and carefully secured it back onto the horse. The preacher, unfazed, thanked them for their unexpected civility. "But now," he said, "I will pray." Without hesitation, he knelt down and began to pray with great fervor and power. The unexpected sight and sound of his prayer so unnerved 2 of the men that they fled in terror, running as fast as their legs could carry them. The third, the one who had first refused to participate in the robbery, remained on his knees beside the preacher. Deeply moved, he promised to turn his life around and expressed his hope of becoming a new man. Should the reader delve into the old magazines and documents that preserve the records of the early days of the revival, they will discover countless stories illustrating the remarkable tale of the self-denials, difficulties, and unwavering enthusiasm of these men. Their best record is written on high, for most of them were faithful servants of God. Among them was Alexander Coates, whose long life was marked by extraordinary usefulness in the work of the gospel. His gifts in preaching and conversation were said to be exceptional. As Coates lay on his deathbed, one of his brethren visited him and asked, "You don't think you have followed a cunningly devised fable now?" The dying man responded with firm conviction, "No, no, no." Pressed further, he was asked, "And what do you see?" With a radiant assurance, he replied, "Land ahead." These were his final words. Such were the men of the great revival, faithful in life, steadfast in their calling, and triumphant in death. Chapter 8. A Gallery of Revivalist Portraits. If this were a full history of the revival, we might take some time to describe the mockery and ridicule it faced, as the devoted preachers worked tirelessly to teach and awaken people across the country. They encountered both scorn and derision. Wealthy and shallow individuals such as Horace Walpole dismissed their efforts with sneers of superiority. For the general public, there were works like The Spiritual Quixote, a book still read by some today, which mocked Whitefield and his followers. Similarly, Lackington, a prominent bookseller, ridiculed Wesley's Societies in his scandalous yet entertaining autobiography. Around 1750, a play called The Miner debuted at the Haymarket Theatre. Written by the talented but immoral comedian Samuel Foote, the play openly mocked and lied about Whitefield. The Countess of Huntingdon personally appealed to the Lord Chamberlain to stop the play. While he admitted that had he known its harmful nature before licensing it, he would have stopped it, he claimed it was too late to act. The Countess then sought help from David Garrick, a famous actor who respected Whitefield. Garrick received her warmly and used his influence to temporarily suppress the play. Ironically, Foote, who had spread such disgraceful falsehoods about one of the most upright men, was himself later falsely accused of a serious crime. He died poor and heartbroken. Another such attack came in 1768 with the play The Hypocrite, performed at Drury Lane. It featured characters like Dr. Cantwell, Moorworm, and Old Lady Lambert. While more cleverly written than The Miner, it heavily borrowed from Molière's Tartuffe and Cibber's Non Jura. These works are now forgotten, but they highlight the opposition stirred against the revival and its leaders. As Scripture says, the carnal mind is enmity against God. But as for the movement itself, it attracted remarkable companions, men of great courage and character. While we have already mentioned several notable lay people, it is just as important to recognize the clergy who supported the revival. Despite the fact that many church leaders of the time, including archbishops and bishops, opposed it with mockery or disdain, a number of clergymen stood out. These men were known for their deep faith, sharp wit, eloquence, humor, learning, courage, and tireless dedication. Even now, their lives remain fascinating and inspiring, full of energy and variety. Some of these men were undeniably eccentric. Not long ago, we visited Everton in Bedfordshire to see the unusual epitaph on the tomb of one of the most peculiar and remarkable among them. Even if you've read it before, it is worth reading again. Here lie the earthly remains of John Berridge, late vicar of Everton, and an itinerant servant of Jesus Christ, who loved his master and his work, and after running on his errands many years, was called up to wait on him above. Reader, art thou born again? No salvation without a new birth. I was born in sin, February 1716, remained ignorant of my fallen state till 1730, lived proudly on faith and works for salvation till 1751, was admitted to Everton Vicarage, 1755, fled to Jesus alone for refuge, 1756, fell asleep in Christ Jesus, January 22nd, 1793. This epitaph, apart from the date of his death, was written by John Berridge himself. It is fitting that he chose to be buried in a part of the churchyard previously reserved for those who had died by suicide or met disgraceful ends. He had often said that this would be his way of consecrating the unblessed ground. This epitaph clearly shows that John Berridge was a unique and remarkable character. Southey once called him both a buffoon and a fanatic, but such judgments often revealed more about Southey's biases than the truth. Southey himself likely felt the sting of rebuke when George IV famously remarked, after reading Richard Watson's calm defense of the Methodist leaders against Southey's attacks, "Oh, my poor poet laureate." Such a verdict on Berridge was particularly unjust. In terms of learning, Berridge was likely a far deeper scholar than Southey. He was a distinguished member of Clare Hall, Cambridge, and for many years devoted 14 hours a day to study. Yet, his natural wit and humor made him an uncontrollable droll, with proverbs and sharp sayings flowing effortlessly from his lips. One critic described his style as like granulated salt. As a preacher, he commanded large crowds with his cheerful, shrewd manner and lively expressions. Farmers and graziers, among whom he lived, were captivated by his humor even before he began to speak. Dr. Guthrie thought highly enough of him to republish The Christian World Unmasked, Pray, Come and Peep, a work that is a true reflection of Berridge's personality. After his conversion, Berridge faced opposition from his bishop, who threatened to imprison him for preaching outside his parish. Berridge responded with characteristic boldness, "I would rather go to jail with a good conscience than remain free with a bad one." Despite the bishop's threats, he continued his ministry and became a close friend of the Countess of Huntingdon. His preaching extended far beyond his parish, including her chapels in London and across the country. His letters to her were equally vibrant, as seen in his description of young Rowland Hill. He is a pretty young spaniel, fit for land or water, with a wonderful yelp. He forsakes father and mother and brethren for Jesus, and I believe he will prove a useful laborer, if he keeps clear of petticoat snares. Berridge's words, though sometimes blunt and even rude, were effective in reaching large audiences. While he shared fellowship with the great revival leaders, he remained faithful as the vicar of his own parish and served as the spiritual leader of the Bedfordshire region. Despite his worldly wisdom, Berridge was generous to a fault. He was wealthy but used much of his income to help the poor, support itinerant ministers, and fund places for preaching. He traveled widely to spread the gospel, always paying his own way. His kindred spirit with John Bunyan is striking. Both labored for the gospel in Bedfordshire, though Berridge worked within the very church that had once persecuted Bunyan. From the flatlands of Bedford, we now journey to the rugged wilds of Yorkshire, to Harworth and its historic parish church. Today, Harworth is famous as the home of the Bronte family, including the author of Jane Eyre. But in the time we write of, its vicar, William Grimshaw, was as unique and striking a figure as John Berridge. Harworth, surrounded by desolate moors, was even more isolated in 1742, when Grimshaw became its vicar. Born in 1708 and passing in 1763, Grimshaw embodied the ruggedness of the moors themselves. When he arrived, the area was steeped in ignorance and immorality. Grimshaw, like John the Baptist crying in the wilderness, met the people with a force as rough as their own. He was a shepherd who acted like a shepherd's dog, fierce yet faithful. On Sunday mornings, he would begin the service by giving out the psalm, but if he noticed absentees, he would leave while the psalm was sung to round up the loiterers. He scoured the alehouses, chasing out drinkers and literally compelling them to come to church. On one such Sunday, a traveller passing through Harworth saw men climbing over garden walls and leaping out of windows. Thinking a house was on fire, he asked what was happening. The reply, "The parsons are coming." That was all the explanation needed. On another occasion, a man passing through the village on the Sabbath, heading to fetch a doctor, found his horse had lost a shoe. He asked the blacksmith for help, but the smith refused to work without the vicar's permission. After receiving Grimshaw's consent, the repair was made, illustrating the influence the vicar held over the community. Grimshaw was a man of great strength and fervent faith. His earnestness brought about a profound moral transformation in his parish. People from miles around came to hear his sermons, so many that the church could not hold them, and he often preached in the churchyard. While desolate today, that churchyard was once filled with large, eager crowds. His words, strong and direct, stayed with his hearers long after. When an unbelieving nobleman once mockingly told Grimshaw he could not grasp the truth of Christianity, the vicar replied sharply, "The fault is not so much in your lordship's head as in your heart." Grimshaw was the first who kindled in the wild heights of Yorkshire the flames of the revival. His mind was stirred simultaneously with others, but he does not appear to have received either from Whitfield or Wesley the impulses which created his extraordinary character, though he, of course, entered heartily into all their work. They visited Harworth and preached to immense concourses there. As to Grimshaw himself, in the most irregular manner, he preached in the Methodist conventicles and dissenting chapels in all the country round. He effected an entire change in his own neighbourhood. He put down the races. He reformed the village feasts, wakes and fairs. He was often expecting suspension, and at last he was cited before the Archbishop, who inquired of him as to the number of his communicants. "How many," said His Grace, "had you when you first went to Harworth?" 12. "And how many now?" "In the summer, about 1200. The astonished Archbishop turned to his assistants in the examination and said, "I really cannot find fault with Mr. Grimshaw when he brings so many people to the Lord's table." Southey is also complimentary, in his own way, to this singular clergyman, and says, "He was certainly mad." It was like what Festus said to Paul, but the madness of Harworth's pastor proved to be a blessing to the farms and cottages of those rugged moorlands. Grimshaw was a child of nature in her most beautiful form, transformed by God's grace. The freshness of the moors he walked and the songs of the torrents around him reflected his vibrant, natural spirit and character. It has been fittingly said that just as the poet Wordsworth rests in the shadow of Helvellyn, so it was natural for this watchman of the moors to sleep at the foot of the hills where he labored so faithfully. Grimshaw's life, though relatively short, left a deep mark. When he lay on his deathbed, Robert Shaw, an old Methodist preacher, visited him. Grimshaw said, "I will pray for you as long as I live, and if there is praying in heaven, I will pray for you there. I am as happy as I can be on earth, and as sure of glory as if I were in it." His final words were, "Here goes an unprofitable servant." The wilds of Yorkshire embraced the revival wholeheartedly. Henry Venn of Huddersfield perhaps surpassed both Berridge and Grimshaw in influence. Born in 1724 and passing in 1797, Venn's life was full of warmth and fruitfulness. His church in Huddersfield drew large crowds eager to hear him preach. His life has been compared to a field of wheat or a bright summer day, simple yet profoundly impactful. Though he may not have been eccentric in the usual sense, his deep holiness, usefulness, and earnestness made him stand out. His influence persists in many ways, and he worked closely with the Countess of Huntingdon, later moving to London to mentor Rowland Hill by preaching at Surrey Chapel. In another part of Yorkshire, a remarkable movement began around 1734, led by Benjamin Ingham. Ingham, once part of the Holy Club at Oxford alongside the Wesleys, settled at Ossett near Dewsbury after marrying Lady Margaret Hastings, a sister of the Countess of Huntingdon. Though ordained in the Church of England, his unconventional methods forced him to leave its fold. Inspired by the Moravians, Ingham introduced a version of their teachings to the West Riding of Yorkshire, founding as many as 80 societies. Ingham's work aimed to combine Moravian discipline and doctrine with Congregationalist ideals, but the experiment ultimately failed. Divisions arose, with the Moravian followers forming their own separate communities and the Methodist members joining Wesley's growing movement. Ingham hosted Count Zinzendorf, the Moravian leader, at his home in Ledston House. However, personal tragedy struck when Lady Margaret died, leaving Ingham heartbroken and unable to fully recover. Still, his work bore lasting fruit. One legacy of this movement can be seen at Fulneck, a small Moravian colony and institution near Leeds, a living reminder of the great revival's enduring impact. From the rugged moors of Yorkshire, we leap to Truro, the picturesque capital of Cornwall. Here we encounter the enduring name of Samuel Walker, born in 1714 and passing in 1761. As the minister of Truro, his influence was profound, transforming the town from a state of moral corruption to one of remarkable piety and virtue. To this day, the name Walker of Truro carries a sense of holiness and admiration. It is impossible to do justice to all the remarkable individuals whose lives were entirely devoted to spreading revival and awakening both a careless world and an indifferent church. Among them was William Romaine, a man of immense influence. For a time, it was humorously said, people came from the country to see Garrick act and to hear Romaine preach. Yet he was far more than a captivating orator. He was a profound scholar. He began as Gresham Professor of Astronomy and editor of the 4 volumes of Calassio's Hebrew Concordance. Later, he was set ablaze by the evangelical spirit, becoming one of the Countess of Huntingdon's chaplains and one of the most prominent church figures in London for nearly 50 years. Romaine's history in London churches is a story of both brilliance and struggle. For a time, he served as morning lecturer at St. George's, Hanover Square, the most fashionable of congregations. However, he was soon accused of vulgarizing the church and drawing uncomfortable crowds. He then became evening lecturer at St. Dunstan's in Fleet Street, but the rector tried to block him by occupying the pulpit during prayers. The case went to court, where Lord Mansfield ruled that after 7 p.m., The church belonged to Romain for his lectures. Yet, church wardens locked the congregation out, leaving them to wait in rain or cold. Eventually, the congregation's persistence wore down resistance, but the wardens still refused to light the church. Romain often preached to a packed crowd illuminated by a single candle. Throughout these struggles, Romain lived a simple, frugal life, often paid as little as £18 a year. Dragged to court multiple times, he defended himself skillfully, demonstrating that he had broken no laws. Despite relentless opposition, he remained steadfast and was eventually recognized as an immovable figure in the church. He became rector of St. Anne's, Blackfriars, where he preached the sermons later published as The Life, Walk, and Triumph of Faith, a beloved book of the era. Born in 1714, Romain passed away in 1795. His later years were peaceful, though some detected a certain severity in his character, perhaps the mark of the long, arduous conflicts he endured with unwavering consistency. And we must not overlook John Newton among this noble company. His life marks the point when the fiery zeal of the revival began to settle into structure and order, when persecution subsided, and Methodism gained recognition as a respectable movement. Newton, born in 1725 and passing in 1807, was deeply aligned with the theology and mission of the Revivalists. Yet, before he became the rector of St. Mary Woolnoth and St. Mary Woolchurch, his life unfolded with such extraordinary adventures that it could be mistaken for a tale by Defoe. Newton's parlour at No. 8 Coleman Street Buildings was a hub of the evangelical movement on Friday evenings. Dignitaries of the revival gathered there, drawn to the man who once described himself as a wild beast on the coast of Africa, whom the Lord had caught and tamed. "Now," he would say, "you come to see me as people go to see the lions in the tower." John Newton, once a reckless sailor, had become the saintly rector, a grand figure with little trace of traditional clerical airs. He sat in his blue pea-jacket and black neckerchief, retaining a sense of freedom from his days at sea. His wisdom, unlike the blunt humor of Berridge, was deep and measured. Newton's fiery past had settled into quiet reflection, but his presence remained a source of inspiration. Esteemed figures like Hannah More, William Wilberforce, Claudius Buchanan, and John Campbell sought him for counsel and to renew their zeal. He was a friend of William Cowper, the poet often called the poet laureate of the revival, and an author of hymns still sung today. Newton chronicled his remarkable life, penned the story of his comrade William Grimshaw, and wrote letters filled with spiritual insight. His talents could have taken him in many directions, yet he devoted himself entirely to God's work. As the revival matured, either solidifying into stable organizations or branching into new fields of ministry, Newton provided wisdom and guidance, nurturing plans that would have astonished even his own expansive mind. In concluding this chapter, it is important to note that, as varied as the characters of these men and their countless comrades were, individuals to whom we pay homage, even though space prevents us from naming them, their strength lay in the certainty and confidence with which they spoke. There was nothing tentative about their teaching. Sir William Hamilton, the distinguished scholar, observed that assurance is the punctum saliens, that is the strong point of Luther's system. The same was true of these men. They could say with conviction, "We speak that we do know, and testify that we have seen." It was a full assurance of knowledge that granted them authority over those they sought to reach, whether in public proclamation or private counsel. Whitefield, Wesley, and their followers shared a resolute faith in God and a deep belief in his personal care for the souls of men. This conviction underpinned their teaching and their prayers, whether offered by the staunchest Calvinist or the humblest primitive Methodist. The entire spirit of the revival revolved around this certainty. These men, through their strong faith and the compelling force of their own nature, were able to draw others to their convictions. Their history vividly demonstrates that teaching marked by wavering uncertainty oscillating like a pendulum, is powerless to transform character or influence the mind. Chapter 9. Blossoms in the Wilderness. The Great Revival was transforming England's moral wilderness, creating a pure and spiritual atmosphere as its movements and organizations took root across the land. Voltaire and his circle of self-assured skeptics, Bolingbrookes, Middletons, Mandevilles, Chubbs, Woolstons and Collinses, had prematurely predicted the decline of Christian faith. The contrast between England and France during this period is striking. While faith in England was quietly renewing society, in France it appeared to be trampled underfoot. England experienced a sacred, silent revolution, but France was heading toward the chaos of a violent upheaval. Lord Chesterfield observed the state of France with chilling accuracy. In short, all the symptoms which I have ever met with in history, previous to great changes and revolutions in government, now exist and daily increase in France. These words, spoken years before the French Revolution, foreshadowed the storm that would bring the monarchy, aristocracy, and much of the nation's piety to the guillotine. This tragic upheaval seemed a natural consequence of a king who had discarded the very principles and protections that could uphold his throne. The result was a nation in turmoil, with the masses overthrowing the monarchy in the fires of the Reign of Terror. In Britain, however, the story was different. The revival marked the beginning of modern religious history, bringing new joy, cultural growth, and stability to the nation. This transformation did not come from the upper echelons of society. Apart from a few exceptions, including the sovereign, the nation's leaders showed little concern for the moral welfare of the people. Instead, the movement arose from the people themselves and the efforts described in earlier chapters. Amidst the revolutionary waves spilling over from France, waves often worsened by the misjudgment of governments and magistrates, the revival calmed and enlightened public sentiment. It fostered social order and strengthened the throne, ensuring that Britain remained stable and secure during a time of upheaval. The historians of Wesleyanism, though deserving of respect, have often tended to view their movement as the sole center and origin of the remarkable social transformations sparked by the Great Revival. Dr. Abel Stevens, in particular, seems to equate Methodism entirely with Wesleyanism, suggesting that efforts like printing presses, book and tract societies, schools, missions, and other means of social improvement all began with Wesleyanism. While we honor Wesley's immense contributions and recognize Dr. Stevens' work as one of the best histories available, it is clear he overlooked contributions from those outside the Wesleyan connection. The revival encompassed a vast field of Methodism that operated independently of Wesley or the Wesleyan Conference. The same spirit of renewal touched numerous individuals across diverse social and ecclesiastical boundaries, all working toward the same end. While this book has focused heavily on the preachers and their powerful sermons, the revival's impact went far beyond preaching. These voices were like thunderclaps, awakening the nation's dormant conscience and inspiring action. The defining trait of all the revival's fruits can be summed up in the familiar phrase, "a single eye to the glory of God." One active clergyman in Yorkshire captured this spirit with his saying, "I do love those one-eyed Christians." The name Robert Raikes naturally comes to mind here, bringing thoughts not only of Gloucester, but of the wider county of Gloucestershire. This beautiful region played a notable role in the revival. Its proximity to Bath drew the attention of the Countess of Huntingdon, and the old proverb, "as sure as God is in Gloucestershire," gained new meaning during this era. The saying, first coined in monastic times and later associated with the Reformation when Tyndale lived in North Nibley, became even more fitting when George Whitefield preached to massive crowds on Stinchcombe Hill. Revival fires blazed in places like Rodborough, Ebley, and the Stroud Water Valley, while Rowland Hill established his vicarage at Watton-under-Edge. Nearby, the remarkable Christian worker Cornelius Winter, a close friend of Whitefield, labored diligently. From his efforts arose his most outstanding pupil, William J., who became one of the great preachers of his time. Gloucestershire, with its revival beacons, became a shining testament to the movement's enduring influence. The revival also reached distinct groups that appeared separate from Methodism, but were undoubtedly shaped by its influence, such as the Clapham sect. The name, coined by the witty yet often critical Sidney Smith, first appeared as a satirical jab in the Edinburgh Review. However, years later, Sir James Stephen's elegant essay in Essays on Ecclesiastical Biography transformed the term into a respected historical reference, chronicling the sect's leaders, actions, and lasting impact. The Clapham sect, like the evangelical succession described earlier, was a natural outgrowth of the Great Revival, a movement driven by a passion for divine truth, which inspired a profound concern for humanity. When people grasp the reality of their own immortality and redemption in Christ, they inevitably turn their attention to the spiritual and temporal needs of others. This has always been true. Those who lack a sense of eternal life often neglect temporal concerns as well. Institutions like hospitals, churches, orphanages, and missionary societies consistently arise from the same spiritual roots. Picture the quaint village of Clapham, its peaceful common surrounded by the homes of wealthy merchants, statesmen, and preachers, all deeply influenced by the revival. This was the birthplace of efforts to shatter the chains of slavery, bring light to heathen lands, and distribute Bibles to villages and far-off nations. The revival ushered in a period of extraordinary spiritual awakening, akin to submerged islands suddenly emerging across a vast lake of humanity. From this awakening sprang a host of transformative initiatives: education reform, improved prison conditions, missionary work in the East Indies, the abolition of slavery in the West Indies, the eradication of the slave trade throughout the British Empire, and the founding of Bible and tract societies. The organizational framework and charitable enterprises we admire today have their roots in the revival of the 18th century. What seemed like a magnificent wave of enthusiasm was underpinned by a few simple yet profound beliefs. The spiritual world is real. Every person is endowed with an immortal soul, and every soul is precious to Christ, and therefore should be precious to his followers. Motivated by these truths, people from all walks of life, parlors, drawing rooms, cottages, and humble homes, pursued opportunities to do good. Though their efforts were shaped by human imperfections, they accomplished remarkable and enduring results. If a reader, moved by admiration, were to visit Clapham Common and inquire where John Shaw, Lord Teignmouth, the first president of the Bible Society, lived, they might feel a twinge of disappointment upon learning that the building now standing there is the Roman Catholic Redemptionist College. Yet it was in that very house that many of the great schemes we've mentioned were conceived. From his own home, near the site now occupied by suburban shops at the Plough, Zachary Macaulay would often walk to join these discussions, sometimes bringing along his young son, Thomas Babington Macaulay, later renowned as a historian and writer. John Shaw had served as governor of India in Calcutta, and Clapham Common also became home to William Wilberforce for a time. Together, these statesmen envisioned plans to fulfill David's prayer in Psalm 72. Another notable residence on the Common was the home of John Thornton, who shared the honors of hosting these divine committees of ways and means. Before the founding of the Bible Society, Thornton spent £2,000 annually distributing Bibles and Testaments, essentially a Bible society in one man. Clapham Common became a hub for noble ideas aimed at human flourishing. Granville Sharp and Thomas Clarkson were frequent participants, and the circle was often graced by the presence of John Newton. Every devout traveller arriving in London would first seek Newton's guidance, and he was known for introducing them to these vibrant circles. Under his influence, Claudius Buchanan found his mission to India, launching his great sermon, The Star of the East, from this very place. It was Newton, too, who inspired John Campbell to embark on his explorations of Africa, where Campbell later guided the missionary Robert Moffat, setting the stage for Moffat's extraordinary work. Sir James Stephen's reflections on the Clapham sect are insightful, but even they do not encompass all its remarkable contributions. Another house, Hatcham House, stood nearby in its park near Peckham. This was the home of Joseph Hardcastle, a close friend of Wilberforce and a generous merchant prince. His city offices hosted the earliest meetings of the Bible Society, the Religious Tract Society, and the London Missionary Society. Hardcastle also led efforts to limit the East India Company's complicity in supporting practices like Hindu infanticide and idolatry. Among the Clapham sect, Hardcastle's name shines as a beacon of Christian integrity. Stephen's account also omits his own father, Sir George Stephen, whose contributions deserve recognition, as well as those of Thomas Gisborne, one of the most captivating preachers of the evangelical Anglican tradition, and Sir Robert Grant, whose hymns remain treasured in Christian worship. From this small community of inspired individuals, the revival gained new strength, spreading its influence far and wide, taking, as it were, the wings of the morning and reaching to the ends of the earth. Chapter 10. The revival becomes educational. Robert Raikes. In 1880, England and America celebrated the centenary of Sunday schools. This milestone renewed attention to the life and work of Robert Raikes, whose name has become synonymous with these institutions. His early efforts on behalf of children were revisited, sparking fresh admiration for his pioneering role in this vital movement. Gloucestershire, though not among the largest counties, is undoubtedly one of the most beautiful, its name itself thought to derive from glaw, an old British word meaning fair. It is also a county rich in history and significance, home to many notable figures. John de Trevisa, once Vicar of Berkeley, was a contemporary of John Wycliffe and shared his disdain for the practices of the Church of Rome, striving to make Scripture accessible to his parishioners. In Nibley, Gloucestershire, William Tyndale was born. It was in his noble heart that the idea first took root that every English Christian should read the New Testament in their native tongue. Tyndale famously told a priest, "If God spares my life, I will take care that a ploughboy shall know more of the Scriptures than you do." His life as a translator and martyr remains one of the most compelling stories in Christian history. Gloucestershire also played a significant role in the Protestant Reformation. Among its martyrs were James Bainham and Bishop John Hooper, who was burned at the stake in Gloucester in 1555. In Berkeley, Dr. Edward Jenner, the pioneer of vaccination, was born, the son of the local vicar. From the Old Bell in Gloucester, George Whitfield set forth to awaken a slumbering church in both England and America. The county's ecclesiastical prominence was once captured in the old saying, "As sure as God is in Gloucestershire." This phrase initially referred to the county's immense ecclesiastical wealth, which attracted papal attention. For 50 years, it was held by 4 successive Italian bishops, including Giulio de' Medici, who became Pope Clement VII in 1523. However, the saying found deeper meaning through the sacrifices of martyrs like Tyndale and John Hooper, and through the transformative work of men like Whitfield and Jenner, figures who overshadowed the county's clerical opulence. To this illustrious list of names, we must add Robert Raikes, the founder of Sunday schools. While earlier, scattered efforts to teach children on the Sabbath existed, Raikes transformed this idea into a national movement. His work gained widespread support, from the king and queen to bishops, clergy, lay ministers, and common people. His Sunday schools offered a simple and effective way to reach the neglected and impoverished children of his day, those who were, as Scripture says, perishing for lack of knowledge. His influence stirred the nation and gave new life to the mission of Christian education. Mr. Joseph Stratford, in his biographical sketches of the great and good men in Gloucestershire, and Mr. Alfred Gregory, in his life of Robert Raikes, works to which we gratefully acknowledge our indebtedness for much of the information in this chapter. Both give due honor to the humbler, often overlooked laborers whose hearts were stirred to begin the work that Raikes later elevated to national prominence. Through his efforts, what had been isolated initiatives became a perpetual institution embraced by the Church in every Christian denomination. One such precursor was the Reverend Joseph Alleine, the eminent nonconformist minister of Taunton and author of The Alarm to the Unconverted. Alleine implemented a practice of gathering young people for instruction on the Lord's Day, laying early groundwork for what would later flourish as Sabbath schools. Even in Gloucestershire, before Robert Raikes was born, the village of Flaxley, on the borders of the Forest of Dean, saw one of the earliest Sabbath schools. Flaxley, celebrated by the poet Bloomfield in these lines: "Mid depths of shade, gay sunbeams broke through noble Flaxley's bowers of oak, where many a cottage trim and gay whispered delight through all the way," was home to a noteworthy effort led by Mrs. Catherine Bovey, the lady of the old Cistercian Abbey. Her initiative was among the first and most delightful examples of Sabbath school work. Her monument in Flaxley Church, erected after her death in 1726, commemorates her acts of compassion, stating that she clothed and fed her indigent neighbors and taught their children, some of whom she entertained at her house and examined herself. It is further recorded that 6 poor children dined at her residence each Sunday by turns, and afterward recited the catechism. We learn of another humble laborer, who perhaps more closely embodies the early Sabbath school teacher in Bolton, Lancashire. James Hay, affectionately known as Old Jemmy of the Hay. According to Mr. Gregory, Jemmy spent his weekdays winding bobbins for weavers, while dedicating his Sundays to teaching local boys and girls to read. His school met twice each Sunday in a neighbor's cottage, with the start of the sessions announced not by a bell, but by the striking of an old brass pestle and mortar. Over time, Jemmy received support from Mr. Adam Compton, a nearby paper manufacturer, who supplied him with books. Monetary contributions also began to flow in, allowing Jemmy to expand his efforts and establish 3 branch schools. Teachers in these branches were paid 1 shilling each Sunday for their service. Other examples of early Sabbath school initiatives also emerged during this time. In 1763, the Reverend Theophilus Lindsay established a school-like program at Catterick in Yorkshire. In 1769, Miss Hannah Ball, a young Methodist woman in High Wycombe, formed a Sunday school in her town. Around the same period, the Reverend David Simpson of Macclesfield, an admirable and devoted minister, created a similar initiative. Contemporary with Robert Raikes, Mr. William King, a woolen card maker, began teaching on Sundays in the old Whitfield Tabernacle at Dursley, Gloucestershire. He even travelled to Gloucester to consult with Raikes about the best methods for organising and expanding the work. These scattered efforts, occurring independently across the country and separated by great distances, lacked any unified structure or widespread adoption. However, they served as precursors and inspirations for the broader movement. It was Robert Raikes who ultimately shaped these scattered efforts into what could rightly be called an apostolic mission, giving the Sunday school movement its enduring and organized form. Despite earlier examples, Robert Raikes must be recognized as the true founder of Sunday schools as a widespread and organized system. Under his leadership, Sunday schools became more than isolated efforts. They grew into a national movement. Raikes' standing in Gloucester, his profession, respectability, and prominence as editor and proprietor of the Gloucester Journal gave him the platform to publicize and expand his work. Even before launching Sunday schools, Raikes was known as a philanthropist. John Howard, revered as the apostle of prison reform, occupies a similar place in prison philanthropy as Raikes does in the history of Sunday schools. In fact, nearly 2 decades before starting Sunday schools, Raikes had worked tirelessly to reform Gloucester's prison, earning him the title Teacher of the Poor. Howard himself visited Raikes and praised his benevolent efforts. It is likely that Raikes' experience in the prison, where he witnessed the devastating effects of moral and spiritual neglect, inspired his vision for Sunday schools. The grim state of society is illustrated in a 1783 issue of the Gloucester Journal, where Raikes reported that 66 people had been committed to Gloucester Castle in a single week. He added, "The prison is already so full that all the jailer's stock of fetters is occupied, and the smiths are hard at work casting new ones." These were not soldiers or sailors, but frequenters of alehouses and skittle alleys. In another article, Raikes reflected on the ships bound for Botany Bay, which would carry nearly 1,000 convicts. He lamented, "They might have lived perfectly happy in this country had they been early taught good principles, and to avoid the danger of associating with those who make sobriety and industry the objects of their ridicule." These observations reveal the direction of Raikes' thoughts before he began his transformative work. Determined to address the root of the problem, he turned to the children who filled Gloucester's streets with noise and chaos every Sunday. Though others might have recoiled at the sight of these unruly ragamuffins, Raikes gathered them, aiming to replace disorder with purpose. Initially, he arranged for the children to meet him at 7 a.m. in the Cathedral Close, where they attended an early service with him. The numbers grew quickly, and Raikes became the leader of what he called his ragged regiment. Over time, Sunday mornings in Gloucester underwent a visible transformation. The streets once filled with disorder now reflected a quieter, more disciplined spirit. Raikes, though gentle and kind, was far from weak. He had a firm resolve and a practical understanding of the world, supported by his connections in respectable society. His influence extended even to the monarchy. The King and Queen invited him to Windsor to discuss his system, seeking to adopt and promote it. Raikes described his work as botanizing in human nature. To parents, he required only clean hands, clean faces, and combed hair for their children. He provided shoes for the barefoot and clothes for those who demonstrated commitment to attending regularly. Through his efforts, Raikes cultivated beauty and hope in even the most neglected corners of society. Many stories attest to the profound changes his work inspired, as lives once lost to chaos blossomed under his care. Truly, his Sunday schools were seeds sown in barren soil, yielding a harvest of transformed lives. The stories of Robert Raikes consistently reflect his gentleness and compassion. In one instance, a stubborn and defiant girl refused all correction and would not ask forgiveness from her mother. In the mother's presence, Raikes addressed the girl, saying, "Well, if you have no regard for yourself, I have much for you. You will be ruined and lost if you do not become a good girl, and if you will not humble yourself, I must humble myself on your behalf and make a beginning for you." With great solemnity, he pleaded with the mother to forgive the girl. His heartfelt words melted the girl's pride. She fell to her knees, asked her mother's forgiveness, and from that day forward caused no further trouble. This simple anecdote exemplifies the divine kindness in Raikes' approach and reveals the admirable and lovable character of the man. The spirit of his work is beautifully captured in the hymn, "Like a lone husbandman forlorn, the man of Gloucester went, bearing his seeds of precious corn, and God the blessing sent. Now, watered long by faith and prayer, from year to year it grows, till heath and hill and desert bare do blossom as the rose." Raikes was a committed churchman, and his efforts were strengthened by the support of his close friend, the Reverend Thomas Stock, rector of St. Aldate's, a neighbouring parish in Gloucester. Stock's monument credits him, alongside Raikes, as a co-founder of the first Sunday school in England. At the time of their collaboration in 1780, Stock was a young man, just beginning his ministry. He established a Sunday school in his own parish, personally supervising it and covering its expenses. In a letter written in 1788, Stock acknowledged that the spread of Sunday schools throughout the country was largely due to Raikes' persistent advocacy in his newspaper, the Gloucester Journal. Raikes began his Sunday school efforts at the age of 44, and his position as the editor of a respected journal gave him a powerful platform. The paper's influence helped ensure that the work in Gloucester gained recognition and inspired broader adoption. Interestingly, Raikes did not use his paper to promote the movement until 3 years after its start. By 1783 and 1784, he began to modestly commend the system, encouraging its wider implementation. In just a few years, several bishops, including the Bishop of Gloucester in the cathedral and the bishops of Chester and Salisbury in their addresses to clergy, strongly supported the Sunday school movement. People from all walks of life praised it. Even Adam Smith, not prone to overstatement regarding Christian efforts, said, "No plan has promised to effect a change of manners with equal ease and simplicity since the days of the apostles." The poet Cowper called it one of the noblest ways to reform the lower classes. Some have tried to credit John Wesley with starting the Sunday school system, while his practical nature and forward-thinking work make it surprising he did not. His legacy already includes abundant honors. In 1784, he commended Sunday schools in the Arminian magazine, noting, "I find these schools spring up wherever I go. Perhaps God has a deeper purpose in them than men realize. Who knows but that some of these schools may become nurseries for Christians?" Although insightful, his praise at that time was restrained. By 1787, however, he was more enthusiastic, calling Sunday schools one great means of reviving religion throughout the kingdom, and marveling that Satan had not yet launched a fierce attack against them. In 1788, he described them as one of the noblest specimens of charity in England since the days of William the Conqueror. The movement spread quickly. By 1787, Manchester alone had 5,000 children attending Sunday schools, according to the renowned printer and writer John Nichols. That same year, Mr. Raikes, the movement's originator, visited relatives near Windsor. By then, his work had gained widespread recognition. The Queen invited him for a visit, during which she asked how he conceived such a beneficial idea for helping the poor. He spent 2 hours with the Queen and, likely the King, discussing the changes he had seen in the children. Raikes often described his work as botanizing in human nature. Following this visit, the Queen started a Sunday school in Windsor and a school of industry in Brentford, which the King and Queen occasionally visited. True to his modesty, Raikes never mentioned this royal attention in his writings. Readers may also recall Mrs. Sarah Trimmer, a well-known figure a century ago, though her works are now largely forgotten. Pious, dedicated, and deeply evangelical, she could be considered a lesser Hannah More in intellect, though not in reputation or influence. When the Sunday school idea emerged, she became its boldest advocate. Her book, Economy of Charity, was highly influential, and she wrote many works tailored to the needs of Sunday school teachers. A favorite of the King and Queen, she often visited them and shared news of Sunday school progress. While she frequently credited Mr. Raikes, her biographer rightly noted, "To Mr. Raikes of Gloucester, the nation owes the idea of gathering poor children on Sundays for instruction, fitting for the sacredness of the day. Yet no publication on the topic was more effective than Economy of Charity, which brought immense joy to its author." This book does not aim to provide a detailed account of Robert Raikes's life, but enough has been said to affirm his title as the founder of Sunday schools. He was a simple, good-hearted man, in whom an idea took root like a seed in fertile soil, growing into a firm conviction. His portrait brings to mind Cowper's lines, "An honest man, close buttoned to the chin, broadcloth without and a warm heart within." These words capture his character perfectly, practical and enthusiastic, without a trace of fanaticism. He passionately pursued causes that aligned with his sound judgment. It is worth noting that he wholeheartedly supported the abolition of the slave trade during his lifetime. At the age of 67, he retired from business, likely a wealthy man, owning 2 freehold estates near Gloucester and receiving an annual income of £300 from the Gloucester Journal. He spent his later years in a house on Bell Lane in Gloucester and died suddenly in 1811 at the age of 76. His body was laid to rest in the family vault at St. Mary le Crypt, where his father had been buried 60 years earlier. Raikes remained devoted to the Sunday school movement until his death. He requested that the children from his Sunday schools attend his funeral, each receiving a shilling and a plum cake. The tablet marking his resting place bears a fitting verse of Scripture. "When the ear heard me, then it blessed me, and when the eye saw me, it gave witness to me, because I delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy." There seems little doubt that no blemish clouds the memory of this plain, humble, and quietly effective man. It should also be noted that Anne Raikes, who shares his grave, was a worthy partner in every respect. She was the daughter of Thomas Trigg of Newnham, Gloucestershire, and the sister of Sir Thomas Trigg and Admiral John Trigg. Married in 1767, she fully supported her husband's charitable endeavours. Upon his death, she inherited his entire estate. She outlived him by 17 years, passing away in 1828 at the age of 85. Visitors to Gloucester will likely notice a quaint old house on Southgate Street, largely unchanged except for its basement, now divided into two shops. A few years ago, its oak timbers were restored, stained and varnished, preserving its character as a fine example of English residences from 150 years ago. This house served as the printing office of Robert Raikes, who announced his move there from Blackfriars Square in the Gloucester Journal on August 19, 1758. Today, the house is occupied by Mrs. Watson. Nearly opposite stands the house where Raikes lived and died. One can easily imagine the old gentleman, dressed in the fashion of his day: blue coat with gold buttons, buff waistcoat, drab kerseymere breeches, white stockings, and low shoes, passing under those historic gables as he went about his public and private duties. A century has passed since his time, and the simple lessons he taught to the young, neglected children he gathered have grown into far-reaching educational efforts. Were Raikes to step into a modern Sunday school, he would be astonished at how his initial vision has evolved into broader fields of knowledge. Yet, the spirit of his work lives on. Sunday schools have become one of the most vital ministries of the universal church, continually expanding. Among the countless Sunday school teachers in England and America, it is safe to say that none possess a more sincere and earnest desire to do good than the one that filled Robert Raikes's heart and shaped his legacy. His life, simple yet profound, remains a source of inspiration and enduring charm. Chapter 11. The Romantic Story of Silas Told. Dr. Abel Stevens, in his History of Methodism, writes, "I congratulate myself on the opportunity of reviving the memory of Silas Told," and praises the biography Silas wrote of his life as a record told with frank and affecting simplicity, in a style of terse and flowing English that Defoe might have envied. This praise naturally intrigues readers, especially since the few incidents mentioned are enough to stir a desire for more. The little book Stevens refers to has been in the author's possession for some years, and it truly is remarkable. Its comparison to Defoe's vivid storytelling is no exaggeration. As a true biography, it deserves a place alongside the adventurous life of John Newton, yet the extraordinary events in Silas's life arguably surpass even Newton's. Like Newton, Silas was a man of visions, dreams, and a firm belief in divine providence, beliefs that seemed justified by the singular path his life followed. The only other account of him, besides his own, describes him as honest, simple, and tender. Silas Told devoted himself to comforting prisoners facing execution. In those grim and tragic moments, he offered hope and light to those who had no one else to care for their souls. John Wesley greatly valued him. After Silas's death, Wesley recorded in his journal, On the 20th of December, 1778, I buried what was mortal of honest Silas told. For many years he attended the malefactors in Newgate without fee or reward. And I suppose no man for this 100 years has been so successful in that melancholy office. God had given him peculiar talents for it, and he had amazing success therein. The greatest part of those whom he attended died in peace, and many of them in the triumph of faith. Such was Silas told. Before exploring the poignant and solemn work that Wesley refers to, we must follow Silas through the adventurous and perilous chapters of his life as a sailor. Born in Bristol in 1711, he came from respectable yet declining families. His grandfather had been a distinguished physician in Bunhill Row, London, while his mother hailed from Exeter. Silas was educated at the noble foundation school of Edward Colston in Bristol. Colston's life was so remarkable and bore such similarities to Silas's own that it is no surprise Silas pauses in his early narrative to recount some extraordinary events in the philanthropist's life. Silas's childhood was filled with notable incidents, which are especially striking given the practical and grounded character he later developed. One such story involves an experience in the King's Wood near Bristol. While wandering with his sister, they lost their way and were overcome with fear. Suddenly, though no house was in sight, a dog appeared behind them and guided them out of the woods to a familiar path. Remarkably, the dog neither barked nor threatened them, and when they turned to look for it, it had vanished. However, as careless children, they wandered again and became lost once more, this time even more confused. To their amazement, the same dog appeared again, driving them through the wood until they could no longer lose their way. Silas reflects, I then turned about to look for the dog, but saw no more of him, although we were now upon an open common. This was the Lord's doings, and marvelous in our eyes. At 12, Silas was profoundly influenced by The Pilgrim's Progress, a book that captivated his imagination and deeply shaped his outlook. Around this time, he also experienced a near drowning. Far from feeling fear during the ordeal, he recalls being transported from thick darkness into a glorious, radiant city. The light of the city seemed to pierce the surrounding gloom, and its glass-like floor shone brilliantly, though he perceived it had no physical substance. The city's inhabitants wore flowing robes of the finest appearance, yet they too seemed immaterial, gliding effortlessly as if carried by the wind. Silas felt an overwhelming sense of peace and joy in this vision, an impression that remained with him throughout his life. While immersed in this experience, he was saved by a compassionate Dutchman who had been near the riverbank with some haymakers. The man plunged into the water and rescued Silas from the willow bushes and sedges of the stream, returning him to the world where he would endure so many trials. Such are the glimpses into the remarkable childhood of Silas told, where divine providence and imagination seem to intertwine, setting the stage for his extraordinary life. Soon, the narrative shifts from strange events in the woods and enchanting visions under the sea to the harsh realities of life at sea. Ships of that time were notorious for their grim conditions, and captains were often called sea devils for their cruelty. Silas was apprenticed at 14 to Captain Moses Lilly and embarked on his first voyage from Bristol to Jamaica. Silas later wrote that this marked the beginning of his suffering. His first ordeal was severe seasickness, which lasted the entire 14-week voyage. Food and water were scarce, and while in Kingston Harbor, a devastating hurricane scattered their ship and 75 others, including large vessels. The disaster left the shores littered with drowned sailors, and after the storm, a deadly sickness claimed thousands of lives. Silas, gravely ill, watched as 30 to 40 bodies were carried past his window each morning. Every morning, he recounts, I have seen between 30 and 40 corpses carried past my window. Being so near to death myself, I expected each day to be the one when the messenger of my dissolution would arrive. During this time, he lay in a warehouse, cared for only by a kind African man who brought him Jesuit's bark to ease his suffering. Eventually, abandoned by his master, Silas wandered the streets of Kingston, parched under the blazing sun. He prepared to die, finding a spot on a dunghill and reflecting on the trials of Job, resigned to his fate. Yet, Providence intervened. A London captain passing by took pity on him, inquiring about his situation. Hearing that Silas had been abandoned by Captain Lilly, the man promised to confront the cruel captain and ensure Silas received care. Soon after, Captain Lilly appeared, took Silas to an inn, and arranged for his care. However, he left the island for England, instructing Silas to follow when he recovered. Silas was later entrusted to Captain David Jones, a compassionate man who welcomed him aboard the Montserrat with kindness. Though Silas was too ill to eat or drink at first, the captain and his crew nursed him back to health. After many adventures, Silas finally reached Bristol. Unfortunately, his hardships were far from over. Captain Lilly handed him over to Captain Timothy Tucker, whom Silas described as one of the worst men he ever met. Tucker even kidnapped a white woman to sell her as a slave to an African prince. Tucker's cruelty was soon directed at Silas. Accusing the boy of taking extra bread, Tucker beat him savagely with a horsewhip, tearing his clothes and wounding him so severely that his bones were visible. He then threw Silas to the deck and repeatedly jumped on his stomach, nearly killing him. The crew intervened, dragging Silas away to save his life. Such brutal treatment was common among sailors at the time, but Tucker stood out for his excessive cruelty. Silas described him as a bloodthirsty devil. Tucker's behavior and the horrors of the slave trade highlight the dark, lawless side of maritime life in that era, more akin to piracy than the honorable image of a sailor. Readers interested in Silas's full account of his hardships at sea and his near escapes from danger and shipwreck should seek out his book if they can find it. Here, we'll briefly recount his experience after being shipwrecked on the coast of New England. The story not only reflects the dire circumstances of Silas and his companions, but also offers a glimpse into the warm, generous hospitality of early New England settlers. We will recount two scenes that illustrate the character of early New England settlements in the earliest days of their history. One such account involves Silas and his companions, who were cast ashore and sought refuge in a tavern 7 miles from the beach. Silas, having lost all his clothing, was given a pair of red breeches by the tavern's landlord, the last pair remaining after he had already helped the rest of the group. Silas continues, Ebenezer Allen, the governor of the island, who lived about 6 miles from the tavern, heard of our plight and hastened to assist us. When he arrived at the tavern, accompanied by his 2 eldest sons, he selected Captain Seaborn, his black servant Joseph, and myself, and escorted us to his home. Between 11 and 12 at night, we reached the governor's mansion. Embarrassed by our appearance, we wished we could hide ourselves in a dark corner, for the building was truly magnificent, with wings on either side. To our surprise, we were led into the great parlor, where 2 stately ladies sat by the fireside, attending a spit that held a substantial quarter of house lamb. I noticed a large mahogany table laid with a fine damask cloth, with knives, forks, and plates arranged in a refined manner. I assumed the meal was prepared for distinguished guests, or at the very least for the family. Soon the joint was taken from the spit and placed on the table, but no one sat down. Hidden in a corner of the room, we were astonished when the ladies turned to us and said, "Poor men, why don't you come to supper?" I replied, "Madame, we had no idea this was prepared for us." They kindly reassured us that the meal was meant for no one else. Having gone nearly 36 hours without food, we eagerly devoured the entire quarter, accompanied by rich old cider. After supper, we were given beds and slept so deeply that the next morning it took considerable effort for the old gentleman to rouse us. The following day, I was provided with several second-hand garments. My little learning earned me further favor with the family, and I found myself abundantly cared for, faring sumptuously every day thereafter. This sudden change in my circumstances and diet was, without question, extraordinary. Yet, having been strictly raised as a churchman, I could not reconcile myself to the idea of becoming a dissenter, even though, God knows, by this time I had nearly dissented from all that is truly good. This conflict became a barrier to any promotion I might have achieved. My deep longing to sail for England to see my mother further prevented me from accepting the greatest opportunity I had ever been offered. When the day arrived for us to leave the island and cross the Sound to a town called Sandwich on the mainland, the young esquire took me aside. He earnestly pleaded with me to stay, assuring me that if I agreed to their proposals, I would lack nothing and would be treated as a member of the family. Being one of the few white men on the island, I had been chosen, if willing, to marry one of the governor's daughters. I had heard that the governor was immensely wealthy, owning 2,000 head of cattle and 20,000 sheep, with every acre of the island belonging to him. Despite their entreaties, I could not bring myself to accept the offer. Instead, the governor generously provided each of us with 40 shillings and gave us a pass to travel onward to the town of Sandwich. This account reveals the trials Silas endured and the resilience he developed through his experiences. It also highlights the warm, hospitable spirit of early New Englanders, whose generosity shone even in those rugged, untamed times. While journeying through Hanover in the United States, seeking a way back to England, Silas and his companions encountered another notable experience. One Sunday, while crossing a churchyard during a service, a well-dressed gentleman emerged and informed them, "Gentlemen, we do not allow anyone to travel on the Lord's Day." They explained that they were shipwreck survivors from St. Martin's Vineyard, likely referring to Martha's Vineyard, and were making their way to Boston. Though the man seemed displeased, he returned to the church. Continuing on, they came upon a large white house with its door open. Assuming someone must be home, they entered the kitchen but found no one present. Silas suggested they wait there until someone arrived. Shortly after, 2 well-dressed ladies accompanied by a footman entered. Though their shabby and unkempt appearance might have alarmed others, the women showed no signs of concern or inquiry. Soon a footman brought a cloth, a silver tankard of cider, and bread and cheese into the kitchen. Initially, Silas and his companions hesitated to touch it, unsure if it was meant for them. When the ladies returned, they noticed the men had not eaten and encouraged them to partake. Once refreshed, Silas explained their shipwreck, the hardships they had endured, and their purpose for traveling. He apologized for their intrusion and asked if they might find lodging for the night. The ladies, while unable to host them, directed them to their brother, a Quaker, who lived 7 miles away. They arrived at the Quaker's house that evening and were greeted with remarkable kindness and hospitality. The gentleman, though a stranger, welcomed them warmly, offering a meal and a spacious, well-furnished bedroom with chintz curtains. After a restful night and a hearty breakfast, they expressed their gratitude and set off for Boston, just 7 miles away. The journey to Boston revealed a land of abundance, with orchards full of apples and pears and cider presses, freely offering their yield to anyone who asked. Upon arriving in Boston, a bustling and beautiful city with many spired churches, Silas stayed for 4 months with Captain Seaborn at the home of Deacon Townsend, a blacksmith and leader of the North Meeting. Silas spoke highly of Boston's moral and religious character, and received a stroke of good fortune when he was paid salvage money owed to him for helping save a vessel before his last shipwreck. Silas's intense hardships and labor took a heavy toll on his health, causing frequent bouts of serious illness even in his youth. At just 23, he married, continuing as a sailor for a time and experiencing more adventures at sea. However, marriage inclined him toward a settled life, and he soon accepted a position as a schoolmaster under the patronage of Lady Luther in Essex. His time in this role was brief. Though not yet converted, Silas had strong religious convictions. When the parish clergyman, who enjoyed Silas's company and tales of adventure, mocked his belief in the scriptures, Silas was deeply offended. Though he made no open profession of faith, he ended their association and eventually left the area, heading to London with uncertain prospects. In 1740, a young blacksmith introduced Silas to the Methodists, a group he had previously scorned. Hearing John Wesley preach at the foundry in Moorfields on the text, "I write unto you, little children, for your sins are forgiven you," profoundly moved him. Despite his wife's strong opposition, though she was a virtuous and loving woman, Silas became a Methodist. Over time, his circumstances improved, and he secured a position as a managing clerk at a wharf in Wapping. While working there, Wesley urged him to oversee the charity school at the foundry. After much hesitation, Silas accepted. One morning, during a 5 a.m. service, Wesley preached on the text, "I was sick and in prison, and ye visited me not." This sermon pierced Silas's heart, awakening a deep sense of guilt for neglecting the spiritual and physical needs of the many prisoners who faced execution for even minor crimes. That moment became a turning point in his life. Through these experiences, he became profoundly useful during a remarkable and often painful journey. His later life unfolded in a series of romantic incidents that not only equaled but perhaps surpassed his wild adventures at sea, offering a striking contrast to them. Here we might pause to consider how every person's work reflects their past. How many sailors of that era endured trials similar to those of Silas, yet remained merely rough sailormen. In Silas, however, all his roughness seemed to serve as a foundation for a remarkable depth of compassion and tenderness. The university of his life experiences, in which he was prepared for his future role, was an extraordinary one, shaping him into a preacher of great influence and power. We know little of how he preached, but judging by the results, his words must have been heartfelt, touching, faithful, and full of love. His pulpit was unconventional. He did not often preach in chapels or churches, but addressed his audience in places such as the condemned cell or the cart from which the condemned were turned off, as it was grimly termed in those days. In this unique calling, he found his niche. How often it takes time for a person to discover their true place in the work they are meant to do. And even when that place is found, it can take just as long to settle into it, to grow into the role until every sharp angle has been smoothed away and every challenge overcome. It is extraordinary that, despite all the horrifying experiences this man endured, witnessing acts of cruelty so dreadful that they could shake faith in humanity and even in the justice of an overruling God, his innate sense of religion and tenderness was not destroyed. The early spiritual impressions of his childhood, his reading of the Pilgrim's Progress, and the vivid memory of his near-drowning vision remained with him through his strange and checkered life, even though his sailor's years were not untouched by sin. The work now before him required an exceptionally tender and affectionate spirit. Yet, ordinary tenderness might shrink back from such cruel and repulsive scenes. His time at sea, much like the training of a surgeon in a hospital, equipped him to face harrowing sights of suffering without losing his composure or his capacity for compassionate engagement. It ought not to be forgotten that John Howard, the renowned prison reformer, lived during the era of the Great Revival. Edmund Burke famously described him as one who traversed Europe not to admire palaces or collect treasures, but to delve into the depths of dungeons and confront the suffering in hospitals. Around 1760, as Howard began his philanthropic mission, Silas Told also embraced prison ministry, albeit on a smaller scale but with equal dedication, focusing his efforts on the prisoners of Newgate. Shortly after hearing the sermon previously mentioned, a messenger arrived at the school with urgent news. 10 malefactors lay under sentence of death in Newgate, several of them gripped by considerable terror and pleading for someone to visit them. Here was the clear call to his work. The sequence of events was striking. John Wesley's sermon, the tender awakening of his own heart through that message, and now this immediate opportunity to put his stirred feelings into practical action. Such moments remind us that opportunities to turn inspiration into service will present themselves, if only we are attentive and ready to act. The English laws of that time were barbaric. It has rightly been said that a grievous burden of blood rests on England's conscience for the state of the law in those days. While the noble labours of John Howard and the compassionate ministrations of Elizabeth Fry are widely known, few have heard of Silas told. Yet, in a smaller sphere than Howard, and in a far more intensely painful manner than Fry, he foreshadowed the work of both. Silas immediately responded to the call to Newgate. Of the 10 malefactors sentenced to death, 2 were reprieved. He accompanied the remaining 8 to the gallows. His influence upon their hearts in the cell was profound, breaking down their hardness and softening their spirits. So deep was his impact that, locked together in one cell the night before their execution, they spent the time in prayer and solemn conversation. At last, they were ordered into the cart, and I was persuaded to go with them. When we were in the cart, I addressed each of them individually. The first was Mr. Atkins, the son of a glazier in the city, a youth of 19. I asked him, "My dear, are you afraid to die?" He replied, "No, sir, really I am not." When I asked why he was unafraid, he said, "I have laid my soul at the feet of Jesus, therefore I am not afraid to die." I then spoke to Mr. Gardner, a journeyman carpenter, who gave a very comforting testimony of the true peace of God reigning in his heart. The last person I addressed was Thompson, a very uneducated young man, but he assured me of his perfect happiness in his Saviour, a peace he maintained until the end. This was Silas's first visit to the malefactors in Newgate. He undertook it with much shame and fear, recognizing that many in the crowd viewed him as one of the condemned. Among this group of condemned men, the most remarkable was a young man named John Lancaster. The specific crime for which he was sentenced to death is unknown, but Silas's account of him, both in prison and at the place of execution, reveals a character of fine, tender, and genuinely holy demeanor. So moving was his conduct that even the attending sheriff was brought to tears by the young man's composure and grace. Tragically, Lancaster had no friends in London to ensure his body received a proper burial. What followed provides a vivid glimpse into the customs and social dynamics of the time. After the executions, as the bodies were cut down, Lancaster's was seized by a mob of surgeons intending to transport it to Paddington for dissection. Silas, witnessing the scene, described it more as a bustling fairground than a somber execution. Amid the commotion, the crowd eventually dispersed, all except for an old woman selling gin and Silas himself, who stood reflecting deeply on the unsettling events. It was then that a group of 8 sailors arrived on the scene, armed with truncheons. Their stern faces were turned toward the now empty gallows, suggesting they had come to see the execution and possibly to intervene. The old gin seller addressed them, asking, "Gentlemen, I suppose you want the man that the surgeons have got?" "Aye," they replied. "Where is he?" She directed them toward Paddington, and the sailors hastened off, likely old comrades of Lancaster, as he too was presumably a sailor. The sailors confronted the surgeon's mob and successfully recovered Lancaster's body. Although their exact intentions are unclear, it seems they may have planned to rescue him before the execution, but had arrived too late. Hoisting the body onto their shoulders, they marched through Islington, then Shoreditch, and finally to a place known as Coventry's Fields. Exhausted from carrying the burden, they agreed to leave the body on the steps of the first house they encountered before departing. This action caused a stir in the street, bringing out an elderly woman from the house, Upon seeing the body, she cried out in shock, "Lord, this is my son, John Lancaster." By a remarkable coincidence, the sailors had unknowingly delivered him to his mother's door. She was likely a Methodist, as it was through Silas Told and the Methodists that Lancaster ultimately received a dignified burial, complete with a sturdy coffin and a proper shroud. Silas and his wife visited Lancaster's body before the burial and noted its serene appearance. There were no marks of violence, and Silas remarked, "A pleasant smile appeared on his countenance, and he lay as in sweet sleep." This singularly romantic and moving story not only underscores the extraordinary compassion of Lancaster's comrades, but also offers a striking insight into the social and moral fabric of London during that time. Silas Told continued his work at the Foundry School but dedicated much of his life, with the support of John Wesley and his Methodist fellowship, to preaching and ministering to prisoners, felons, and the destitute in workhouses within 12 miles of London. His mission was inspired by a deep sense of compassion for those sick and in prison. It seems remarkable to us, knowing how much he had endured, that the old sailor possessed such a loving, tender, and affectionate heart. Yet he himself recounts how, in the earlier years of this period, he was troubled by persistent doubts and anxieties. During these times, he experienced mystical revelations, akin to those he had known while drowning, profound moments that recalled similar experiences in the lives of John Howe and John Flavel. Through these, the nobleman found renewed strength and resolve. For 20 years, Silas labored tirelessly in this calling. His autobiography offers only glimpses of his extraordinary ministry, leaving much of his sacrificial life unrecorded. Among the many dramatic and poignant stories tied to his name are some of the most notable executions of his era. A singular circumstance unfolded involving 4 gentlemen: Mr. Brett, the son of a prominent clergyman in Dublin; Whalley, a wealthy man owning 3 country estates; Dupré, whom Silas described as, in every particular, a complete gentleman; and Morgan, an officer aboard one of His Majesty's warships. After dining together during an election in Chelmsford, they whimsically decided to rob someone on the highway for amusement. Setting out, they encountered a farmer, whom they relieved of a significant sum of money. The farmer pursued them into Chelmsford, where they were apprehended. They were promptly transferred to London, stood trial, and were sentenced to death. Silas visited all 4 men in prison. Among them, Morgan was betrothed to Lady Elizabeth Hamilton, the sister of the Duke of Hamilton. She visited her fiancé regularly in his cell, and Silas was present for many of their poignant meetings. Given the prisoners' social standing and the nature of their crime, many assumed a reprieve would be easily obtained. However, the king was resolute, declaring, "My subjects are not to live in bodily fear so that men might indulge their drunken whims." Lady Elizabeth Hamilton, undeterred, repeatedly appeared before the king, weeping and throwing herself to her knees in impassioned pleas. Finally, the king relented, saying, "Lady Betsy, there is no standing your importunity any further. I will spare his life, but on one condition, that he is not informed of it until he reaches the place of execution." The king's decree was carried out. On the day of execution, the other 3 men met their fate, but Morgan's life was spared. As he stepped down from the cart, Lady Elizabeth, waiting in her coach, received him into her arms. Other cases Silas encountered were far more tragic. A young man named Coleman was convicted and executed for an assault, despite the victim testifying that he was not the attacker. Later, the true perpetrator confessed, was tried, and executed. Those who gave false testimony against Coleman were sentenced to stand in the pillory. The case of Mary Edmondson was even more heartrending. A young woman, she was convicted of murdering her aunt at Rotherhithe based on circumstantial evidence. Though her guilt was uncertain, she faced brutal treatment from the mob, which greeted her with jeers and curses. Silas, uncharacteristically, had not visited her in prison, and had no intention of witnessing her execution. However, as he passed through the borough on the day of her death, a compassionate cheesemonger named Skinner urged him to see her. This led to his first and only meeting with Mary, just moments before her execution on Kennington Common. Silas recounts the story of Mary Edmondson with heart-wrenching detail. When she was brought into the room before her execution, she stood calmly, her back against the wall, appearing resigned to God's will. Silas urged her to speak the truth, pleading, "My dear, for God's sake, for Christ's sake, for the sake of your precious soul, do not die with a lie in your mouth." Mary responded with meekness, affirming her innocence. "I am as clear of the whole affair as I was the day my mother brought me into the world." The journey to her execution was fraught with danger, as the mob was so enraged against her that Silas had to stay close to the sheriff for safety. The sheriff himself urged Silas to persuade her to confess, saying it would satisfy the nation. As they traveled, Silas encouraged her to look to Jesus. Her spirit lifted and she replied, "I bless God I can look to Jesus, to my comfort." At the gallows, Silas solemnly asked her again if she had any part in the crime. At this harrowing moment, Mary's cousin stepped up into the cart and attempted to kiss her. She turned her face away and pushed him aside, having previously accused him of being the murderer, and he was. Later, when apprehended for another crime, he confessed to this heinous act. Mary's aunt had willed her more money than this wretched man, deepening his enmity toward her. As the executioner prepared to carry out his duty, Silas remained by Mary's side, her only source of comfort in that dreadful hour. In her final moments, she leaned her weary head on his shoulder. Silas, ever tender and steadfast, recounted that she was already cold and still before the cart was drawn away, her spirit seemingly departing before her body succumbed. Thus, Mary fell into the arms of death, her suffering at last ended. Perhaps even more heartrending was the case of poor Anderson, who was executed for stealing sixpence. A laboring man of impeccable character, he and his wife, heavily pregnant, were destitute, without money, clothing, or food. In desperation, he said to his wife, "My dear, I will go out down to the quays. It may be that the Lord will provide me with a loaf of bread." His efforts yielded nothing, but as he passed through Hoxton Fields, he encountered two washerwomen. He did not threaten them, but said to one, "Mistress, I want money." She gave him twopence. To the other he said, "You have money. I know you have." She admitted to having fourpence, which he also took. Unaware of the gravity of his actions or the consequences that might follow, he walked into Old Street. The washerwomen, having trailed him, reported him to a constable. Anderson was arrested, tried, and sentenced to death for this meager theft. "Never," wrote Silas, "in all the years I have attended prisoners have I seen such meek, loving, patient spirits as this man and his wife." Silas accompanied Anderson to his execution, offering what comfort he could by pledging to care for his wife. True to his word, Silas and his wife took her into their home for a short time, showing her great kindness in her hour of need. Eventually, Silas helped her secure a position as a housekeeper, where she became a respected and honorable woman. He also arranged an apprenticeship for her daughter with a weaver, ensuring her a future. Of the daughter, Silas remarked, "I have only seen her twice since, and that was many years ago." Our readers may feel it is time to conclude these harrowing stories, yet there are many more in this brief but deeply compelling, though now largely forgotten, autobiography. These accounts are narrated with striking pathos. Among them is the tale of Harris, the flying highwayman. Bolland, a sheriff's officer executed for forging a note, despite having refunded the money and twice repaid the bill's amount to secure himself. And Slocum, a young gentleman who defrauded his father of £300. His father, unyielding, refused to intercede or forgive the debt to save his son. Silas admired Slocum for his resignation and for refraining from any complaint against his father, whom Silas pointedly describes as that lump of adamant. Slocum was executed alongside another young man, Powell, for forgery. Silas also attended the infamous Elizabeth Brownrigg, whose name became synonymous with cruelty for the brutal murder of her apprentices. Of all the prisoners Silas ministered to, she remains the most unsatisfactory and chilling. These glimpses into Silas Told's life illuminate a remarkable, singularly romantic, and deeply impactful career. His story intertwines tragedy, redemption, and a tireless devotion to an unusual but profoundly Christian mission. References to Silas Told appear in many biographies of John Wesley. Southey mentions him only briefly, while Tyerman speaks of him with more warmth. However, with the exception of Stevens, few have delved deeply into the life of this extraordinary yet obscure figure. Silas's labors in his unique path of Christian benevolence and compassion remain unparalleled. Widely known as the prisoner's chaplain, despite never receiving payment, Silas closed his life in 1778, at the age of 68. John Wesley fittingly officiated at his funeral, delivering an affectionate tribute to his old friend and fellow laborer. Chapter 12. Missionary Societies. As previously noted, many of the great missionary societies emerged almost simultaneously. The earliest of these, founded in 1792, was the Baptist Missionary Society. Its origins trace back to William Carey, a humble Northamptonshire shoemaker. Carey posed a question to a group of Northamptonshire ministers: "Is it not both possible and our duty to attempt the conversion of the heathen?" This pivotal moment parallels the debate over whether Leverrier or Adams first discovered Neptune. Similarly, when one of God's great purposes stirs in the heart of his servants, it often moves others in different places at the same time. Unknown to Carey, Claudius Buchanan was contemplating the same divine mission, spreading the gospel in India, while at St. Mary's College, Cambridge, that same year. However, the distinction of transforming this vision into the first organized missionary effort belongs to Carey and his small group of dedicated believers. At the close of William Carey's address, a modest collection was taken to fund a missionary effort to Hindustan, amounting to £13, 2 shillings and 6pence, equivalent to $65.60. Though this small beginning was mocked, with Sidney Smith in the Edinburgh Review deriding it as an army of maniacs setting forth to the conquest of India, the result was monumental. Carey, along with Ward and Marshman, became renowned Oriental scholars, translating the Bible into multiple Indian languages. Despite fierce criticism at home, prominent figures such as Lord Teignmouth, William Wilberforce, and Dr. Claudius Buchanan staunchly defended these missionaries. Today, their efforts are credited not only with spreading the gospel, but also with contributing to the preservation of India within the British Empire through their influence on figures like Lord Lawrence and Sir Henry Havelock. In 1795, the London Missionary Society was born, another child of the Great Revival. Its founders were revivalists like Rowland Hill, Matthew Wilkes, Alexander Waugh, William Kingsbury, Thomas Howes, and David Bogue. The society became known for its global reach, covering vast territories and achieving significant victories over heathenism. From the Sandwich Islands to the South Seas, Africa, China, and Madagascar, the names of its missionaries, Moffat, Livingstone, Morrison, Ellis, and their accomplishments stand as a testament to its impact. In 1799, the Church Missionary Society emerged, driven by Reverend Melville Horne's impassioned plea, "Have Carey and the Baptists had more forgiven than we, that they should love more?" This marked the Church of England's renewed commitment to missions. Other societies quickly followed: the Bible Society in 1804, the British and Foreign School Society in 1805, and the Religious Tract Society in 1799, which has since distributed over 500 million publications. The Wesleyan Missionary Society, though informally begun in 1769, was officially established in 1817, claiming precedence as one of the earliest missionary movements. Each of these associations, along with many others, reflects the dynamic spirit of the Great Revival, striving to bring the world under the banner of divine truth and love. Meanwhile, remarkable progress was taking place at home. Education and knowledge were spreading rapidly. Modest academies were emerging, such as the Countess of Huntingdon's College at Trevecca, where young men were trained to carry the gospel message. Cornelius Winter's school in Gloucestershire and David Bogue's in Gosport also played vital roles. In the north, smaller colleges in Bradford and Rotherham gained prominence, while the Lancashire Independent College began in the vestry of Mosley Street Chapel, under the saintly William Roby, who equipped young ministers for their calling. Methodism had long been active in prisons, ministering to the country's malefactors. Silas Tolled's extraordinary ministry was one such example, and though he passed on, Elizabeth Fry became a beacon of hope in the cells of Newgate. Her commanding presence and fervent zeal for reform brought light to the darkest places. The Great Revival also inspired care for society's most vulnerable. John Townsend, an independent minister, founded London's first deaf and dumb asylum, an enduring testament to this compassion. Even in politics, revival leaders exerted influence, securing freedoms for the nation's conscience. The repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts can be credited to this movement, as it sought civil and religious liberty. At the time, the Toleration Act unfairly restricted devout Church of England members, who could not hold licenses for religious meetings in their homes, unlike dissenters. William Wilberforce, deeply influenced by Whitfield's preaching, became a leading advocate for abolition and religious freedom within the Church of England. Yet even he faced the threat of prosecution for hosting prayer meetings at his home. Lord Barham, father of the Baptist Noel, was fined for similar gatherings. These oppressive conditions eventually gave way to the freedoms we enjoy today, thanks to the revival's impact on the spiritual and social life of the nation. The revival brought light into all areas of life, dividing the darkness and fulfilling God's command, "Let there be light." Chapter 13. Aftermath. The impact of the Great Awakening, though transformed and diffused over time, continues to shape society. The writer's purpose has been to show that the profound regeneration of English manners and society during the late 18th and early 19th centuries was driven by a silent but powerful spiritual force. This awakening stirred the minds and hearts of individuals across different regions and social classes. While honor is rightly given to notable figures and movements, a broader, dispassionate view reveals a tapestry of diverse influences working together to lift society from darkness into greater spiritual and moral enlightenment. The pioneers of this awakening, as is often the case, did not live to see the full fruits of their labor. Many, like the biblical figure Moses on Mount Pisgah, glimpsed the promised future but did not enter it. Among them was the Countess of Huntingdon, who passed away in 1791 at the age of 84. Her final words, "My work is done. I have nothing to do but to go to my Father," epitomize her saintly and selfless life. Until the end, the Countess remained tireless, writing letters, managing her ministers, and overseeing her chapel trusts. Despite facing challenges due to her rank and perceived wealth, she persisted in her mission. Compared to the society she encountered at the beginning of her work, her final years must have presented her with a vision of a hopeful future, a transformation as enchanting as the scenery of Castle Doddington, her beloved first home. In 1791, at the age of 88, John Wesley entered into eternal rest, his final words spoken with weak and faltering lips, declaring, "The best of all is, God is with us." Abel Stevens aptly describes his life as unparalleled in religious labors since the apostolic age. While such comparisons may not be necessary to honor Wesley's legacy, they highlight the extraordinary breadth and impact of his ministry. Significantly, the last words Wesley ever wrote were in a letter to William Wilberforce, encouraging him to persevere in his fight against slavery and the slave trade. Charles Wesley, John's brother and companion in the Great Revival, had preceded him in death, passing away in 1788 at the age of 80. Together, their lives and labors left an indelible mark on the spiritual landscape of their time. As the early laborers of the Great Revival passed away, the work itself endured, taking on new forms and expanding in influence. This reflects not only the truth that one generation passeth away and another cometh, but also that while the workers may fade, their efforts remain. Across England, old halls began to open their doors to evangelists and services, as prejudices against the revival diminished. Far from disturbing the nation's peace, this new religious life became a source of stability and strength. Alongside efforts to spread the gospel to distant lands, this same spirit inspired a tender concern for the welfare and happiness of ministers at home. From many perspectives, William Wilberforce stood as the central figure of the revival in its next phase. Just as he carried England's standard at the grand funeral of his friend William Pitt, he also bore the banner of the truths and principles that had driven the revival and promised even greater changes. Wilberforce's influence rested on his captivating eloquence, remarkable conversation, and clear practical writings, which gained acceptance for revival doctrines in the highest levels of society. The widespread impact of his practical view of Christianity is difficult to overstate. This work reflects how ideas are transmitted across generations. Its lineage traces back to a poor peddler who sold Richard Sibbes's The Bruised Reed to the family of Richard Baxter, whose The Saint's Everlasting Rest inspired Philip Doddridge to write The Rise and Progress of Religion in the Soul. Wilberforce, profoundly moved by Doddridge's work, sought to convey its earnestness, pathos, and solemnity in the language of the revival. One young clergyman testified that Wilberforce's book gave him his first deep understanding of the gospel's spiritual nature, the corruption of the human heart, and salvation through Christ. These impressions soon found expression in the beloved works of League Richmond, whose The Young Cottager, The Dairyman's Daughter, and other heartfelt stories brought vital truths to life. These short and simple annals of the poor combined tender reflections, exquisite language, and vivid depictions of natural beauty, captivating readers and extending the spirit of the revival into every corner of society. In this profoundly admirable life, we encounter one who seemed to inherit the mantle of the revival's early clerical fathers. A devoted churchman and clergyman, he held his church and its services in deep reverence, yet his writings and actions were free from harshness or bitterness. The quiet grace and charm of his tracts, celebrated as some of the finest examples of such literature, reflected the gentle spirit that imbued his entire life. Brading, on the Isle of Wight, has undergone significant changes since he served as vicar of its modest church. The old parsonage, where little Jane conversed with her pastor, is now a memory, no longer a feature of the picturesque landscape. Even the epitaphs he wrote for his parishioners' graves, including the sweet verse for his own infant daughter, have faded with time. Years ago, this tender inscription could still be read. This early bud, so young and fair, called hence by early doom, just came to show how sweet a flower in paradise should bloom. While the physical traces of his ministry may have vanished, his writings traveled wherever English was spoken, carrying the revival's essence. These works presented its spirit in a gentler, more polished form, free of the ruggedness that marked its earlier days. By the early 19th century, the revival entered a literary phase. Prominent writers began distilling the revival's truths, reaching the conscience through the written word rather than spoken sermons alone. Among these was Thomas Scott, whose The Force of Truth and Bible commentary had a profound impact. Figures like Sir James Stephen and John Henry Newman spoke of Scott's influence in glowing terms, cementing his legacy as a key contributor to this new expression of revival faith. Charles Simeon's influence on the Church of England was unparalleled in his generation. As the leader of the growing evangelical party within the Church, his teachings aligned closely with those of Whitefield, Berridge, Grimshaw, and Newton. Born into an ancient and respectable family as the son of a Berkshire squire, Simeon was educated at Eton and later at King's College, Cambridge. He inherited significant wealth, and his entrance into the revival brought with it considerable natural influence. Faithful, earnest, and embodying the characteristics of a quintessential English gentleman, Simeon's presence lent the revival a certain refinement among clergymen. Simeon began his 56-year ministry in Cambridge amidst fierce opposition. Church wardens sought to suppress him, locking the pews and even barring him from his church. Despite this, he persevered and became the most prominent preacher in Cambridge, widely respected in both town and university. His monumental work, Horae Homileticae, comprised a vast number of sermon outlines and interpretations of Scripture, offering guidance to clergy far and wide. A significant part of Simeon's legacy was his dedication to securing evangelical influence within the Church of England. He used his wealth to purchase the rights to appoint clergy to parishes, ensuring that evangelical ministers occupied pulpits across the country. This initiative helped establish a new generation of clergy who upheld evangelical truth and exerted substantial influence on the spiritual life of England. History is ultimately shaped by people, with events serving as the expression of their thoughts and actions. These brief sketches highlight individuals whose lives became focal points in the revival. Yet, much of this extraordinary, almost simultaneous movement remains unwritten. To this day, no fully comprehensive or impartial account of the revival has been produced. The story of the revival in Wales is among its most captivating chapters. When Howell Harris began his ministry around 1735-1737, the spiritual slumber in the principality was profound. His efforts demonstrate that the revival was not the result of a single source, but resembled a great mountain, like Plinlimmon, from which multiple streams flow, eventually forming broad, powerful rivers across the land. Similarly, the revival's impact spread from various centers, converging to transform the spiritual landscape. Before Whitefield arrived in Wales, Howell Harris was already pouring out his life in service, joined soon after by the fiery Rowlands, known as the Thunderer. Though some considered Harris's preaching style unsophisticated, he has been described as one of the most effective preachers in Welsh history. His blend of heartfelt emotion and solemn warnings awakened the entire country within 7 years, inspiring a network of fervent preachers whose efforts brought enduring change. The revival's beginnings can also be traced to Northampton, Massachusetts, in 1734, under the powerful preaching of Jonathan Edwards. Yet, its organization and development came from England, where its influence spread far and wide. Across the Atlantic, the revival took root in the United States, with figures like Jesse Lee founding Methodism in New England in 1790 under the shade of the Boston elm. This tree, preserved as a Methodist landmark, holds a similar significance in America as Gwenapp Pit does in Cornwall. The revival in the United States, inheriting its language and principles from England, grew into an even larger organization than its English counterpart. The revival also birthed many sects and movements, each carrying a measure of its spiritual power and energy. These include the Bible Christians of the west of England, the Primitive Methodists of the north, and the New Connection Methodists. Additionally, more controversial figures and ideas emerged, such as William Huntington, whose eccentric teachings gained a curious following, and whose biography was penned by Robert Southey, and Emanuel Swedenborg, whose writings sought to offer a more spiritual interpretation of Christianity amidst the prevalent Arianism of the age. Wherever one turns, it is evident that the revival created an unprecedented and far-reaching upheaval of spiritual life. Few movements in history, perhaps none since the time of the apostles, have so profoundly awakened and reshaped the religious landscape of entire nations. A profound transformation swept through English society. The coarse social conditions depicted in the works of Fielding, Smollett, and even less reputable writers faded away, seemingly for good. The casual acceptance of indecent language, once commonplace in the dramas of the era when the revival began, and openly read by ladies and young girls in drawing rooms or by the fireside, became a source of shame and disgrace. Over 50 years, society experienced a significant moral cleansing. While it was not wholly purified, for such perfection remains a distant hope, a sense of religious propriety and an awareness of moral duty permeated homes and hearts, even among those untouched by the doctrines or practices of Methodism. This remarkable change was born of the new spiritual life the revival had ignited. The revival found fertile ground in a society that already revered the Bible as the Word of God. Though this faith was often held ignorantly, it was deeply rooted and widespread. The Bible, present in every parish church and hamlet, served as a unifying force for those moved by its divine principles. As the revival grew, it fostered alliances beyond its initial circle. The great evangelical party, an inclusive term more fitting than the Methodist Party, found common ground with the Society of Friends. Despite some doctrinal differences, both groups shared fundamental principles. While Quakers had long been present in England, their influence outside their own circles was limited. Methodism, with its rousing energy, awakened the nation, while Quakerism contributed through thoughtful planning, financial support, and quiet persistence. Together, these movements achieved significant milestones, such as advancing education and breaking the chains of slavery, goals neither could have accomplished alone. The evangelical conscience had prepared the country for these profound changes. Figures like Elizabeth Fry exemplified this union of efforts, earning respect across Europe as she preached with simplicity and sincerity. Others, such as Stephen Grelle, Thomas Shillitoe, and Thomas Chalkley, carried out missionary work with equal fervor and dedication. These efforts brought lasting change to nations and the world by awakening consciences, educating minds, and shaping character, all through direct engagement with the Word of God and the truths it reveals. Amidst the turbulence of uncertain seas of thought and the agitations of modern speculation, we find ourselves wondering about the future. Strong voices urge us to renounce the word of life and place our trust in the fragile rationalism of contemporary ideas. Yet, as we face an unknown future with no tide tables to guide us, one truth remains clear. The Bible surpasses every highest watermark. Societies that have built themselves upon its principles have established not only eternal hope, but also human and social happiness. We may justly challenge human thought, unaided and unenlightened by divine revelation, despite having had ample opportunity throughout history to demonstrate its power, to present a single chapter in the annals of time that has achieved as much for human, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being as the one that recounts the transformative results of the great revival of the last century. Chapter 14. The Revival in the New World. The labors of George Whitefield had a profound impact on the spread of the Great Revival in the American colonies. In an era without the conveniences of modern travel, when lumbering stagecoaches and sailing vessels were the primary, often unreliable means of transportation, Whitefield's journeys were nothing short of remarkable. He crossed the Atlantic 13 times, enduring voyages that could last up to 11 weeks, and made 7 visits to America. In one journey, he traveled over 1,100 miles through sparsely settled territories, facing hardships that would have daunted even the hardiest traveler. As in England, the American colonies experienced a period of spiritual decline prior to the revival. This decay of genuine godliness began in the late 17th century and deeply concerned many devout leaders of the time. Governor Stoughton, before leaving the pulpit to serve on the bench, lamented in a Boston sermon that many had become like Joash after the death of Jehoiada, rotten, hypocritical, and a lie. The venerable Tory of Weymouth warned, "There is already a great death upon religion, little more left than a name to live. It is dying as to the being of it by the general failure of the work of conversion." Similarly, Cotton Mather, writing in 1700, observed, "If the begun apostasy should proceed as fast the next 30 years as it has done these last, it will come to that in New England, except the gospel itself depart with the order of it, that churches must be gathered out of churches." President Willard, in his sermon The Perils of the Times Displayed, asked pointed questions. Whence is there such a prevalency of so many immoralities amongst professors? Why so little success of the gospel? How few thorough conversions to be observed, how scarce and seldom. He noted that when one generation begins to decline, the next often grows worse, leading to a spiritual crisis that requires a fresh outpouring of God's Spirit to revive the church. It was 30 years before the first signs of the Great Awakening began to emerge in Massachusetts. Despite the spiritual decline, there were still godly men throughout the American colonies who remained steadfast in their faith, striving to combat the growing worldliness and restore religious vitality. Among these was Jonathan Edwards, the preeminent theologian of early America. Edwards observed the deteriorating state of religion in Northampton and the surrounding areas, as well as the church's susceptibility to corruption. This led him to preach with boldness, initially focused more on protecting the church from error than on awakening sinners. However, Edwards' deep convictions and fervent love for truth allowed the Spirit to work mightily through his ministry. His preaching sparked a surprising work of grace, characterized by a profound conviction of sin, self-abasement, and a heartfelt concern for salvation. All ages and classes were moved, often visibly, some to loud cries, and others even to physical convulsions. Though this awakening began in Northampton, it could not be contained there. It spread to other regions of the colony, but it did not fully permeate New England until the arrival of George Whitefield. Whitefield's impact was extraordinary. In Boston, his preaching was described as Puritanism revived. His farewell sermon drew an astonishing crowd of 20,000 people. Dr. Coleman remarked, "Such a power and presence of God with a preacher and in religious assemblies I never saw before. Every day gives me fresh proofs of Christ speaking in him." Whitefield's visit to Northampton was equally impactful, as he met with Edwards and reminded the people of the earlier days of awakening. Similar success followed him in New Haven, where his ministry reached both the town and its college, and at Harvard College, where the transformation was profound. Secretary Willard wrote to Whitefield, "That which forebodes the most lasting advantage is the new state of things in the college, where the impressions of religion have been and still are very general, and many in a judgment of charity brought home to Christ. Divers gentlemen's sons that were sent there only for a more polite education are now so full of zeal for the cause of Christ and the love of souls as to devote themselves entirely to the study of divinity." Dr. Coleman similarly described the change at Cambridge. "The college is entirely changed. The students are full of God, and will, I hope, come out blessings in their generation, and I trust are so now to each other. The voice of prayer and praise fills their chambers, and sincerity, fervency, and joy, with seriousness of heart, sit visible on their faces." 2. Upon returning to Boston in 1745, Whitefield himself provided a similar testimony regarding the extraordinary effects of the revival. He was succeeded in his efforts there by Gilbert Tennant, a Presbyterian minister from New Jersey. The authenticity of this remarkable account is supported by a public statement from 3 prominent Boston ministers, Reverend Messrs. Prince, Webb, and Cooper. They declared, The wondrous work of God, now triumphantly advancing across the land, has compelled many individuals of sharp intellect, strong reasoning abilities, and considerable knowledge, some deeply entrenched in Socinian beliefs, to abandon these views entirely and submit to the awe-inspiring sovereignty and irresistible power of the Divine Spirit in His saving work on human souls. It has been astonishing to witness such individuals, some leading immoral lives and long accustomed to vice, attending the preaching of the Word, often out of mere curiosity or even with the intent to criticize or mock, suddenly and against their own inclinations, falling under an unexpected and unwelcome power. Their internal resolve and resistance are overcome as they gain an overwhelming awareness of the profound wickedness of not only their actions, but also their hearts, coupled with a stark realization of their imminent and dire risk of eternal damnation. These revelations have left them in indescribable anguish, sometimes crying out in the midst of assemblies with intense agony. Yet, within a few days, sometimes even sooner, they experience astonishing and exalted views of God's infinite grace and love in Christ. This transformation enables them to believe in Him, lifting them instantly from their despair, filling their hearts with unspeakable joy and admiration, and bringing about a complete change visible in their radiant expressions and joyful exclamations. Their newfound faith ignites a passionate love for God and a profound hatred of their previous sinful ways. This testimony vividly captures the extraordinary nature of God's work during the revival. Gilbert Tennant, who was urged into this ministry by Whitefield, was born in Ireland and immigrated to America with his father. Educated for the ministry, Tennant was an exceptional preacher in his prime. His reasoning abilities were formidable, his language forceful and often sublime, and his delivery passionate and earnest. His eloquence was bold and solemn, rather than gentle and persuasive, with a particular intensity in addressing the conscience. When aiming to awaken sinners, he could vividly depict the terrors of the Lord. He had a remarkable ability to expose the false hopes of hypocrites and probe the depths of the human heart. Whitefield, recognizing these qualities, entrusted Tennant with continuing the revival's work in America. Tennant began his new mission with an almost rustic simplicity, wearing his hair unkempt and a large coat fastened with a leather belt. Towering in stature with a dignified and serious demeanor, he made a profound impression. His earlier ministry in New Jersey had been extraordinary, and in New England, his impact was nearly equal to Whitefield's. His preaching was so powerful it was said to shake the region like an earthquake. Wherever he went, hypocrisy and Pharisaism were either exposed and defeated, or openly hostile toward him. Even complacent orthodoxy was stirred, whether to emulate or denounce him. Such is the account given by the author of the Life and Times of Whitefield. Whitefield's initial reception in New York was far from encouraging. He was denied the use of both the church and the courthouse. Reflecting on the experience, he wrote, "The commissary of the bishop was full of anger and resentment, and denied me the use of his pulpit before I even asked for it." Undeterred, Whitefield responded, "I will preach in the fields, for all places are alike to me." During a later visit, however, he preached in New York for 7 weeks with great acceptance and success. Even during his first efforts, his labor was not entirely fruitless. Dr. Pemberton wrote to inform him that many had been deeply moved, and some who had previously lived in immoral and dissolute ways had become ashamed of their actions and were pursuing genuine reformation. Additionally, the printers in New York, as in Philadelphia, requested permission to publish his sermons, assuring him, "Hundreds have called for them, and thousands would purchase them." Recalling his later visit, Whitefield noted, "Such flocking of all ranks I never saw before." Many of New York's most respected gentlemen and merchants even accompanied him to their homes after his sermons to hear more about the kingdom of Christ. Philip, in the Life and Times of Whitefield, describes his reception in Philadelphia as warmly enthusiastic, Ministers and lay people from all denominations visited him and invited him to preach. Whitefield was particularly delighted to find that his audiences preferred sermons delivered outdoors rather than within church walls. This preference proved providential, as his reputation had preceded him, drawing crowds too large for any church to accommodate. The steps of the courthouse became his pulpit, and despite the cold November winds blowing upon them night after night, neither Whitefield nor his listeners grew weary. Before one of his visits to Philadelphia, a venue was constructed specifically for him to preach in. The managers of this space offered him an annual salary of £800, along with the freedom to travel 6 months a year if he agreed to serve as their pastor. Though flattered by the offer, Whitefield declined. He found even greater satisfaction in learning that his earlier visits had left a lasting spiritual impact, with so many individuals experiencing deep conviction of sin that Gilbert Tennant's feet became blistered from walking tirelessly to visit them. In Maryland, Whitefield wrote of encountering people who had never before heard of redeeming grace. "The harvest is promising," he remarked. Reflecting on this progress, he exclaimed, "Have Marylanders also received the grace of God? Amazing love! Maryland is yielding converts to Jesus. The gospel is moving southwards." Whitefield frequently visited New Jersey College, Princeton, where he inspired many young and promising witnesses for Christ. On learning that 16 students had been converted during a previous visit, he returned to rekindle the spiritual fire among them. Reflecting on this visit, he noted having experienced 4 sweet seasons, reminiscent of earlier times. His spirits were lifted by the sight of these young soldiers who would carry on the fight for faith after his own work was done. Despite the prevailing prejudice against Native Americans, Whitefield was a compassionate advocate for their cause. As a philanthropist, he preached to them through interpreters at the Indian school in Lebanon, led by Dr. Wheelock. He was deeply inspired by this promising nursery for future missionaries. At one of the stations maintained by the saintly Brainerd, Whitefield preached to a congregation that included converted Native Americans and observed nearly 50 young students studying a Bible catechism. Moved by the work at Lebanon, he appealed to the public for support and raised £120 in a single meeting to help sustain the school. Wherever he traveled, he recognized the stately steps of the Redeemer in the great congregations he addressed. If there was one cause in America that gripped Whitefield's heart above all others, it was the orphan asylum he helped establish in Georgia, known as his Bethesda. The welfare of the orphan home was engraved upon his heart, as if by the point of a diamond, and remained vividly present to him wherever he went. During one of his visits, as he bid farewell to the orphans and staff, he recounted, "Oh, what a sweet meeting I had with my dear friends. What God has prepared for me, I know not. But surely I cannot expect a greater happiness until I embrace the saints in glory. When I parted, my heart was ready to break with sorrow, but now it almost bursts with joy. Oh, how did each in turn hang upon my neck, kiss me, and weep over me with tears of joy. My own soul was so full of the sense of God's love when I embraced one friend in particular that I thought I would expire on the spot. Words failed me to express the overflowing sense of divine goodness within me. When we gathered for public worship, young and old alike were dissolved in tears. After the service, many of my parishioners, all of my family, and even the little children returned home, crying along the street. Some could not help praying aloud. Feeling weak in body, I lay down on a bed, but the sight of so many weeping moved me to rise and pray again. Even so, had I not lifted my voice very high, the groans and cries of the children would have drowned me out. This continued for nearly an hour, until, seeing their emotions only increasing, I asked everyone to retire. Yet even then, the sound of earnest prayers rose from every corner of the house. That night, thunder and lightning added to the solemnity of the occasion. I mention the orphans in particular so that their benefactors may rejoice at the marvelous work God is doing in their souls. Whitefield had an exceptionally tender heart toward children. One of his most impactful sermons at Webb's Chapel in Boston was inspired by the poignant words of a dying boy who had heard him preach the day before. After falling ill, the boy said, "I want to go to Mr. Whitefield's God," and then passed away. This deeply moved Whitefield, touching the wellspring of both his passion and compassion. Reflecting on the experience, he wrote, "It encouraged me to speak to the little ones, but oh, how the older people were affected when I said, 'Little children, if your parents will not come to Christ, do you come and go to heaven without them?'" After such a solemn appeal, it was no surprise that few eyes remained dry. Another striking example of the revival's breadth and power, as well as Whitefield's remarkable adaptability, was the impact of his ministry on the enslaved population. Even among the poorest slaves, an intense interest in the gospel was kindled. On one occasion, when Whitefield was gravely ill, he was under a physician's care until the time he was scheduled to preach. Suddenly he declared, "My pains are suspended. By the help of God, I will go and preach, and then come home and die." With great effort, he made his way to the pulpit. His unexpected appearance astonished the congregation, who later described him as looking like one risen from the dead. Whitefield recounted, "I was as pale as death, and told them they must regard me as a dying man come to bear my final testimony to the truths I had previously preached to them." The congregation was deeply moved, many weeping uncontrollably. He added, "The cry after me as I left the pulpit was like that of mourners at the funeral of a beloved friend." Upon returning home, he was laid on a bed near the fire, where he overheard someone say, "He is gone." Yet God had other plans, and Whitefield gradually recovered. During his recovery, a poor enslaved woman insisted on seeing him. Sitting on the ground beside him, she gazed earnestly at his face and said in broken tones, "Massa, you just go to heaven's gate." But Jesus Christ said, "Get you down, get you down. You mustn't come here yet. Go first and call some more poor Negroes." Many enslaved individuals came to Whitefield asking, "Have I a soul?" Prayer and mutual instruction societies sprang up among them in response to his ministry. Mr. Seward, one of Whitefield's traveling companions, shared a notable incident highlighting the revival's far-reaching influence. A drinking club that included a clergyman among its members was attended by a young enslaved boy who entertained the group by mimicking people for their amusement. One day, they demanded he mimic Whitefield. Though reluctant, the boy finally stood up and declared, "I speak the truth in Christ. I lie not. Unless you repent, you will all be damned." Seward noted, "This unexpected statement broke up the club, which never met again." In Savannah, Charleston, and other southern cities, the Great Revival achieved remarkable success. Josiah Smith, an independent minister in Charleston, published a sermon defending Whitefield's doctrines and personal character while describing his extraordinary preaching style. Of Whitefield's power, Smith wrote, "He is certainly a finished preacher. A noble negligence ran through his style. The passion and flame of his inspiration will, I trust, be long felt by many. How was his tongue like the pen of a ready writer, touched as with a coal from the altar? With what a flow of words, what a ready profusion of language, did he speak to us on the concerns of our souls? In what a flaming light did he set our eternity before us? How earnestly he pressed Christ upon us! The awe, the silence, the attention that sat upon the faces of the great audience were evidence of how he could reign over all their powers. Many thought he spake as never man spake before him. So charmed were the people with his manner of address that they shut up their shops, forgot their secular business. And the oftener he preached, the keener their desire grew to hear him again. How awfully, with what thunder and sound, did he discharge the artillery of heaven upon us! Eternal themes and the tremendous solemnities of our religion were alive upon his tongue. He struck at the politest and most modish of our vices, and at the most fashionable entertainments, caring for no one's presence except his, in whose name he spoke with authority. I dare say, if none attended these diversions until they answered the solemn questions he put to their consciences, our theatres would soon sink and perish. Smith also noted that £600 was contributed in Charleston to Whitfield's orphan house. The Great Revival's impact on benevolent and charitable enterprises deserves special mention. Beyond inspiring missionaries like David Brainerd and even influencing Jonathan Edwards, it laid the foundation for many Christian colleges and orphan asylums. Whitfield established his Bethesda orphanage on a 500-acre tract of land about 10 miles from Savannah. He personally designed the building, employed workmen, rented a large house, and immediately took in 24 orphans, assuming the significant responsibility of managing a large institution and family. Whitfield was inspired by the example of Professor Franke, but later reflected on his challenges, saying, "I forgot that Professor Franke built in a populous country, and that I was building at the very tail end of the world, which rendered it by far the most expensive part of all His Majesty's dominions. But had I received more and ventured less, I should have suffered less, and others more." Despite these difficulties, Whitfield boldly undertook the task of providing for 40 orphans and 60 servants and workmen, showing no fear or doubt. "Near 100 mouths," he wrote, "are daily to be supplied with food. The expense is great, but our great and good God, I am persuaded, will enable me to defray it." In 1764, Whitfield spent a winter at Bethesda and wrote of its success. "Peace and plenty reign at Bethesda. All things go on successfully. God has given me great favor in the sight of the governor, council, and assembly." A memorial was presented for an additional grant of land consisting of about 2,000 acres, and it was immediately granted. Every heart seems to leap for joy at the prospect of its future usefulness to this and the neighboring colonies. This great religious movement did not advance without provoking considerable opposition and bitterness. President Clapp of New Haven even accused Whitfield of coming to New England with the intent of replacing most of the local ministers with clergy from England, Ireland, and Scotland. Whitfield firmly refuted this claim, responding, "Such a thought never entered my heart, neither has, as I know of, my preaching any such tendency." One anecdote highlights a minister who initially attended Whitfield's preaching solely to find fault, aiming to pick a hole in Whitfield's coat. However, he later confessed that God had instead picked a hole in his heart and healed it by the blood of Christ. After one of Whitfield's visits, no fewer than 20 ministers in the Boston area acknowledged him as their spiritual father, crediting their conversion to his preaching. These ministers subsequently engaged in similar work, spreading the Great Awakening throughout the colony. The revival also sparked moments of wit and humor. For instance, when some pastors hesitated to allow Whitfield and his associates to preach in their pulpits, but the congregations voted to permit it, Whitfield quipped, "The Lord Brethren of New England could tyrannize as well as the Lord Bishops of Old England." Caricatures mocking the revival circulated in Boston, derisively referred to as half-penny squibs. A devout Puritan of the city remarked, "They did not weigh much." Regarding American religion, Whitfield wrote, "I am more and more in love with the good old Puritans. I am pleased at the thought of sitting down hereafter with the venerable Cotton, Norton, Eliot, and that great cloud of witnesses who first crossed the Western Ocean for the sake of the sacred gospel and the faith once delivered to the saints. At present, my soul is so filled that I can scarce proceed." Reflecting on his widespread reception, he admitted, "It is too much for one man to be received as I have been by thousands. The thoughts of it lay me low, but I cannot get low enough. I would willingly sink into nothing before the blessed Jesus, my all in all." He continued, "I love those that thunder out the word. The Christian world is in a deep sleep. Nothing but a loud voice can awaken them. Had we 1,000 hands and tongues, there is employment enough for them all. People are everywhere ready to perish for lack of knowledge. From North Carolina, he wrote to an elderly friend, "I am here hunting in the woods, these ungospelized wilds, for sinners. It is pleasant work, though my body is weak and frail. But after a short fermentation in the grave, it will be fashioned like unto Christ's glorious body. The thought of this rejoices my soul and makes me long to leap my 70 years. I sometimes think all will go to heaven before me. Pray for me as a dying man. But oh, pray that I may not go off as a snuff. I would fain die blazing, not with human glory, but with the love of Jesus." Such was the spirit that filled the great souls whom God used as instruments to spread the revival in America. Whitefield passed away in Newburyport, Massachusetts, on September 30th, 1770, after preaching the day before in Exeter. His body was laid to rest in a crypt beneath the Presbyterian Church in Newburyport. Dr. Abel Stevens, reflecting on the effects of the Great Revival in America, stated, "The Congregational Churches of New England, the Presbyterians and Baptists of the Middle States, and the mixed colonies of the South owe their late religious life and energy mostly to the impulse given by his, Whitefield's, powerful ministrations. In Pennsylvania and New Jersey, where evangelists like Frelinghuysen, Blair, Rowland, and the two tenants had been laboring with zeal, Whitefield was received as a prophet of God. It was during this time that the Presbyterian Church adopted the evangelical vigor and boldness that have since defined it. One striking incident illustrates the revival's impact on skeptics and unbelievers. A prominent Philadelphia officer, known for his near-atheism, slipped into a crowd one night to hear Whitefield preach on Nicodemus's visit to Christ. Upon returning home, he said nothing about where he had been. His wife, unaware of his attendance, expressed a wish that he had heard the sermon she had listened to. Another family member, and then another, echoed her sentiment, prompting him to burst into tears and admit, "I have been hearing him and approve of his sermon." This man later became a devoted Christian, filled with the spirit of a martyr. These glimpses into a few scenes and events only begin to suggest the breadth, depth, and influence of the great revival of the 18th century in America. No effort has been made here to quantify its results, delve into its inner history, or analyze its philosophical underpinnings. Such intricate questions may be left to scholars and philosophers. For the Christian, it is enough to witness the facts and trust in the promise that eternity will reveal the full mystery of salvation. As Whitefield exclaimed, "What amazing mysteries will be unfolded when each link in the golden chain of providence and grace shall be seen and scanned by beatified spirits in the kingdom of heaven. Then all will appear as symmetry and harmony, and even the most intricate and seemingly most contrary dispensations will be shown to be the result of infinite and consummate wisdom, power, and love. Above all, there the believer will see the infinite depths of that mystery of godliness, God manifested in the flesh, and join with that blessed choir who, with restless unweariedness, are ever singing the song of Moses and the Lamb." You have finished listening to The Great Revival of the 18th Century by Edwin Paxton Hood. After hearing of these inspiring accounts, may God the Holy Spirit work in your heart and soul to live out by faith the purposes of God for your life in the midst of this generation.